Good.
Okay.
Missed the show.
Uhuru! Uhuru! Unity through!
Reparations.
Unity through!
Reparations.
Uhuru, everybody. Welcome to the 5th annual 24-hour Reparations Telethon Giving Tuesday for the African People's Education and Defense Fund, sponsored by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. My name is Jesse Neville, and I am very honored to be joined today by the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess. Uhuru, Chairman Penny.
Jesse and Uhuru, everybody. This is so exciting to be here. We're here in beautiful Aquaba Hall, the Uhuru House in North St. Louis, part of the Black Power movement that we're going to be talking about today. All of the different programs of African People's Education and Defense Fund. So it's very powerful to be here today and be part of the whole movement for unity through reparations.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm really excited to be here, and we're going to talk about what's in store for today on this amazing program. The Reparations Telethon is a fundraiser for the programs, the African self-determination programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And this telethon today is the kickoff of an end-of-the-year fund drive to raise at least $50,000 for the African People's Education. Right.
A 24-hour telethon.
That's right.
We are going to be here. We're going to have members, Chairman Omali Shatella, members of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. Everybody's going to be here at some time today. We even have a great program for the middle of the night at 3 a.m. We're going to start reading and looking at the first tribunal on reparations for African people held by the African People's Socialist Party in 1982. There's so much to say about that. And the new book that just came out, Reparations Now, the verdict is in. So this is going to be an amazing day. We're going to raise these resources. This is the Uhuru movement winter tradition.
That's right.
This is what we do. We stay up all night. We fight for reparations. I really want to salute all the comrades who are here today in the audience making this happen, and all of you who are on, share. Be sure and subscribe to this channel and share this widely. Let's get lots of people on this telethon today. It's going to be very exciting.
That's right. I really appreciate that call, and everybody should see ourselves. We are all part of this telethon tradition. So if you want to see more people watching this, go ahead. Right there. Send this link. Start texting it to all your friends and family. Get people to come on and participate in this incredible reparations telethon today. And I'm going to talk about what we have in store for us today on this program. But before I do, I want to ask you, Chairwoman Penny, this telethon is sponsored by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the mass organization of the African People's Solidarity Committee, of which you are the chair. Could you tell us a little bit about what is the African People's Solidarity Committee and Uhuru Solidarity Movement?
Yes, absolutely. The African People's Solidarity Committee is the organization of white people that was formed by Chairman Omali Shatella way back in 1976. That's what, almost
48 years?
48 years ago. This is half a century ago. Chairman Omali Shatella, who made a determination after the U.S. government's defeat, very, very serious, violent military defeat of the African Revolution of the 1960s with the assassinations that we saw, so many of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, and so many others, the political imprisonment of African leaders of that period, and the destruction of African organizations that were raising the struggle for political and economic power, Black power, in the hands of African people. And, you know, so the 1970s issued, you know, ushered in a time when you know, they wanted, this government wanted, you know, the masses of people and white supporters to think that, oh, this struggle wasn't fashionable anymore, or that African people didn't want control over their lives or reparations or the return of their stolen resources or anything like that.
Right.
And so Chairman Omali Shatella took it upon himself to solve the problems that were left outstanding by this defeated movement that had faced COINTELPRO and so many other fronts of US government colonial attack. And the chairman had developed an incredible political theory that we're going to talk about a lot today, because it forms the ideas that have become the main trend in the world today.
Right.
And that's a whole theme that we would be talking about and discussing, and certainly with the chairman when he's here, the understanding that the problem facing African people is not racism, which is merely the ideas in the heads of white people and people who could harm African people. But the struggle is around colonialism, and something that the chairman has developed to the understanding of the colonial mode of production. And we're going to talk about that and why we have to understand that, and why this event today, this fundraiser that we're doing, has a direct relationship to this understanding of the colonial mode of production, that everything that we experience in this world is drenched in the blood of African and indigenous people. So, I mean, that's a little overview, but so one of the things that the chairman faced was this question that had been outstanding really throughout the entire hundreds of years of the African liberation movement: what to do about the white people. Is there a way that white people could have an honest and principled relationship to African people and not be opportunists, not be, you know, just working to, you know, to control the African liberation movement? So the chairman came to the conclusion that white people needed to be organized under the leadership of the African Revolution and the African People's Socialist Party. And that's what they created in 1976.
Yes.
We are an organization of the African Revolution. We're part of the strategy to send the voice of Black power behind enemy lines in white face, and, you know, our responsibility to do that. So our work is to organize in the white communities, build genuine solidarity with the struggle of African people and with all oppressed and anti-colonial struggles here and around the world, to recognize that this land is stolen indigenous land, which we will talk about a lot more as well.
Yes.
And to fight for reparations, not as a favor, not as charity, but as the return of the stolen resources that belong to African people, that must go back into their hands, because there's no such thing as political power without economic power. People have to have, because colonialism robs the colonized of the ability to produce for themselves, and makes the production of African people something that feeds the colonizer population. So, I mean, these are deep and profound understandings, but they're ones that the chairman fought for. He led studies, he led work, he led campaigns over these, you know, 51 years since the founding of the African People's Socialist Party in 1972. And these ideas have become and are in the whole mainstream of the political ideas today: the fight against colonialism, the understanding of reparations, and the fight for that. So we're going to talk about that a lot. It's going to be very exciting. I assume if you have questions, you can put it in the chat, or I don't know how you do it, but if there's a way that you can ask questions and you want to be part of a discussion, we're going to be talking a lot, and it's going to be very dynamic. So sorry for taking so long, but this is very, very exciting.
No apology necessary. I really appreciate that, Chairwoman Penny. And it is so profound, the understandings of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and African internationalism. And just what you said, that the Reparations Telethon, this is an anti-colonial telethon. This is a telethon that gives us the opportunity to take a stand against colonialism, to take a stand for reparations, to take a stand for political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. And I want to salute, it's a fundraiser. When we say a reparations telethon, reparations is not about talk. Reparations in action, reparations in practice, reparations in the form of raising at minimum $50,000 for the programs of African Education Fund. And first of all, I want to shout out some of the people who are joining us And thank you to the early birds who are joining us for the early segment of our telethon today, including Deputy Chair Onezene Shatella, the president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Uhuru.
Our leadership.
That's right.
All of the reparations and economic front that the African People's Solidarity Committee and our mass organization, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, take on every day. So Uhuru,
Yes.
Deputy Chair.
And Deputy Chair will be joining us later, and that is
Yes.
the prime time segment of the telethon at 6:30 Central, when we're joined by Deputy Chair Onezene Shatella and Chairman Omali Shatella. So really excited for that. I also want to shout out Jennifer Jones, the attorney from the Leonard Peltier Ad
Jennifer.
Hoc Defense Committee.
Yes.
Through to Jennifer and say that this reparations telethon stands in full solidarity with the struggle to free Leonard Peltier and all political prisoners. Uhuru.
Yes, and it is so, it's really want to join in welcoming Jennifer, looking at the wrong screen here. And that this land belongs to the indigenous people, and to think
Yes.
that Leonard Peltier, a leader of the American Indian and of indigenous peoples for liberation, has been in prison many, many years, at least I believe.
Yes.
And that we should understand that the African liberation movement and the African People's Socialist Party is about, it has an embrace of all the oppressed and colonized peoples on the planet Earth. It is not something for somebody at the expense of anybody else. And that is what is so exciting about it. We are going to see all of the anti-colonial people's leaders be free, and people have their land back, have the resources needed to live and to live in a prosperous society that benefits their own culture and their own identity and leadership.
Uhuru. And there are other people tuning in with us, but one other person I want to specifically shout out is Karen Smith, who is joining us. Uhuru, Karen. And we will be able to enjoy the incredible talents of Karen Smith several times throughout this telethon. The powerful drumming of Karen Smith out in Philadelphia. So
yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And so important. Really want to salute you, Comrade Karen, because you're always there at every event,
yes.
bringing your incredible talent, your drumming talent, which is really world renowned.
Yes.
And bringing that to forward the African People's Education Defense Fund, Uhuru Furniture Stores, and all the work of the Uhuru movement and this political and economic front. So really want to salute you. You've just always been there, and it's wonderful to have you here today.
And one of the segments we have coming up is actually live from Philadelphia,
yes.
from APEDF, and from those who comprise the legacy of the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles store, including Karen, will be joining us later today.
What time is that going to be?
So that is going to be, let's see
I
here.
want to see it.
What page is that on of our 24-hour program?
Look at our script. Look, here's our script for today. This
Yes.
is like 40 pages. But
Here, by the way, I want to shout out. Yes, go ahead. 11:30 a.m. Central, and shout out to our amazing telethon coordinator, Brendan McCoy. Hello, Brendan.
Who rose up from the ashes of
Yes.
a terrible car crash and is here. And we're so happy
Yes.
that you are still with us, comrade, and you've done a great job.
Just a few weeks ago, Brendan was literally coordinating this telethon from the ICU bed.
Yes.
So shout out to Brendan, and shout out to those of you who have already heard the call for reparations today and gone to apedf.org/donate and made your contributions. Penny, so far we have already raised $2,263.
Oh, wow. Can we say?
Yes.
Can we
So
salute them?
this is from some incredible people holding fundraisers on Facebook, including
Oh, wow.
Josette, Uhuru to Josette,
Josette.
Ruby,
Where's
Uhuru to
Josette?
Ruby. Josette,
Where? Oh, well.
we'll find out. Okay.
We'll find out. But
Ruby.
that just sounds familiar. That's why.
We want to shout out Ruby, Renda, Allison, Ramya, Carrie, Joel, Stephanie, and Diane, who are all actively making reparations happen with their Facebook fundraisers. And
And
we,
are connected to, Uhuru Furniture, the whole.
that's right.
APDF in Philadelphia,
That's right.
a lot of them.
Yes. And we also have contributions.
And I just want to say what a great, I mean, I'm sorry, Jesse, but I was at the Uhuru Book Fair this past September, I think it was.
Mhm.
And oh my gosh, Renda is an
Yes.
amazing singer.
Yes, she is.
And I know that her son Amir also has been a very important part of the culture over the years. And that is a new tradition and a new trajectory. Okay.
Mhm.
And I just really, wow, what an incredible talent. There is so much talent that graces the Uhuru movement, because it is the liberation of African culture and it's very powerful. So just really want to salute you, Renda and Amir.
Renda,
Thank you so
Renda
much.
is known for writing these amazing Uhuru movement
Yes.
jingles.
Yes,
And we'll
yes,
be hearing some of those
exciting.
later today at 11:30 a.m. Central. When we go to Philadelphia, we will be hearing the beautiful voice of Comrade Renda.
Wow.
Yes. So we
Great.
also want to thank those who have contributed, including Eric, who put in $125
Oh,
through. Eric went to apedf.org/donate and made his contribution to
Thank
African
you,
People's
Eric,
Education and Defense
saluting
Fund.
you.
We've got Carly, $25. Uhuru to Carly.
All right, Carly.
Ruby for $100. Uhuru Ruby.
Ruby. Uhuru.
Eric for another $100.
The
Is
same
that
Eric?
correct?
Is
Is that
it
correct?
Another Eric. Maybe
Okay.
another Eric.
That could be another Eric with the same spelling of his name.
Okay, well then. it
All right.
probably
So shout out to Eric. Is that another 100 from Eric? Okay, so we'll get clarity on that in just a second. But thank you, Eric, either way, for your amazing contribution of reparations today. Michael for $25. Uhuru, and thank you,
isn't.
Michael. Yes. Janet, $500.
Oh, wow.
Uhuru. That's Janet out in Tacoma. Uhuru.
Oh, Janet.
Yes.
Oh, Uhuru, Janet. Wow, I'm so excited and can't wait to get up there in Tacoma, because you have done an amazing
Yes,
job
they have.
organizing and building genuine solidarity in the days of reparations to African people.
And wow, Chairwoman Penny, we've got Andra and Tim, $250.
Wow,
Yes.
Andra and Tim.
Yes, this is
Wow,
very exciting.
how exciting.
We also want to announce that we have a matching fund. So starting right now, okay, $5,000 matching fund. Every dollar you contribute will be doubled up to $5,000. And this is thanks to Ruby, who is matching up to 1,000, Brendan, who is matching up to 1,000, Amanda and myself, who are matching up to 500, Angelica, who is matching up to 1,500. Shout out to Angelica here in St. Louis.
She's going to be by here. Angelica, I'm sure you're going
Yes.
to be by today. You're going to be part of this. You're going to,
She always
we're
is.
going to interview you at a certain time. So
Yes.
just really appreciate you, comrade, a member of the Green Party here
Mhm.
locally, who's just really been in there, out doing the drops, putting
Yep.
out flyers, and
Yep.
all the work that we do. Really appreciate you and other members of the Green Party here. So just
Absolutely.
salute you.
And I also want to shout out Leah out, who's in Minneapolis, but currently in Oakland.
Oh, wow.
And Leah is just an amazing member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and a key part of making this telethon happen. And in everything else that she did to make this telethon happen, she is matching up to $1,500 today.
Oh, wow, Leah, just an incredible donor,
Yes.
comrade, incredible speaker, writer,
Yes,
organizer. Is there anything you can't do? You're just amazing. Just really appreciate you so much, comrade.
Uhuru. I echo
Uhuru.
that. And this matching fund is inspiring people already to go to apedf.org/donate. Thank you to KC, who is in the room with us here today, who put in $100. Uhuru, KC.
Hi, Uhuru.
So, Chairwoman Penny, now we're going to take a look at what these funds are going to.
All right, and I wanted to say that I did want to put in $250.
Wow. Uhuru.
today.
Uhuru,
Right,
250.
yeah, Uhuru.
That's awesome. So let's take a look. We're going to go to our
Which thing
appeal.
are we looking at now?
This one right
Okay.
here. Oh wait, which one? I don't know. Good question.
Okay.
Here we go. The appeal.
This is our appeal script.
There it
right
is.
here.
Yes, we're bringing you behind the scenes of the
Yeah.
Reparations Telethon.
And it is many pages because this is very, very, very serious.
Yes,
Again,
yes, it is.
so-
Okay, so, yes, let's go straight to the slideshow. So first
Really
of
salute to Comrade Brendan here and Jesse who worked on all these scripts.
okay,
Very helpful. Hooroo.
we're going off script a lot though, and it's okay
Okay, thank
because
you.
it's all about
Glad
reparations.
we can go off.
Definitely. Okay, so we want to talk about what this Reparations Telethon is about in terms of the resources that we are raising, because today's what they call Giving Tuesday, right?
Yes.
So you have the colonial so-called holiday on Thanksgiving, then you have what they call Black Friday, and you got Cyber Monday, which is Cyber Week now, they're
Mhm.
calling it. And then this thing was created called Giving Tuesday to encourage people to donate to nonprofits, and it's often in the name of charity. So what the Uhuru movement has done, as you said, Chairwoman Penny, this new revolutionary winter tradition of the Uhuru movement is to turn this Giving Tuesday into a Reparations Tuesday, into a day of solidarity with African self-determination. So we are excited to talk about what that really means on a practical level when we talk about raising our goal of kicking off the end of the year fund drive for $50,000 for the programs of APEDF. And while you are listening to this, you can start donating by going to apedf.org/donate. We want to remind you that we have a matching fund. Every dollar you donate will be matched dollar for dollar from now up to $5,000. And you can again go to apedf.org/donate. So we can go ahead a few slides, and we're excited to highlight the transformative work of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, which is what we're raising funds for today. And just reiterate that this telethon is not just any telethon, it is a reparations telethon. Every dollar you contribute to APEDF is a stand of reparations, funding programs for self-determination and political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. We can go to the next slide. So when you contribute reparations today, you're taking a stand against colonialism. You're taking a stand against this two Americas in this country, the two realities that we see in the world, one at the expense of the other, one in which African people, as Chairwoman Penny said, are forced to produce and reproduce life for the colonizer, for the benefit of the colonizer population and not for themselves. So this is a stand that recognizes that this country, this system was built on the enslavement of African people, and therefore it is only the liberation of African people that will bring genuine peace and justice to the world. So,
Uhuru.
yes.
I was thinking, isn't it ironic or typical of this parasitic social system that we live in that's built on slavery and genocide, and that the day that is about, quote, Thanksgiving, which just encompasses the whole massive genocide of indigenous people, is all about like eating so much food that you feel sick.
Right.
I mean, isn't that just
Sums it up.
Isn't that terrible? And then the fact that for the holiday that a lot of people celebrate as, their God, the birth of their God, Jesus Christ, is about like spending so much money on gifts that, and stuff on yourself, and not giving, like that they have to create a day called giving, when this should be, reparations should be every day. And that is based on the concept of reparations, the return of the stolen wealth, and I think that it's just really important that we think of this Giving Tuesday as Reparations Tuesday. And I know that is what we call it. And that this isn't charity. This isn't just giving to your favorite nonprofit, although certainly this is our favorite nonprofit, but that this is a return of wealth and resources that we have literally on the backs of African and indigenous people. So this is giving back what is owed to African people, and for the ability to create a whole economy and society that benefits their community, not something imposed on them, but something that is rising up to change the world.
Mhm.
So your donation today is an actual stand of forwarding, changing the world and being part of it. So we really want to salute everybody who has given today. I know we are say all the places that we are broadcasting. I know we're on Zoom.
So thank you for mentioning that. So we are broadcasting live right now on Zoom. We are on Facebook, Uhuru Solidarity Movement's Facebook page. We are on the YouTube channel of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, youtube.com/Uhuru Solidarity. We are on what they call X now, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter.
Okay.
And we are on Twitch, twitch.com/Uhuru
Awesome.
Solidarity. So we're
Awesome.
streaming in a total of 5 different places right now online.
Wow.
And if you want to join, if you're watching on any of those live streaming platforms and you want to get in on the Zoom experience, which is perhaps just a little bit more intimate, it's like you're in the telethon with us. Go to tinyurl.com/reparations Tuesday and register and sign up to be with us here on Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we want to talk a little bit more about what is APEDF. We can go to the next slide.
I just wanted to say on Zoom, I see Comrade Ann
Uhuru Ann.
from Ecuador.
Yes.
Ecuador?
Yes. Uhuru Ann.
Uhuru Ann. Good to see you. I'm looking at the chat here. I see Karen Smith in the chat. Jennifer Jones says Uhuru and good morning. Free them all. Comrade Ali.
I see Philly in the house.
Stephen,
Right on.
Stephen Smith from Flossmoor, Illinois. Uhuru. Stephen, great to see you. And I'm sure there's other people as well. I think I saw Comrade Mads Ambrose. Wow.
Uhuru Mads.
Hear you, and you are in Washington State.
Great.
Uhuru.
Great. So let's talk about APEDF. What is APEDF? APEDF is the African People's Education and Defense Fund. This is it, like you said, Chairman Penny, it's not only is it the greatest nonprofit, it truly is a nonprofit like none other, because it is tied to a whole movement and strategy for power in the hands of African people. And its mission is incredibly powerful. The mission of APEDF is to defend the human and civil rights of the African community and to end the disparities faced by African people in health, healthcare, education, and economic development. And this organization has been around for more than 30 years, working to build solutions from the ground up based on the principle of African economic self-reliance. And we're going to be focusing a lot on the work that APEDF has done here in North St. Louis. And
Yes.
This picture right here shows you, this is a rendering of what the vision for this building that we actually have the honor to be in right now, the Aquaba Hall of the Uhuru House here in North St. Louis. And this building was transformed in a matter of 9 months under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onezene Shatella, and through volunteers, donors, African contractors, and the sheer will and determination of the African working class.
Absolutely.
To build their community, to build their own power. This
And
building,
great and just brilliant leadership of Deputy Chair.
absolutely.
Just studies the political reports of Chairman Omali Shatella and what the goals are of the party, and just like underlines it and start making it happen, like
That's right.
organizing it and carrying out the work. And it's very, very amazing. Really
That's
want
right.
to salute you and
Absolutely.
Chairman Omali Shatella as well.
Definitely. And we want to encourage people to continue going to apedf.org/donate. I know we only have a couple minutes left in this segment, and we're actually going to be going to a video presentation by Chairman Omali Shatella, because
great.
one of the incredible things that happened this past year, Chairman Penny, was the grand opening of the basketball
Oh, I
court.
know, that was amazing.
It was absolutely amazing.
So we're going to see a video of that.
Yes, we're going to see a video of Chairman Omali Shatella at the opening of the basketball court. So this was one of the programs that APEDF and the Black Power Blueprint was hard at work making happen over the past year. And it was earlier this year in June, I believe, when this basketball court was officially opened. It is so beautiful. And there were hundreds of people, literally. We had the honor to be there from the Solidarity Movement. There were hundreds of African people who came out for the grand opening of this court. And there are people on the basketball court every day, probably right now as we speak. There are people dribbling basketballs and shooting hoops on that basketball court, which, as Deputy Chair said, is more than just a basketball court. It is about building power for the African community. So we're going to take a look. Oh, I'm getting our comrade calculator Amanda nodding her head. We have anonymous $250.
Oh, wow.
Uhuru, uhuru. Thank you to our anonymous donor. And that reminds me to say, you can be anonymous. You can make an anonymous contribution when you go to apedf.org/donate. Thank you so much. You know who you are. So thank you so much to our anonymous donor. We salute you. We appreciate you for making that $250 contribution, which goes towards our matching fund of $5,000. So Chairwoman Penny, should we take a look at the chairman's presentation now?
Let's do. Yeah, it's how
Okay.
exciting.
So again, this is Chairman Omalia Shatella, the founder and leader of the Uhuru movement, speaking from right here in North St. Louis at the grand opening of the Black Power Vanguard's community basketball court earlier this year in June on a beautiful summer day where tons of people, hundreds of people from the community came out to celebrate the grand opening of this historic basketball court. So let's take a look at Chairman Omalia Shatella.
Do we have chapter leaders on the other?
And we greet each other with the word Uhuru. Can you say that? Uhuru. Uhuru. And we say Uhuru because it does mean freedom. Because we believe that freedom is something that should be on the minds of black people 24 hours a day. That's what we're struggling for. That's what this basketball court is about. We are tired, like you are, tired of living in circumstances where our children cannot see the sky. And they can't see the sky because of artificial limitations that have been imposed on us, in many instances at gunpoint. They can't see the sky. Instead of a sky where they see bombed out buildings all around us, they see situations where our people have been pushed out of our communities. Increasingly, what we see are people trying to get out of North St. Louis. It's not an accident that we see the biggest landowner in the city of St. Louis is the city of St. Louis itself. That's taken most of the properties in this thing they call a land bank from black people. They say they are curing blight when they do this. They take people's properties for taxes, for code violations and things like this. They put liens on properties. And then they house all these properties in this thing they call a land bank. And the land bank, most black people can't afford to penetrate that to get those properties. And so the properties are being held for big time speculators, they like to call them, who come and get hundreds of properties that were once owned by our grandparents, get hundreds of properties for almost nothing. So we're not supposed to be able to do this. We're not supposed to be able to see the future. They destroy our ability to have economic development in our own communities. That's why down the street, we've created a farmer's market there so that we can sell and buy from each other and sell to the world, so that money can begin to circulate inside our community instead of going in one door and then out of the other door, so that we can hire each other, so that we can have some confidence about a future, because the children must be able to see the future. Because if they can't see the future, what we find is young people acting in desperation and working with the limitations that have been imposed on us against our will. If you look around us, you see the genius of this black community. You know the genius that has come out of St. Louis, black people, incredible genius. But then you impose conditions that make it impossible or difficult for the people to express their genius, their dignity as black people, etc. And then you see this violence that imposed inside our community. They say black people killing each other. No, it's the system that's imposed on people who cannot see a future. We don't even know who we mad at. Got a beef with your brother or your sister. You got a beef with them. But they ain't the problem. The problem are the people who would kill a Mike Brown. The problem are the people who would create these kind of conditions in our communities. The problem is that system. And once we understand what the problem is, then we can come together such as what we are doing right now and work together to solve these problems. People didn't want this. Even one of the older persons said we couldn't put a basketball court here. Put a basketball court here, the black people just gonna come out and kill each other. And what we're saying is this, that we have a responsibility ourselves as black people to project the kind of world that we want to live in. We come here and create conditions for young people can see the future so they don't see each other as the enemy. We say, there's the enemy. We point to the enemy. We point to a system and we point to solutions. And the solution is our unity, our plan to uplift ourselves. Look at these beautiful children here. They must have a future. They must be able to see the future. And it's our responsibility to allow them to see the future, and that's why we're here today. And I'm telling these young brothers over here, because I know they came out here to play basketball rather than listen to me. Brothers just nodded, yeah? I got a witness. But the thing is, we have to protect this as an institution for our community. We have to transform this community so we can have confidence in our own community. Listen, there's a place called Tower Grove Park. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I went to Tower Grove Park the other day, tried to go to an arts festival, a black arts festival. I couldn't find parking there. It was so crowded. Tower Grove Park is not a city park. It's not a publicly funded park. It is a park that's funded by big shots, by big time people in this city. They got their own park. You can go there, but it belongs to them. Right. But when your taxes create a park, like O'Fallon, you begin to lose confidence and faith in going to O'Fallon because there's nothing there for you. We are there. Yes. We have to be there. We have to recreate this community so it's something that we can be proud of. We have to patronize ourselves. Yes. That's what this is about. Yes. So I want to say that. I want to appreciate my man Jesse Todd. We call Jesse Todd the people's alderman. Yes. He was the alderman in the 18th Ward for a long time, for a few years. He was the only one of the alder persons, the only one of two black office holders I know in the whole country who stands up for black people, and he did it here. Because they're trying to turn St. Louis into a majority white city. They are. They don't want you to have no power. They don't want you to have your own resources in your own command, and you are the most important resource you have, our children. And we have to allow them to see the world. I want to say that about Comrade Jesse Todd, this extraordinary culture that we've seen here. I want to see you see some white people up here. You probably hear something about these white people up here. You say, who the hell are those white people up there? And the answer is that these are white people who have solidarity with our movement. We raised $160,000. $160,000 to build this basketball court. Not a penny came from the government. The banks have even begun the process of trying to make it difficult for us to get resources. So these are some of the people who made the contributions here. But it ain't charity. I don't want you to treat it like charity. What we call it is what? Payback. Payback. Reparations. Payback. Payback. When you look at the Delmar Divide and you see what it looks like on the north side, and then you see what it looks like on the south side. It looks like it does on the north side because those on the south side are bleeding us dry. Because the resources from the north side are going to the south side. So there are a group of white people, a growing number of white people, who are recognizing that there is a relationship to our poverty and immiseration, that the resources that come from us have gone to them historically. And so they say, I want to rectify this relationship. They say, this ain't charity, this solidarity. This is solidarity with the struggle of black people to reclaim our dignity, to reclaim our lives, to reclaim our freedom as a people. So I've talked much longer than I was supposed to talk. I've seen people giving me signals and things like that, and I've kind of ignored them. And those basketball players over there, they haven't begun to throw rocks yet. I just want them to dribble and shoot basketball. I want to thank the deputy chair, owners and Chatella. I just want to say, this is a state-of-the-art basketball court. State-of-the-art. We could have put some concrete down here and a couple of rims up here, but this is an artist. The deputy chair, the leader of the APEDF, African People's Education Defense Fund, is an artist. And nothing can satisfy our interests except the best.
Salute to that powerful presentation by Chairman Amalia Shatella at the grand opening of the basketball court earlier this year. Uhuru, Chairman.
Yeah.
And if anybody was noticing the choppiness of that video, we're dealing with some internet issues here that we're working to resolve. So we're confident that we'll be able to resolve that momentarily. And just in a little bit, we're going to be joined live on Zoom by the People's Alderman, Jesse Todd.
Uhuru.
But before we do, we have a very special pre-recorded interview with Aisha Fields, Dr. Aisha Fields, the director of the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project.
Very exciting.
Yes.
Out in
So
Alabama.
that's right. And while we are watching this interview, we want to continue to encourage you to go to apedf.org/donate and make your stand of reparations to African people today. So let's take a look at this interview with Dr. Aisha Fields, the director of APEDF.
My name is Ona Zanea Shatella, and I'm the president of the African People's Education.
Uhuru. Okay, we're back. So while we work to get that video going, just want to continue to encourage people to donate. We're here on the Reparations 24-hour Reparations Telethon for Giving Tuesday. And we're very excited to be here at the Uhuru House here in North St. Louis. And we are currently in the midst of raising funds towards our matching fund of $5,000. So while we continue to make that happen, are we ready to go to our video now? Okay, let's take a look at Dr. Aisha Fields, the director of APEDF.
Uhuru, thank you so much for joining me. Dr. Aisha Fields, director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. We're just going to go ahead and get started here. So you're responsible for so many incredible programs. How did you first meet the Uhuru movement and get involved in APEDF?
Well, first, I just really want to appreciate the opportunity to participate in the telethon and salute you and all the other comrades who are responsible for organizing it. And I met the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, in 2005 when I had attended the 10th anniversary of the Million Man March. And I had gone looking for organization, looking for some kind of way forward. And while I didn't hear it from the platform of the many, many speakers who came, and I was really disappointed because I hoped that I would hear something from the platform that could win me to see where my place was in the movement for African liberation. The party was there. Nonetheless, the party had a table where the chairman and other comrades were there, distributing literature, selling chairman's books. And while wanting to be a part of the Uhuru movement. And I was invited to attend a plenary a couple months later, and it was there that I decided to join the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement, and from there, the African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru, as they say, all roads lead to Uhuru. That's a perfect example of it. So one of the important organizations that's part of the All African People's Defense and Empowerment Project is Project Black Ankh. Can you tell us about that organization and the work you're doing?
Well, APEDF, the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, was established by the party in 2007. And our goal overall as APEDF is to win African people with skills in education and agriculture and healthcare and other development related areas, to bring those skills into the African liberation movement under the leadership of the party, and to win Africans to the stance that our skills don't belong to us, but that they belong to the people, and that there's no better way to contribute our skills that we have than to contribute them under the leadership of the Uhuru movement. And so one of the programs that we've been working on for some time now, really establishing in this last period some traction around, is called Project Black Ankh. And that is the African Nations Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Response Organization. That is the organization under the leadership of APEDF, which is itself under the leadership of the party and the Uhuru movement, responsible for making sure that Africans are prepared for and able to respond when there are natural disasters anywhere that might impact us in the African world. And we know that this is incredibly important, especially right now, where we're really starting to see the effects of colonial climate change on the people of the world. And we know that as colonized people, Africans are incredibly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And so this program, this project, Black Ankh, is responsible for making sure that we know how to move, we know how to prepare ourselves and our families and our communities, and we can protect each other and support each other in the aftermath of natural disasters and other kinds of emergencies.
Uhuru, that's really good work. Incredibly urgent and needed, especially with the colonial crisis just getting worse and worse every year. So, Dr. Fields, you have said that African people are not suffering from a lack of charity, but from lack of self-determination and power over their own resources. Could you talk about this notion of charity and why the Uhuru movement calls for reparations and solidarity, not charity?
One of the most powerful, I think, understandings that the chairman has contributed to the world is the understanding that, Africa is not poor. Africa is being looted. African people are not poor. African people have been stolen from. And we've been separated from our resources. We've been separated from our land. We've been separated from each other. And if we understand that, then we know that to solve that problem means to unite African people. It means to unite African people with our resources. It means to unite African people with our land, which means that we would be in a position to do everything that we need to do for ourselves. We'd be able to produce life for Africa, and we'd be able to contribute to to what others around the world might need, especially in light of the fact that Africa is the richest continent on the face of the earth. So if we understand that, then to attempt to solve a political problem with charity, it doesn't make sense. Charity doesn't work. The only thing charity does is make the person who's giving the charity feel good about himself or herself. And it does not solve the problem that created the conditions for the person or the people to be, in the first place. So the call is for African people to have self-determination, for African people to have power over our own lives. And by extension, it is the call to the white world, to the white population, to the colonizer population, to not unite with colonialism and to unite with taking a stand for reparations, which would mean returning the stolen loot that creates the poverty that African people experience. So if you really want to solve the problem, then reparations is a stand that all white people have to take.
Uhuru, absolutely. That was really well put. If charity solved any of these problems, then they would have solved.
They'd be solved. They'd be solved by now.
Every problem would have been solved.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
So last question, why should people support the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and how can they do that? So
the African People's Education and Defense Fund is an incredible organization that has a proven track record of decades for building programs that address economic disparity, health in the African community. And APEDF has incredible leadership, visionary leadership in the form of our deputy chairwoman, Onizanea Shatella, who's the president of APEDF, and the chairman, Omalia Shatella, and incredible comrades and forces who work in the leadership and in the various departments of that organization to make sure that that we have, incredible projects like the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, and incredible economic development and other kinds of programs like the doula program that I was really honored to play a role in, and the vision for a united and liberated Africa and what it will take to bring that forward, and what a future for Africa and African people and the world's people can look like is embodied by the work of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, which gives us a glimpse into the future. So if there was any other organization that was doing the work of APEDF, I might say, let's look that way, but there's no other organization on the planet doing what APEDF does. And so we have to support it. And we could do that by supporting this telethon today, and by continuing to sow into the work of this organization moving forward. Check us out. Go to apedf.org for more information and give today through this incredible telethon.
Uhuru, Dr. Fields. Yes, you couldn't ask, and I don't think you can find better leaders than the leadership here, including yourself. Thank you so much for joining us and for helping us out on this telethon. And yes, go to apedf.org and support. So Uhuru,
comrade, thanks so much for having me.
Uhuru. That was a great interview with Dr. Aisha Fields.
Yes, so dynamic, and just the work of that Dr. Aisha Fields leads, especially building the Black Ankh, which is the African people's what do you call it? Emergency response system that we see what the Red Cross is what's called the Red Cross is a function of colonialism in Haiti and around the world. And this is African people's own emergency response system wherever African people are located around the world. And it's an amazing and brilliant, very visionary concept and plan. And based on the understanding, first of all, that Dr. Fields was talking about of climate change, particularly affecting colonized African people in Africa and in the Caribbean and other places, and building this program and based on the understanding that Africa is not poor.
Mhm.
That is a colonial trope, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
It is being looted, and the slogan that they use, that Africa and African people are being looted constantly, and that is the legacy and the ongoing reality of colonialism, the understanding of colonialism. So just the work that they do building this Black Ankh that APEDF does is so dynamic and really powerful work. Really want to salute the leadership of Dr. Aisha Fields.
Absolutely. I want to unite with that. And Chairwoman Penny, I just want to remind everybody who's watching, if you're watching on any of the platforms, whether it's here with us on Zoom, whether it's on youtube.com/Uhuru Solidarity, on Twitter, on Twitch, on Facebook, share, subscribe, like these videos, send them to your friends, text them the link, get more people to tune in and participate in this historic reparations telethon. And if you're watching on youtube.com/Uhuru Solidarity on our YouTube channel, subscribe to the Uhuru Solidarity Movement's YouTube channel. You'll get notifications. We do various live streams. We do webinars. We do teach-ins constantly on the subject of reparations and white solidarity with the African Revolution. So subscribe, follow us, be a part of this incredible movement for reparations to African people. And I want to say that we have currently raised $2,613, and remaining of our matching fund is $4,650. And I want to shout out Chairwoman Penny, who gave $250 towards this reparations telethon. Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny. And left to raise our $50,000 is $47,387. So $47,387 left to go. We're kicking off our end of the year fund drive today for APEDF, reparations to APEDF, the African People's Education and Defense Fund.
Uhuru. Uhuru. So say that amount again.
Okay.
That we're left.
So we're left with a mere $47,387.
A mere. Okay.
A mere, yes.
Great.
We know that money is out there. We can make
Yes.
this happen. Go to apedf.org/donate and start making your stand of reparations today.
Uhuru.
And we're going to be turning to a very exciting interview in just a minute here with a living legend of the movement here in St. Louis, Missouri, who's known around the world. I was very honored, as I know you were, Chairwoman Penny, to actually be there when he was sworn in as an alderman on the Board of Aldermen here in the city of St. Louis. And though he is currently not in that elected position at this time, he is known more importantly as the people's alderman. And that, of
Yes.
course, is none other than Jesse Todd. So I think we're ready to have, we'll have Jesse Todd joining us in just a few minutes.
Okay.
I would like to see if we can we go to the video about APEDF and the programs that we are raising funds for today on this reparations telethon. This is a fundraiser for the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So we want to show this great little video. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds long.
Great.
That gives you a little snapshot of what this incredible organization is all about. Power in the hands of the African community, self-determination for African people.
My name is Ona Zanea Shatella, and I'm the president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund.
The baddest nonprofit on the planet. We face colonial conditions everywhere we are that stem from a lack of political and economic power to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. Since 1994, APEDF has built community-based institutions that put economic, political, and cultural power into our own hands. We are creating our own solutions. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, Missouri. This African self-determination project reverses the verdict of colonialism that has ravaged and depleted our communities for generations. We are bringing North St. Louis back to life With the collective participation of the people, everyone has a sense of pride and can envision a prosperous future. This is what power in our own hands can do. APEDF is completing the St. Louis transformation to address all aspects of life for our future. This is a blueprint for our communities everywhere. We accomplish this with partners, community volunteers, and donors. By supporting APEDF, you can be part of the future for African people and all those seeking a world of justice where humanity can live in peace as one.
Come and support the baddest nonprofit on the planet, APEDF.
True. Into our interview now with the incredible People's Alderman, Jesse Todd. Do we have Comrade People's Alderman Jesse Todd with us?
Yes.
Uhuru.
Can you see my picture? I don't see my picture. I'm not sure.
Not yet. Not yet. Let's see if we can fix that.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're gonna get you on.
Okay.
Are you seeing something prompting you to turn on your video?
Start your video.
Yeah, let me see just a minute. It says okay, but it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
All right.
Oh,
So the host is going to unstop it now.
Okay.
And you will be able to turn on your video. We want to see the People's Alderman Jesse Todd. It truly would not be a reparations telethon without the presence of the
Comrade
Jesse
Thank
Todd.
you so much, comrades, for your kind words.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades.
All right, we're still waiting to see you. You're just take your time.
Okay, it's still saying the same thing. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
I think that's just a button to press.
Now we're not on Zoom anymore.
Oh no.
Now the telethon was shut down.
Oh no. It says it's Uhuru.
Uhuru, and we're back. Okay, a couple of glitches here, but we're rolling through it. We're making it happen. Reparations in real time. So
Yes.
do we still have People's Alderman Jesse Todd with us?
I don't think so.
We don't. Okay, we're going to work to
Can
get...
somebody call him. I might.
I do.
Let me see. Yeah. Oh, Jennifer gave a.
Okay, so while we're working on getting that resolved, we do want to shout out
Did we-
Jennifer.
Oh, KC gave 100.
We mentioned that one.
We did. Okay.
Yes, we want to salute Jennifer from the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Defense Committee, who put in $100. Jennifer. So that means, Penny, our new total is $2,963.
All right.
We're so close to 3,000, and we are so close to meeting our matching fund of $5,000.
So what is our goal for this segment? We want to get to 5,000?
Let's get to 5,000. Let's get to 5,000. I think we can do that. That's just two more people putting in $1,000 each, plus one person giving $47, $37, something.
$37.
Okay, we got $37 from Len Demmer in the room here. Uhuru Len.
I'll give 100.
We got 100 from James. Uhuru.
Oh, all
Okay,
right,
so
our
that means-
comrades who are here working really hard to make this telethon happen today.
Yes, and not even breaking a sweat. So we've only got $1,900 left to go to meet our goal for this segment of $5,000. So go ahead to apedf.org/donate. And it looks like Jesse Todd is rejoining us here on the Reparations Telethon. So we're very excited to have the People's Alderman, Comrade Jesse Todd, with us. Can you hear us, Jesse Todd?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
But it still says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. So,
It should be a goal for each segment. That's how you raise them.
Let's try again.
Okay, can you give that a try now, Comrade Jesse Todd?
Yes, I can, comrade. Okay, I hit okay, and let me.
There we go. Feeling good about this. There it is. All right.
Okay.
Uhuru.
Ahuru, comrades.
Uhuru. It is
Ahuru.
great to see you.
Ahuru.
Great to see you.
Uhuru, People's Alderman.
Yes.
So great to see you.
How,
And it's just great to have you on today.
how great to see you, Chairwoman Hess and Chairman Neville.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
And the community appreciates all you do, and all the members of the Solidarity Committee, as well as our friends on the Solidarity Committee. And when I use the word friends, I mean true friends, because that's what excites me so much about the whole Uhuru movement. It is such a genuine anti-colonial independent movement. So, you know, I could talk all day, but I'm gonna wait for the questions, because I know that I was asked, why did I join? So I will emphasize that, but also I know the Dred Scott, but I'll let the host and hostess guide me.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Well, I'll jump in here and just say, Jesse Todd, you are known as the People's Alderman. You were on the board of aldermen and were often the lone voice representing the interests of the African community, the African working class. Can you tell us a little bit about your history, the road that led you to the work that you do today as the People's Alderman, as a champion for the African community in North St. Louis and beyond?
Let me, first of all, start off by giving you my background. I was born in Mississippi on a plantation under segregation, and I came to St. Louis when I started working when I could walk and use my hands. I don't know how old I was. We didn't keep it with age, but the point is, then I came to St. Louis, and when I was 11 years old, then I was, actually homeless and on my own when I was 15. So 4 years after I got to St. Louis, and I joined the Black Power movement at 17 years old. That was the first time I joined the Black Power movement. And also I was either a member of every Black Power movement in St. Louis, as well as either I worked with or was a member of every Black Power movement, as well as the bourgeoisie Democratic Party movement. I was the Democratic Committee man, which is an elected position. It's called a machine. And it's a powerful position. In fact, at one time in St. Louis, it was more powerful than the alder people, because, but anyway, the point is I was elected 6 times, and I was treasurer for the St. Louis Democratic Party for almost 10 years. So, as well as in St. Louis, I'm a retired school teacher. I went to the University of Missouri, graduated from the University of Missouri with highest honors, as well as National Louis University with a master's degree. And so I taught school for more than 30 years, as well as being a principal. I've taught in the parochial schools, private schools, as well as public schools, but I retired from the St. Louis public school system. So that's basically a summary that prepared me for my background, as well as since this is a holiday season, of course, I'm a follower of Jesus Christ, who believed in strong change. And so I heard the chairman say that too, but I truly believe in that and many of the things. So the Uhuru movement, my experience in politics, as well as working in, I worked also in the steel mill, worked as a waiter at the richest country club in the city of St. Louis for a couple of years. And so I've had experiences and more experience in dealing with St. Louis than anyone else that I know of. So, and also I've been successful in it, dealing with it, because I've always been loyal to whatever causes that I've been a part of, and I've always believed in telling the truth, and also treating people right. For example, I practice even my religion and politics. It's always been about the people. It's always been, even in the Bible, love your neighbor, treating people fair. I always believed in that. I always worked against poverty, because we could talk about it in the Bible where it says Ecclesiastes, the 10th chapter, the 19th verse, where it says, money solve all problems. I'm just paraphrasing, and it says, do for the least of the others. And so when we were talking even about the Uhuru movement, when I found out that the Uhuru movement was about the working class, the poorest of the poor, I was highly impressed, because it aligned itself with my values, as well as my politics, as well as my religion. And when I say religion, I'm not talking about pie in the sky. I'm talking about something to guide me morally, more than something I'm a benefit from personally. Well, I benefit personally from it when it teaches me how to treat other people, but also I've been benefited from it, as well as I get as to the values that I hold, as far as being called the people's, as far as being the people's ultimate, meaning that long as I've ever been in politics, in the movement, or in the classroom, or whatever situation I've found myself in, are in the streets. No one in the city can ever say that I've ever put any kind of personal gains before them. And that's why I fell in love. I saw the Uhuru movement. It was love at first sight, because I could see the not only the sincerity, which is fine, and the principles, also I could see results. And it wasn't what they were saying, it was what they were doing. And then I looked at the burning spear, which I very professionally laid out, as well as when I saw the Huey Newton, which I worked with, brought the Panthers from East St. Louis to St. Louis, Missouri. I saw where he was passing the mantle to the chairman, and it was, and the chairman was reactivating the Black Power movement. I mean, that's an honorable thing to do, and that's why I'm here today. Is when I saw that the chairman has been working so tirelessly, along with the Central Committee and other leadership and the membership. He isn't doing it all by himself, of course, and the Solidarity Committee too has to be given a lot of credits. But the point is, when I saw that mantle being passed after having experience with the Panthers, and then he's been on the forefront of whether it be moved, the question of the bombing in Philadelphia, or the question of Fred Hampton being assassinated in Chicago, that impressed me with the Uhuru movement. Then I was so honored to meet the Uhuru movement when we were fighting for Keep 28, and that was Keep 28 was about stopping gentrification. It was because the African elected officials, who represent the African community, have allowed these buildings to deteriorate, and this is done on purpose. They can't say it's not done on purpose, because I've had what's called a Todd plan, which is a clear plan of how to keep these buildings from deteriorating, how to keep Africans in this community. And also I had a resolution passed for that when I was on the Central Committee, and some of the same people who were on the board with me sat on the Central Committee with me, so they knew about it then. The alder people and the alderman and our ward knew about it, because I had also brought it to his attention, and every African elected official in the city of St. Louis, because at one time we had what was called a Black elected official organization. So the point is, it's not like they don't know. It's not like we can't do it, because we do have the number. We had the numbers on the board, and still had the numbers. We had the numbers on what is called the board that determines spending, that controls the purse string, and the money is still not being allocated to keep the city from being gentrified. So, so the point is that after meeting the African People's Social Party and Uhuru movement, then I found I was asked if I thought the Uhuru movement, the African People's Social Party, and the Uhuru movement were the vanguard. Yes, because of the fact that the Uhuru movement was handed the banner. Chairman O'Malley was handed the banner by Hui, and he's carrying that banner well. So the point is that the Uhuru movement also is the only solution that we have that can solve not only the problems in this country or city of St. Louis, but in the whole world, because of the fact that it deals with the fact that we are in the Solidarity Committee, for example, today is independently collecting reparations so that we can take independent actions and not be controlled by some of the liberal people who control many of the civil rights organizations that have too much influence over them. So that's the only solution. And then getting our resources for our community like everybody else, and getting our resources for the continent of Africa like all other continents is what is supposed to happen. And with Africa being the richest continent on the earth, there is absolutely no reason for Africa to be as poor as it is. So the Burning Spear had also an influence on me, as well as how the Central Committee is composed of the African People's Social Party. Women are not in token positions. Women participation is at the center. It's not at the margin, and there's as many women as there are men. But also the important point of that is not like it's some kind of charity or favor. It is the African working class women are the most oppressed sector in the world, in any place we find in the world. And once the most oppressed sector is liberated, they will gain the most. They have the most to gain, and the African women have the most to lose if whenever there's been a time when African rights have been taken away. The best examples are when African men were given the right to vote during right after child slavery. African women weren't. But if African women had been at the center, then we may have not faced segregation, the deal that the Republicans and Democrats made in order to withdraw the troops and to have a reign of terror for more than 60 years. If African women had been there, because African women would have had a reason, more of a reason than anyone else to stop that from happening, because we would have had a stronger base, and that would have been the right thing to do. But also the reason I joined was to, with my experience, I joined because to try to make the road smoother and straighter and easier for the people that come after me. It's because I do bring some experiences. I bring some resources and experience of resources, but also I have connections and any information, any experiences, any resources, anything else that I have will be given to the Uhuru movement to help liberate the city. So that was the other reason I joined, because of the belief in the Uhuru movement. And on that point, I want to make sure that we understand that when we say and then with this Dred Scott resolution, which went before the Board of Alder people, It was a tremendous move. It was important because for ever since Garvey, then it goes to Robeson, Malcolm, and then on the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and all the other groups that were working in the interest of the African people. We've been under attack by the government that we pay taxes to. So the Dred Scott resolution stated the main point of it is that the best example was how our office was just raided, terrorized, tore up, and also some of the Solidarity members were actually kidnapped, held without warrants, and you're not supposed to do that. So the point of the Dred Scott resolution was to say for African people, we want the right, like the Constitution says, to when we are working for the betterment of our community, and then we don't want law enforcement has no reason to ever say anything to us. They have no reason to stop, question, be in our meetings, like in COINTELPRO, where they disrupted, where they have no business in our meetings, because the police, the law enforcement, whether it's police, anyone with arresting authority, I would use those words. Only time they're supposed to come in contact with the citizens is when they have evidence or suspect with evidence, not an assumption, that there's a crime being committed, and they have enough evidence that that crime is being committed that they can get a warrant. Not that they suspect you're a criminal or something, and even though we aren't criminals, but even the person who they say is a criminal or breaking the law, unless they have enough evidence and have tangible evidence, they're not supposed to even come in contact with the citizens. That's why that Dred Scott resolution is so important, because it is asking that we be able to freely organize so we can change our community, so we can improve our quality of life, so we can change and elect people to office that will represent our interests, so that we can continue with the program. We have more than 50 programs, continue with the program so that we can feed ourselves, clothe ourselves, house ourselves, provide medical care for ourselves. For example, there's supposed to be enough children dying every year to fill 15 kindergarten classrooms. That is genocide. When you attack a group, attack us, when we are doing something to save lives, to reduce crime, to reduce gun violence, to reduce everything that this society and this community say they want to do, we are doing it for our community, then we're the ones being attacked. That's why I joined. That's why that's why I started off as a basic member, and that's why I took out a lifetime membership, because I'm gonna stand up for this community. I'm gonna stand with the Uhuru movement. I'm gonna stand up for what's right for the rest of my life. That's why they call me the People's Alderman, because I have a history of more than 50 years of standing, almost 60, of standing right with the community through thick and thin, and not one person in St. Louis can ever say, they may disagree with me, but there's not one person can ever say that I didn't stand with the community over personal gains.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Uhuru.
I just want to really appreciate you and just your recounting of all the work that you have done and stood for. And I just salute your courage for being literally a voice for the African working class and a voice of integrity on a board in a city and county where it seems like almost every week there's another person, another politician indicted or sent to jail or being exposed for some criminal acts that enrich themselves at the expense of the African working class that is very, very impoverished here. This is the city of the Delmar Divide, the incredible poverty of the north side face to face with the whole Tower Grove and Forest Park areas of the white community, just side by side right there. And you have stood out and publicly stood with the Uhuru movement as a member, openly, and representing the 18th Ward of the African working class in the Board of Aldermen. So you are just forever the people's alderman. We just really, really appreciate you so much.
Chairwoman Hess,
yeah.
thank you for your kind words. But also, I would like to say, as far as the indictments, we've had 5. I've sat on the board in 4 years with 5 people in St. Louis indicted for corruption. The same people.
Yes.
Some of the same people that was talking about the poor people don't need any money.
Right.
They don't need it. They were, all of them were charged with, and they pleaded guilty. Some, they said they did it. They were charged and they said they did it for money and they were making money. I don't, you know, that's the thing, is that these same people who supposed to be representing the interests of the community, they're the ones giving big business people, and I watched them do it, give big business people money. And then when it comes to poor people, part of the TIE plan says eliminate poverty. They say people don't need poverty eliminated, but here's a person with money coming in. They're up there now in prison for the same thing. So I said 5, but there are actually 6 people that sat on the board with me were indicted. One of them, it wasn't in the paper, but another alder person resigned for using his campaign funds, and he went to prison for his personal use. So that's the kind of, but they wanted to pressure me and slander me,
Yes,
and threaten me to try to go along and corrupt me. But so yes, but I had to give the Uhuru movement credit too. And not only it's good to have a support group, a very principled support group that I was pledged to be accountable to. So whenever my decisions were made, I made them for the community, and I consider, even though we're not in the same ward, we are in the same community, because I don't limit myself to the 18th ward, even though it was, as far as I know, in St. Louis, it had never been done before, where an alder person went outside of his or her ward, the ward that we represented, and stood with the people, the people's people, the African People's Socialist Party and the IPEDF and the Solidarity Committees. I just haven't seen it in St. Louis, because usually when they get in, they'll say one thing, my experience, 100% of the time, and then once they get in, they change, flip over on you. So anyway, I appreciate, let me say this from the bottom of my heart, and I'm gonna stop. I appreciate the Solidarity Committee, what you're doing today, committees, as well as all of the members of the Solidarity Committee, because this is what it's going to take to turn this city around, to turn this world around. There's no other way that it's going to happen until we tell the truth, and nothing but the truth. And so, as they say in the Bible again, know the truth. I'm paraphrasing, the truth to make you free. But that's the only way we're going to ever get free, is to know the truth. And that's how we're going to get and tell the truth. And then we will be a free society and have a better place and a better environment, and all that climate change and all the other problems we have will be solved with people like you, Chairman Neville and Chairwoman Hess. That's how it's going to be solved, and the members of the Solidarity Committee.
Uhuru, Alderman, Comrade Alderman, Jesse Todd, just so great to have you on. Thank you so much for coming on this telethon today, and we're going to be here all day and all night. So, you know, if you want to come on again, let us know, and we'll be here.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to come on, and this has been such an honor to be around the Solidarity Committee and all the members who are so sincere. It really gives me a lot of hope that we have a bright future, because before I met the Solidarity Committee, you know, I was like I felt like a voice of war, just trying to do whatever I could do. while I'm here. But this gives me a lot of hope for the world. So keep on working. We're gonna win this
Thank
thing.
you, and as you know, it's the leadership of Chairman O'Malley Ishatella that
That's
organized this, and very powerful.
Exactly.
you
We
so
can't say
much.
enough about the chairman. The chairman is, I mean, he's beyond. There will never be another chairman. Let me just say that.
And
So true.
People's Alderman Jesse Todd, before you head off, I just want to let you know people are tuning in. They're very inspired by your words. We are doing this Reparations Telethon to raise funds for the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And our goal for this segment is $5,000. We have so far raised $3,125. And we want to thank Eugene, who was inspired by Alderman Jesse Todd's words and put in $25. So uhuru to Eugene. So that means that Eugene went to apedf.org/donate, and remaining for this segment is $1,875. And the last question we wanted to ask you, Alderman Jesse Todd, you've been there every step of the way with the Black Power Blueprint here in St. Louis, the opening of the basketball court, you were there. Even the Uhuru Solidarity Center grand opening, you were there. You've always been there supporting APEDF, supporting the Black Power Blueprint and the Uhuru movement's political and economic programs here in the city of St. Louis. Do you have any words for our viewers today about why it is so important to support APEDF and the programs here in North St. Louis in particular?
I think it's important that the viewers support APEDF because number one, what it does is it saves lives. It sets an example of an alternative to the to the charity type programming, and we will see many changes occur because the MPDM and the African People's Socialist Party will be able to speak and act independently to make real changes. So it will make the city, country, and the world safer, as well as it will also save taxpayers money. It will end up stopping some of the propaganda about crime and some of the other things, and it will save lives. So it is important to, because we need to not only talk, we need to show an alternative. We need to have a clear alternative to the different problems created by the system. And what the Solidarity Committee does is it helps to keep the African People's Social Party and the PDM independent, and that allows us to educate and gain control, continue to improve the quality of life of us, of the community, and make it more beautiful, as well as show this example that even though the government money is our money, that we are able to do it without charity, and what we do is effective. And what we would do is we would be able to, for example, the war, Ukraine, whether it be Ukraine, whether it be right now in Palestine or any other place, we would be able to take our money and use that money to improve our quality of life instead of wasting it. But the only way to the Uhuru movement can do that is that we have supporters like the ones that are listening now. That is one way, because of the fact that the money that the many of our listeners have come directly from the exploitation, is reparations being paid back. So so it's not like, it's not charity, it's reparation being paid back, so that we can heal the wounds that this society has caused to not only Africans, but as well as the other races and ethnic groups that benefit from our exploitation in the past and currently. So it's important that the listeners contribute some of the money that that they're getting. And with this being a holiday, this certainly, you know, a holiday season, I certainly hope that the listeners give and also defer some of the gratification that goes on in this society.
Uhuru. Thank you, People's Alderman Jesse Todd. We so appreciate you being with us today on the Reparations Telethon. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru. Thank you
Uhuru.
so much.
Thank you.
People's Alderman Jesse Todd.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. So that was a really powerful interview, Chairwoman Penny. And our segment here is coming to a close. We're going to be turning it over to comrades Len and Brendan, who will be taking over as the MCs in just a few minutes. But we do want to take just a couple more minutes to talk about why you should go to apedf.org/donate and contribute reparations to the African People's Education and Defense Fund.
Well, we're responsible to raise $5,000 in this segment, and we are behind, and we need everybody. Let me see what the total is of where we are. We need to raise $1,875 more, and so that could be 4 people.
All right, how
Do some math here.
18 people doing $100 each, plus
18.
one person doing 75.
Okay, so we need
Let's
that.
start with that.
We need that. We are raising $50,000 today. So this would be the first segment. We need to raise that 10%.
Let's do it.
And we have to get there today. So we need some people to be putting in to uhurusolidarity.org.
apedf.org. That's okay. apedf.org/donate. If you want to become a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which we also encourage you to do, you can go to uhurusolidarity.org. But for today's goal, go to apedf.org/donate. And we want to let you know APEDF is a 501c3 nonprofit. So your contributions are tax deductible. So go ahead to apedf.org/donate. And what we are going to be hearing about later today, especially from our incredible primetime segment, where we'll be hearing from and interviewing Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella and Chairman Omali Shatella, is this powerful program called the African Independence Workforce Program. We're going to be hearing all about that. It's an incredible vision. It has a slogan, "Our labor, our future." The African labor, the future of African people. And it's something that is being put forward as a response to an anti-colonial solution to the negative parasitic economic impact of this colonial prison system on the lives of African people. And that is, of course, a very deep thing that we can talk about extensively and will be throughout this telethon today. But we want you to know that that is one of the programs that is high up on the agenda for APEDF in this coming period. And that is what you are supporting when you go to apedf.org/donate. This workforce training and development program that is not just about making it possible for African people coming out of the prison system to get jobs, but is actually about African people coming into an anti-colonial economy in which they have the capacity to contribute towards the development and upliftment of the entire African community, which is, again, the complete negation of what this colonial economy was set up to do, and not including, but not limited to, what happens in these colonial prisons.
Uhuru, yes. And I do want to say that this is here where the Uhuru House is. There is a strip of different buildings and programs led by the APEDF, and some of them are Black Star Industries, that are transforming this neighborhood, which was deeply impoverished, consciously impoverished by this city.
Right.
That's why it was so important that we had the People's Alderman Jesse Todd on, because this city has had program after program for many, many, many decades to consciously starve the African community of resources whatsoever, and to drain what resources they had into the city. It's a hideous colonial situation. So when we see here on West Florissant Avenue on the north side of St. Louis, this was an area that it was deeply, deeply in poverty. Businesses that had been here decades before were gone, were crushed. There are so many abandoned homes and buildings and just falling down, and all of that was part of many different programs that this city had to consciously, as we said, starve this community. And I hope we can talk about that more. But to see this beautiful Uhuru House, the Kwabaha, a meeting place, the center, of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. And this building was condemned.
Right.
There's no floor, no, half the walls were gone. And it was beautifully, beautifully rebuilt. And across the street is the community garden and an outdoor event space. And I know we're going to see more of that, as well as down the street a little bit further is the beautiful, beautiful Black Power Vanguard's basketball court. So just dynamic, bright red, black and green.
Yes.
It's really, really beautiful. And then right next to that is the housing, a fourplex housing, beautifully remodeled to be used for the African Independence Workforce Program, which is going to train Africans who have been ensnared in this colonial prison economy of the U.S. government, who are coming out of that prison system to be able to rejoin the African community in such a humane and powerful way, to train people with various different, marketable skills under this colonial system. And, the ability to be able to have a time where they can live in this apartment building where there are 4 beautiful, beautiful apartments, and they can undergo training and see, how to re-enter the African community that has power in its own hands. And then a little bit further down this strip is the site where the Uhuru Wakalia Women's Center and Health Center is going to be, and so much more, and a little, about a mile or so from here is the incredible the Uhuru Jiko Kitchen and Cafe, where Uhuru Foods and Pies is going to be relocating to its national center there. So there is nothing like this program called the Black Power Blueprint.
That's
nothing
right.
like it
Nothing.
anywhere. This is true political and economic power in the hands of African people, just building. And this is what the reparations go to. This is what it goes to. It's not a secret. It's not, it's not undercover. Everything is accountable. You can go on to blackpowerblueprint.org, I think it is, that tells you how much each project is going to cost or did cost. And, it's incredibly transparent. That's what this is about. And that's why it's so important that you give today. This is turning over. This is a powerful stand of reparations to actual programs and political power in the hands of the African working class. Beautiful to see.
Yes. So go ahead to apedf.org/donate. And as we transition to the next segment, we're going to look at a quick 90-second video about the work of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. I want to thank you, Chairwoman Penny. I know we'll be back up here in just a little bit, but we've got some great interviews and segments coming up. So thank you all for tuning in to the 24-hour reparations telethon. Are we on the second hour now? So we're 2 or 3 hours in. We're making it happen. apedf.org/donate. So let's take a look at the work of APEDF.
Yes, we're out here, comrades. Great to be here.
My name is Ona Zanea Shatella, and I'm the president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund.
The baddest nonprofit on the planet. We face colonial conditions everywhere we are that stem from a lack of political and economic power to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. Since 1994, APEDF has built community-based institutions that put economic, political, and cultural power into our own hands. We are creating our own solutions. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, Missouri. This African self-determination project reverses the verdict of colonialism that has ravaged and depleted our communities for generations. We are bringing North St. Louis back to life with the collective participation of the people. Everyone has a sense of pride and can envision a prosperous future. This is what power in our own hands can do. APEDF is completing the St. Louis transformation to address all aspects of life for our future. This is a blueprint for our communities everywhere. We accomplish this with partners, community volunteers, and donors. By supporting APEDF, you can be part of the future for African people and all those seeking a world of justice where humanity can live in peace as one.
Come and support the baddest nonprofit on the planet, APEDF.
Uhuru. Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Aquaba Hall here in North St. Louis. Want to shout out Chairwoman Penny and Chair Jesse for holding down the fort for the first 2 hours and doing a great job. And thank everybody who's listening and everyone who's contributed so far.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this has really just been so exciting, and just really glad to be up here with Comrade Brendan today. And we are joined here by Fofi Alkibulon, who is a long-term member of the African People's Socialist Party. Yeah, Fofi, we're really excited to have you here today. Just if you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Which part? I am honored to be here. I want to thank my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshatella, Deputy Chair Onzine Yeshatella, Comrade Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Dr. Aisha Fields.
Absolutely.
Uhuru.
Well, Fofi, you're the coordinator of Project Black Ankh. Can you tell us a little bit, basically, what is Project Black Ankh and what's the mission?
Okay, to start off, to even say anything about Black Ankh, you need to know that it is one of the projects under All African People Development and Empowerment Project, which is APEDF. Dr. Aisha Fields is the director, and the mission of APEDF, which was started in 2007 by Chairman Omali Yeshatella of the African People's Socialist Party, is for agriculture, education, and healthcare of the African people, not just here in the United States, but around the world, internationally. APEDF has been involved in different missions in Sierra Leone and other parts of Africa, dealing with Ebola, rainwater, birthing of African babies that were dying, like ants. So we've got a history. Now, Project Black Ankh goal is to go out, evaluate, educate, and get volunteers for these different projects. Now, Project Black Ankh is the healthcare portion. What we do is we go out and we get skilled workers with the careers that have gone to school, and we bring them into APEDF, letting them know that their skills are not theirs. They really belong to the African community, and they should always give back, always give back. So with us, it is the medical people. Well, actually, it's volunteers, it's graphic designers, it's computer operations. Healthcare is being misrepresented.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Red Cross.
Oh,
And you
absolutely.
the Red Cross is not gonna come in our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
They just not gonna do it. So what Black does, our goal is to train the community to take the power of their health into their own hands with trainings like CPR, stop the bleed, first aid, hot and cold weather disasters, survival skills, earthquakes, tornadoes, floods, fires, bites, and stings.
Absolutely.
So over the next few months, we will be offering and doing these trainings.
It's basically like community first responder
Exactly.
kind of stuff. That's amazing. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's really amazing. Yeah, and I know just recently you had like a CPR training, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a compression and shock.
Wow.
It wasn't a complete CPR for medical people. It was a CPR training for people just on the street. If you see somebody hurt and there's nobody around, you can learn how to do CPR and at least keep them alive until, somebody arrived. And within the response usually takes about 8 minutes for the fire department to come. In those 8 minutes, a person is brain dead. So the idea is to do the compressions to keep the blood circulating.
Right.
So that was what that class was for.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing and really important, especially because of the colonial conditions that African people face. It's important to have those skills. And because in speaking of that, Project Black Ankh really does play such an important role. And why is it so urgent that the African community has an organization like Project Black Ankh?
Well, due to the colonial climate problem that colonialism has created, most of the devastation is in the poor, desolate areas where African people and other indigenous people live, and they have no way of saving themselves. Most of the death toll is of our people.
Right.
So if they have a little bit of education on their side, they don't have to wait, or we don't have to watch these landslides and the floods and the fires just devour our communities. So just a little bit of education makes a whole lot of difference in our lives.
And I think you've been really touching on it. But Project Black Ankh has been described as the African community's Red Cross. Can you explain what that means?
That means that by us training, that we can't be everywhere.
Right.
We can't be everywhere. We don't have the questions and the answers to everything. But what we can do is take what we know and teach the community how to save themselves.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because Katrina, that's just one word. And what happened there. And the United States refused to let Cuba come in and help.
Right. Yeah.
So we have to save ourselves.
And these disasters are happening more and more often.
More and more, yes.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
we can't depend on somebody else to save our lives when we can do it with a little education in our own hands.
Yeah.
With the feet on the ground and doing the work. And sure people know.
Yeah, that's really just so important, and just really salute all of the work that that you're leading in Project Black Ankh, along with Dr. Aisha Fields. And what are some ways that people can support Project Black Ankh?
Well, if you go to all African People's Development and Education and Empowerment Project on the website.org, you can go there and you can put in, you can donate. Every donation will be used to educate your brothers and sisters and even you. If you're interested in becoming a member to find out how you can help, because there's room for everybody to do something. If you do nothing but know how to use the phone, you can go there. Is APEDF, AAPDEP.org.
We make sure we get that website in the chat. Oh, and then I did get an update, new donation from Daniel for $100. So
All right, Daniel.
and so the new total, $3,225 raised just in these first 2
Yes.
hours.
Yeah.
So
And our goal is to get to 5,000. So, make sure you go to, before we go to our next segment. So make sure you go to apedf.org/donate. And, I know I'm really inspired by everything that you're talking about, Fofi. The African community, needs the return of their resources. And, especially as white people, it's really our responsibility to return those stolen resources and to make sure we, pay reparations. I mean, this is a reparations telethon. So apedf.org/donate.
Yeah.
well, Fofi, thank you so much for joining us. And just a little sneak peek, Fofi is also an incredible revolutionary poet, and she will be displaying some of her talents here in about 15 to 20 minutes. So Fofi will be back on performing some revolutionary poetry.
Yes.
And coming up, we have another incredible interview for you. But right now, thank you so much, Fofi.
Thank you for giving me this space.
Absolutely. So, uhuru.
Thank you,
Uhuru.
Fofi. Uhuru. All right.
Okay.
So that was just really, really incredible. And it's so great to have Fofi here in person in St. Louis at the Uhuru House at Quabbah Hall. And make sure you stick around because Fofi will be, having some poetry, performing some poetry in a little bit. So that's really important. And it's going to be awesome as usual. So we are moving into another interview. And this will be an interview with the Director of Communications for the African People's Socialist Party, Akile Anai, along with DJ Eddie, who is the station manager of Black Power 96, fresh out of St. Petersburg, Florida, Black Power 96. So let's see if those comrades are up. All right. Uhuru.
There they are.
All
Uhuru
right.
comrades.
Uhuru, guys.
How are things going there in St. Pete?
Oh, we're getting a little chilly here.
Chilly.
It's a little cold.
Like 60 degrees?
That's funny.
53.
Right, 53%
Oh.
on it. Yes, it's cold.
That's
That's
right.
true.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for being here. It's always just such a pleasure to see you both and to just get to talk a little bit more about this really important institution, which is really the ideas and the ideas in the streets. So I just want to start off by asking you, Director Akile, what is Black Power 96 and how long has it been in operation?
Uhuru. So before I answer this question, because a lot of what I'm going to say has, is the responsibility and the leadership, that came from Chairman Amali Ishitela and Deputy Chair Onezene Ishitela. And Black Power 96 Radio WBPU 96.3 FM is a project of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And I really want to salute this Reparations Telethon, which is raising resources for APEDF and the projects of the Black Power Blueprint, and to recognize that all of these projects are a part of the Black Power Blueprint, all the way in St. Petersburg, Florida, the Uhuru House, the Jico Kitchen, Uhuru Pies, and this radio station, this institution right here, all a part of the same objective of seizing political and economic power in the hands of the African community. And when we talk about media and communications for the African community to have a platform to be able to articulate our own stories, our own interests, and, to be able to have the presentations and, speeches of Chairman Amali Ishitela and other revolutionaries, in throughout history, being able to be aired on this radio station, the talent, the cultural talent that comes from African people, stolen from African people, and commodified by colonial capitalism, and sold all throughout the world, where Africans do not ever see any of the resources that come from the talent and the genius. All of this is now concentrated, being turned over back into our own apparatus in the form of Black Power 96 Radio. And, we've been carrying out that mission for 7 years now, going on 8. We flipped the switch in February of 2017 when we officially went live And this was an extension of something that had been worked on for years inside, the Uhuru movement, which was Uhuru Radio. And this, transitioned into an actual FM radio station in the form of Black Power 96 Radio. So this is an institution of dual and contending power, again, where the African community is able to exercise its right to anti-colonial free speech, and again serves as a venue to train African people in radio broadcasting, engineering, all the skills that's concentrated here. It's an incredible institution, and again part of this Black Power blueprint that's taking over, taking the world by storm. So Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you for that, Director Akile. And Mr. Eddie, I know Akile touched on this quite a bit, but what does this radio station mean to the community in St. Pete?
Well, I think it's very important that we have a radio station such as Black Power, because it means a lot to African people, not only here, but everywhere, because this station is not only broadcast locally, it's broadcast across the country and around the world. Mm-hmm. So it means a lot to a lot of African people that don't get what they need to be getting. And that's the sounds of like we said, of Chairman Amalia Satella, leading the way, being a leader of revolution. And so African people and most of us have just been led in one direction, and that's the direction of the colonial system and the colonizer and the oppressor. That's the only way we've been led. So the way to combat that is to have shows like Amalia Satella and to have shows like yours, Reparations in Action, and this webinar. We have to get the message out to African people, no matter where we do it, here in St. Petersburg, St. Louis, or St. Petersburg, Russia, wherever African people are, that's where we need to be. And that's the importance of having a radio station, so we can broadcast what we need to broadcast for our people to know exactly what they need to know. And education is vital. And so we need to do that here at this radio station. That's what we send out.
Yes, and if I quickly can add, and Mr. Eddie knows, he gets all these stories all the time, but, I'll walk into shops and, people will say, you're from the radio, from Black Power 96, and they'll, I've had sisters say, I listen to Mr. Eddie in the morning just to get me going so I can go clock in to work, this, and when these attacks were made on our radio station, which we'll talk about in just a second, something like, what was it, like over 500 people who signed a petition, to reinstate resources back to this station, came, knocked on this door and signed their names, on this petition in defense of this radio station. So vital. It, is not only doing the things that, Mr. Eddie, has just laid out, but it's exempled in the way the people, respond to, this station. It belongs to them, and they've taken the responsibility for it. It's their station.
Yes.
Right. Yes, that's a really, really powerful. And Mr. DJ Eddie, you are a bit of a local celebrity there, and also here in St. Louis. But you are this longtime station manager of Black Power 96, and I know on other programs that we've had, you've spoken a bit about this. But we want to let people know, how did you become affiliated with Black Power 96?
Well, somebody told me that this station was on the air. It's a new station in town, and I heard about it. And so I wanted to come to be a DJ. I sung for many years downtown in St. Petersburg, Florida, on the streets with a pillow and a guitar, performing for 35 years. And in that last 35 year, in 2017, I always say 19, I'm so old. 2017, I actually asked God, Lord, I can't keep singing out here on the streets. Then a little bit after that, I heard about this radio station. So I said, well, maybe I can be a DJ, because that's something I wanted to do. And so God just opened up this venue for me. And I came, and they said, you're blind? I say, yes, I'm blind. He said, do you know what you are doing? Yes, if you give me a chance and an opportunity, I can show you that I can do this. And so, long story short, I came in and became a DJ, and I started playing music. And the listener fan base wasn't there, but that did not discourage me, because I just knew this was the place for me. It was a place that God had opened up a vision for me. And I took that vision and I said, I'm going to do this. And I continued to just promote this station and put out the word, what's going on. In 2019, we had COVID hit, and I was so proud to be able to put out the word to my Black people and African people everywhere. Wash your hands more than 20 seconds. This is where you need to go for this information. You can find food over here. The buses are running free for the next 3 months. We ran those type of PSAs hour on the hour so that our Black community can know what they need to know. This is what's been held back from the African community, the know-how, the health, the education. Yeah. And so that's why, I'm pretty much here, and I love what I'm doing, and I would have it no other way. Only death can do me apart from Black Power.
And you've been an incredible, that's an incredible story, and you've been such an incredible part of building that radio station and turning it into what it is today, and which today it's being attacked by the Pinellas County Commission, Director Akile. The Pinellas County Commission voted to revoke $37,000 in funding that had been approved the year before. Black Power 96 has been leading a public fight back against yet another state attack on the African community. Can you talk a little bit about this, and are there any updates that you can share?
Absolutely. Yeah, in November of last year, this was last year, Black Power 96 Radio put in for a grant for $37,000 for, upgrades and equipment, for the station. And it was approved by the sitting Pinellas County Commission at the time in November. And then in February, after a shift in the Pinellas County Commission body, in February, they met and they held this slanderous meeting where there wasn't even on the agenda a discussion about the resources, and Black Power 96. So it was a surprise type of meeting, and they did not invite APEDF and Black Power 96 to be a part of any discussion. They slandered APEDF and the Uhuru movement, as a whole, and it was a part of the coordinated attacks being made by, by the Uhuru movement, APEDF, and the various institutions by the U.S. government and the FBI. And we know that in the same month, Regions Bank was collaborating with the FBI in shutting down APEDF accounts, personal accounts, as well as Chase Bank. And so this was a part of that same effort. So they revoked previously awarded grant funds of $37,000. And then APEDF also applied for and put in a grant of something like around $60,000 for a backup generator, and for the St. Peter Uhuru House, which would include being able to keep the station on air in case of power outages, which is extremely frequent here in the state of Florida due to storms, but especially in this particular area in the historic African South Side community. And as well as keeping our kitchen, with power so that, none of the food supplies or anything gets spoiled. So that was for a backup generator. This application was ranked 4th out of 55 applications. It was ranked very highly, and it was being recommended for funding. And in a similar type of process, the Pinellas County Commission, voted to basically take APEDF off of the recommendations list and to allocate those funds to other $1 million projects, that were being requested. So more than $100,000 actually was stolen from APEDF. And as a consequence, first of all, I mentioned the petition drive. We immediately started, right after, and just in a week, we had over 700 petition signatures, and most of those came from people on the ground. We had organizers, we had organized people, listeners, business owners who, do underwriting support, artists, and those who have benefited from the experience they've gained inside Black Power 96, who all came together and attended these open Pinellas County Commission sessions to voice, their discontent with the determinations that had been made to revoke these resources. And shortly after, we began the process of filing a lawsuit against the Pinellas County Commission. So APEDF has officially filed this lawsuit with attorney Luke LaRoe, and, suing them for, the denial of the right of freedom of speech, freedom of association, and, on the basis of discrimination. No other organization received the same scrutiny or anything, so it's very obvious that this is a part of the state attacks. It's very obvious that this is an attempt to bleed the African community of any resources, these resources that do not belong to them, stolen resources of African people that rightfully belong to us, that we have to jump through hoops for to even be able to be, approved, qualified, etc. And now, they are trying to take these resources on the same basis, that they're trying to lock comrades in prison by attacking the rights of African people being of exercising, freedom of speech, which includes APEDF has the right to exercise and to associate with whomever it wishes to associate with. And so yeah, we're taking them to court. We're suing them.
Did they even give any real reason? I mean, it's just taking it.
Yeah, they had to come up with a lot of different explanations. They had to cover themselves. They can't say we're attacking you because you're Black and because we don't like what you say. They can't say that, but that's effectively what it's about. So
right, because the party is the vanguard party, so they can't say that. But
right.
But just like the track record of the African People's Socialist Party for over 50 years is that the party and the African Revolution can't be stopped, and African people fighting for self-determination are not going to be stopped. So I just really salute your leadership, Director Akile, and of course Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Onezene Yeshitela, the president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Just really salute all of you for really just pushing forward and not letting colonialism stop the party from fighting. It's really inspirational, and I know Brendan agrees with me, but I'm just really, really honored to be able to have this conversation with both you and DJ Eddie today.
Absolutely.
And another question that we have, and this is really important because this is how people can support Black Power 96. But can you both talk about any upcoming events that Black Power 96 has, and how else can people support the station?
Who you want to take it?
No.
Okay.
Because that's something okay. I can after you.
Yes. Okay. So first of all, I want to really encourage people to download the Black Power 96 radio app. Download the app. As Mr. Eddie said, this is not just a station, for the African community in St. Pete. It belongs to the entire African world, and you can tune in to Black Power 96 by downloading that app for Apple or Android. You can listen to, the world's best blind DJ, the speeches of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Malcolm X, and so much more. And again, the brilliance, the talent of the African community, you can hear it all on Black Power 96. So download that app. Secondly, on December 2nd, there is going to be a walkathon, a get out that bed, walk for Black Power 96. It's a 5K that we'll be doing this Saturday at the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida. So if anybody is in this area, the Tampa Bay area, come on out to 1245 18th Avenue South in St. Petersburg, Florida, December 2nd at 10 a.m. We will be walking for Black Power, and you can learn more information at blackpower96.org/walkathon. And in February, it will be the annual membership drive for Black Power 96 Radio. So stay tuned for announcements regarding that. We always have a really exciting concert lineup and things like that. So again, stay tuned. Go to blackpower96.org for your information. And again, download that app, Black Power 96.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
No, I was going to just say touch on that walkathon. I didn't want to say too much because it's kind of an idea that Director Akile come up with, but we're going to have a good time. And again, she said how to register. Go to blackpower96.org/walkathon, and also you can do the same by donating to Black Power 96 by using that same website, blackpower96.org/donate.
Uhuru, you can also support today by going to apedf.org/donate. So
Yeah.
Black Power 96 is a program of APEDF, and let's make sure we get that the information for that walkathon this coming weekend in the chat. And I strongly encourage everybody in St. Pete, or if you feel like making the trip out to St. Pete, to go out there and support.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yes.
a little walk it'd be good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
walk for freedom.
Yes.
Uhuru.
Absolutely.
And donate today, apedf.org/donate. Make your contributions. This reparations telethon is raising these needed resources, these attacks being made on the African community. You know, the chairman has said, not one step backwards. We will not let them succeed in drying up and economically strangling this organization that's been fighting for and providing these services and transforming the lives of African people. So apedf.org/donate. Make your contribution today. You know, forward African self-determination.
Yes.
Thank
And
you so much.
I'm going to go ahead and donate $25 today, Brandon.
All right.
You guys, so I can do that today.
Thank you, DJ Eddie. Uhuru. Well, thank you both so much for being a part of the 5th annual Reparations Telethon. Yeah, just really appreciate you being on here and talking with us about Black Power 96.
Uhuru.
Right. Uhuru. Vanguard up.
Vanguard up. And so, you know, let's go ahead and get to $5,000 in this segment. Right now we have just about 1,750 thanks to DJ Eddie's contribution, $1,750 left to go before we reach our first milestone in this 24-hour reparations telethon of $5,000.
Uhuru, we can do it. We can do it, and I know we will.
Yes.
And now, bringing up one more time, revolutionary poet, Fofit Alkebalan, and we'll give you the stage.
Yes.
Thank you, comrades. I'm going to stand. Is that okay? Okay. This is the poem that I wrote for the VIB 15th Annual Black March on Washington, D.C., and I never gave the name of it, but it's called Black Palestine. My name is Fofit. I hear poetry with 2 feet on earth and 2 feet in spirit. I'm a stolen African woman born on stolen indigenous land, and my DNA is under siege every day. We accept spoon-fed lies and broken promises from our oppressors. Laws created to keep any hint of humanity out of our reach. How many dead mothers, fathers, and children will we continue to count? Our property destroyed and stolen against our will. We keep adding dates and times to prove our destruction in history. Keep tracks of the horrific things done to us, and that's too many. We must be free by any means necessary. We hear and see these things going on across the world because becoming frustrated and angry of what continues to happen too much, too often, and too many times, only to the colonizers by the colonized. The frustration of having our hands tied is overwhelming. Chairman O'Malley said we must make revolution where we are located, and we're located around the world. We can't be everywhere, but we can be where we are. We must unite for something or fall for anything, but not now, not today, and not tomorrow. This poem sounds like it was written about Palestine, Africans and Africa, Cuba, the original indigenous people, the Congos, Azania, South Africa, Haiti, Indonesia, Afghanistan. That's just to name a few, and that's too many. Everywhere on this earth has been infected with colonialism. We must unite against the colonial cancer and take back our lives, our land, our family, our property. Colonialism is robbing our children of their future as it has robbed us and stolen our past. I cannot speak of I can only speak for myself. I am sick and really freaking tired of feeling helpless. Do you know it's against the law to speak of our own freedom and liberation? We must unite to claim the liberation of the world. Chairman said, let's go hard. Let's go hard. Let's go hard. And we did. November 4th in Washington, D.C., 2023. Drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. Fist up. Fist up. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And you know, nobody will give us our freedom. We must take an active role in the world's liberation. My comrade Jason said, take an active role in Black Power or sit down and get out the way. Now, this is coming to you from your Uhuru revolutionary poet, 4 feet. Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so much, 4 feet. So
that was really, really awesome. Always just so incredible, so talented. Thank you so much, 4 feet, for that. All right, so let's see, moving on to, so we're going to talk about a little bit, remind you, not that you need to be reminded, but, remind you why you should support the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So if we could pull up that PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint, thank you.
All right. Momentarily. Oh.
Nice kid back there.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a spoiler. What's to come. Oh.
So while we're waiting, you can head to apedf.org/donate and, make sure you make that contribution, help us reach our goal of $50,000 for this year's 24-hour reparations telethon. And, this is our 5th annual telethon. And every year, we've been raising funds for another amazing project of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So, this is another way that we can support some of these amazing transformational programs.
And we've already done a great job so far, raised $3,225. That's a really incredible way to kick off this end of year fundraising campaign. So we want to get to this goal that we've got just during this segment while Len and I are up here. We want to hit that $5,000 mark. So we've got 1,750 to go. So we're close, comrades. We can get there. And I just want to thank everyone who's tuned in today to this, the annual Uhuru holiday tradition, the 24-hour reparations telethon, the Giving Tuesday fundraiser for the African People's Education and Defense Fund. We're incredibly excited to be here. I know everybody here is really excited and just ready to go.
Yes, and we only have $1,750 left to go before we unlock the matching fund of $5,000. So head to apedf.org/donate. And I see 4 feet raising her hand in the back there. What's that? 25 from 4 feet.
There we go.
All right. So we can go to the next slide here. Let me pull this up here. All right. So okay, great. So I just want to thank everybody who has so far contributed to African self-determination. And like I said, we only have $1,725 to go. till we get to our goal of $5,000. And, this is all towards these amazing programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So, the telethon here, this is kicking off this amazing end of the year fund drive to raise $50,000 for APEDF by the end of December. And you know what, Brendan? I think that we can get to that $50,000 today.
Absolutely.
You think so? Yeah.
We can reach that today.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, by 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Right.
We'll hit that.
Yeah. I mean, I think we could even do it today, but go to apedf.org/donate. And like I mentioned earlier, we have this matching fund of $5,000. So every dollar that you donate will be doubled from now until we raise the $5,000 of the matching fund. $1,725 to go. And I just want to salute all of our donors who put forward that those funds for the matching fund. And I want to shout out Leah, Angelica, Amanda, Jesse, Brendan, and Janet. So double your contribution now by going to apedf.org/donate. Next slide.
Woo. So we are also excited this year to highlight the transformative work of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. That's what we're raising funds for today. That's what this telethon is for this year. So this isn't just any telethon, it's a reparations telethon. Every dollar that you contribute to APEDF is a stand of reparations, funding programs for self-determination and political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. This telethon is sponsored by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We are white people organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party in unity with this historic demand by African people for reparations for stolen African labor, lives, and resources. And we have 2 hours to raise that benchmark goal of 5,000.
Yes.
So we just have 1,725 left to go. Make sure you're sharing this with friends and family. So we've raised 3,275, but if we hit that 1,725 more, we'll have gotten to 10,000. We'll be 20% of the way to our 50,000 goal.
Right on.
That I think we will hit by the end of the entire program.
I don't
tomorrow.
think we will. I know that we will.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
We go
Absolutely.
to that next, yes. Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
All right. Yeah. So, when you contribute reparations today, you're taking a really powerful stand against colonialism, against
Uhuru. Sorry about that, everyone. We're just experiencing some technical difficulties here. Again, so please go to apedf.org/donate and let's hit that $5,000 goal before 11:30. If we get to that point, the matching fund will have been reached completely. We'll be at $10,000, 20% of the way to our final goal. We'll get there. And when you contribute reparations today, you are taking a powerful stand against colonialism, against this, this two Americas, where there's two realities that we see in the world. one at the expense of the other, in which African people are forced to produce and reproduce life and resources for the benefit of the colonizer, not for themselves. You are taking a stand that recognizes that the country and system were built on the enslavement of African people, and it is only the liberation of African people that will bring genuine peace and justice to the world.
Yes, thank
Next
you.
slide.
Yeah, thank you, Brendan. Yeah, really, just really want to drive that point home. And this is a really positive and exciting experience, and an exciting opportunity for all of us today. And we're just so glad that we could be here to be raising funds as reparations for the Uhuru movement and for the African People's Education and Defense Fund, which is actively constructing the genuine anti-colonial solution to address these conditions, to really to build power in the hands of African people and self-determination. And African people are fighting to build this new world without oppression, and they are winning. And the stand of reparations is our opportunity to be on the winning side of history. It's to be on the forward side of history.
Uhurus. Okay, and then so to anyone who maybe you found this telethon, you're not super familiar with APEDF. So what is APEDF?
Good question.
So APEDF is a 501c3 nonprofit like no other. Its unique mission is to defend human and civil rights of the African community and to end the disparities faced by African people in health, healthcare, education, and economic development. So you can go and support this incredible organization at apedf.org/donate. Help us reach that $5,000 goal. Let's do it before 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Next slide.
Yeah, and while you're tuning into this and donating at apedf.org/donate, make sure that you are on your social media and sharing this on your Facebook and on your Twitter and on your, what else is there? The Instagram, and make sure you are calling your mom and asking her to tune into this telethon on facebook.com/Uhuru Solidarity. So we really want to spread the word of these amazing programs that are happening. This is reparations in action. And APEDF has been working for more than 30 years to build solutions from the ground up based on the principle of African economic self-reliance. And here in St. Louis, APEDF has made a profound transformation in the African community in just the past 6 years. In 2017, APEDF they began acquiring different properties, abandoned buildings across West Florissant, and through the support of donors like yourself, African contractors, and the sheer will and determination of the African community, they transformed all those buildings that they got into what we are in right now, which is the beautiful Aquaba Hall at the Uhuru House. And this is a beautiful community center and an event space.
Where we're at right now.
Yes, it's amazing to be here.
Before we go any further, I do want to thank everyone who's donated so far. We have Josette, Ruby, Renda, Allison, Ramya, Carrie, Joel, Stephanie, Diane, Eric, Carly, Michael, Andra and Tim, KC, Chairwoman Penny. We had an anonymous donor, Jennifer, Len, James, Daniel, DJ, Eddie, and Fofeet, as well as our matching fund contributors, myself, Amanda, Jesse, Leah, and Angelica. So 1,725 left to go to hit that entire matching fund. And we're going to get to more of this PowerPoint later, but we do have a solidarity statement from a supporter that we wanted to go ahead and show. We're getting that queued up right now. So if we could take a look at that, and everybody can see, just what it means to support this organization and, to take a stand in reparations.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
I support the African People's Education and Defense Fund because to me, their work and their economic programs represents the negation of colonialism. And that's what reparations means to me. It is their work in the real world that is actively contending with this world colonial economic system. And a stand in solidarity with this organization is forwarding the course of history. So join me in doing so. Unity through reparations. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. That is, yeah, awesome. That is from our comrade Mike Sanito, who is located in New York City. So I just really want to thank him for that. And you know, this area in North St. Louis, where we are, is facing what is known as a food apartheid. And this is, you know, this is where there's literally no access to healthy food. There's not even a grocery store anywhere near here. And it's a condition that is imposed on the African community by the colonial system. And APEDF has go ahead and solved part of this this condition by creating the Gary Brooks Black Power Community Garden. And this supports the capacity of African people to grow their own food. And community members, you know, come together to cultivate the garden, which is right next door, you know, outside across the street from the Uhuru House. And it's overlooked by this beautiful 30-foot mural that was created by Jamie the artist. So it's just a beautiful place to be in the ground working, you know, with all those fresh fruits and vegetables.
Uhuru, Uhuru. And so next slide. And I'll say APEDF raised these funds from supporters like you. So your support today really makes a difference, really helps, you know, the APEDF transform North St. Louis and really kind of revitalizes this community. So these funds were raised and APEDF hired contractors to build the Black Power Vanguard Community Basketball Court, which just held its grand opening just this year, just a few months ago. Really incredible event that we'll actually see more of later today. And next slide.
And, you know, so some of you might remember a couple years ago in 2021, we had our third annual telethon, and that telethon was raising funds for this basketball court. And now here we are in 2023 during the fifth annual telethon, and there are people who in the community here who are enjoying this basketball court as we speak. And you know, APEDF is known for what it says that it's going to do. And you know, you can be a part of the solution of overturning these colonial contradictions by paying reparations by going to apedf.org/donate.
Uhuru. So just this past year on Giving Tuesday, we had hundreds of donors contributed $50,000 for the Uhuru Wakalia African Women's Health Center, which will be the home of the African Doula Training Project, a community-based self-determination solution to the colonial conditions faced by African families, in which African babies are 3.3 times more likely to die than white babies in the first year of life. And then I just wanted to check. So we've been talking about the Black Power Blueprint. I believe we had a video that kind of shows the transformation that's taken place here in North St. Louis, that kind of shows the work that the Black Power Blueprint's done. And so much more has been done even since this video. So.
Be a part of the progress that's going on here at 4101 West Florissant. This is your Uhuru House. This is your place. If it's a Black community, it's your community. So come on out and take part in the work that's going on down here.
Because of you, we are really doing this.
You have funded the ability of hundreds of African workers and volunteers to transform a once abandoned building into this beautiful community center.
we can see the beginning of an entire community coming together for self-determination and power over our own lives.
The Black Power Blueprint is the only thing that addresses the serious disparities in our community by bringing political and economic power into the hands of the African working class.
North of the infamous Delmar Divide is the other St. Louis, where 70% of those living in poverty are African, and hunger is a daily reality.
Hundreds of you from the white community have united with this opportunity to contribute as a powerful stance of reparation to the Black community. Because of you, the Black Power Blueprint is rapidly moving forward, bringing a future of self-determination to the African community of St. Louis. With more than 800 contributions from you, we exceeded our Phase 2 goal of $50,000. Thanks to you, we were able to demolish the condemned buildings across the street from the Uhuru House to make way for the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace and the community garden. Thanks to you, we have installed a 50-foot flagpole that will fly the 25 feet red, black, and green flag as an inspiring symbol of a future of justice, prosperity, and liberation for African people here and around the world. We need your contributions to install the outdoor lighting and to pave and fence the lots, to complete the beautiful outdoor venue space and the community garden.
A 50-foot flagpole was erected on this land, flying a 25-foot red, black, and green African flag. Renovations on the 3rd floor of the Uhuru House are wrapping up for additional office and program space, with insulation, drywall, and mudding and taping.
With help from our amazing volunteers, we are renovating a 4-plex apartment complex earmarked for housing for our African Independence Workforce Program, creating jobs for those re-entering our community from the prison system.
We will upgrade all bathrooms and kitchens, install stoves, refrigerators, cabinets, and fixtures, and the apartments will be furnished.
One of our biggest focuses now is raising resources for a community basketball court on the corner of West Florissant and College Avenue, where we've just demolished condemned buildings. This project is in response to the demands of our community for recreational facilities of our own.
Other projects for Phase 3 include architectural plans, new roofing, and new windows for the beautiful Gico Kitchen, located in an Art Deco building on Goodfellow Boulevard that had once been a boat dealership. As our most ambitious project so far, Gico will include a cafe, bakery, community kitchen, and the headquarters of Uhuru Foods and Pies, one of the 26 economic institutions of the Black Star Industries and African People's Education and Defense Fund around the U.S.
This is not just to set up some kind of institution. This is a project in the hands of the African working class. And the class has to have power for us to be free.
This life-changing project is coordinated by Deputy Chair Ona Zene Ishitela.
It is really inspiring to see how much the people love this project and looking forward to the marketplace and all the other projects. This is a positive response to gentrification because it's about more than just keeping our community. It's about building economic self-reliance for our community. The Black Power Blueprint is economic power in the hands of the African working class. Donate to this unique project, which is changing the world day by day.
Yeah. All right, Ahuru. Yeah, that was such an amazing video. I really love seeing that because, you know, it's only a few years old and already every single thing that has been said in that video like has been done and is in the works. So one thing about APEDF is that, you know, when they say they're going to do something, it gets done. And it's amazing to be in the city of St. Louis, where, you know, you can really see in the West Florissant corridor, all of that is happening, and it's amazing to watch it unfold and be built, you know, in front of our eyes.
Uhuru, yes, you can really see it all happening in real time, and you can come up here and take a tour and see all this in person. But now we want to go ahead and bring on another incredible revolutionary performer. We have Karen Magic Fingers Smith on to play some drums and really do just a revolutionary, incredible drum performance. We're getting that queued up right now.
Uhuru! This is Karen Magic Fingers Smith, live from Philadelphia, here at the annual telethon that happens each year, and I'm so glad that I'm back again and being a part of a segment for this wonderful, much necessary telethon. And it is Giving Tuesday, happens to be, of course, today, the 28th, and it's all about reparation. So make sure you remember that as you are definitely supporting this wonderful telethon, as I do as well each year. I am going to share some rhythms. I'm going to utilize 3 different instruments. One is a ocean drum, send out some nice positive healing rhythms to our folks over the pond, as well as a rain stick, because water is so necessary and we need water and clean water too. And realize that everyone does not have access to water as well as clean water. And the other one is the drum, the heartbeat of it all, from the motherland. This particular drum is from Ghana, West Africa. So thank you for having me. to be supportive of this wonderful movement. And it is one nation under a movement. Uhuru. Peace and love, Karen Smith.
Uhuru. All right. Wow. Yeah, I just yeah, I mean, you heard Karen, if you are inspired by that, head to apedf.org/donate. We have 1 hour left to raise $5,000 for this first section of the 24-hour reparations telethon. This is not a charity. This is not just helping, give money to a good cause or something. This is you investing in the future for African people and for all of humanity. This is the way to overturn all of the really terrible conditions that African and all oppressed people are facing today, and continue to face since the last many hundreds of years. So this is your way to overturn those conditions. apedf.org/donate. And I just want to again thank Karen so much for being a part of the telethon. Every year, she's been creating a beautiful, amazing video of her percussion, and she's so talented, such a talented artist, and in Philadelphia, and has been a part of the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Philadelphia for many, many years. So just really salute her for that. And before we move on to our next interview, I just want to read this statement from Dan Callahan, who contributed $100 today. And Dan says this is in memory of Betejo Indelicato, protector of Palestinians. Betty Jo, sorry, I was pronouncing that wrong. So let me just say that again, in memory of Betty Jo Indelicato, protector of Palestinians. So thank you, Dan Callahan.
Uhuru, thank you so much for that. And so coming up now, we are joined by another incredible leader. We have Yejide Orenmila, the president of the African National Women's Organization. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Uhuru, thank you for having me. Really great webathon so far. Telethon, webathon so far.
Yes, Uhuru, it's really good to see you again. And just really want to appreciate you for always coming on to the telethon. It's the work that that the African National Women's Organization, ANWO, is doing is vital and so important to the African revolution and African self-determination. And so I just want to ask you, could you talk a little bit about the role that ANWO plays when it comes to African women in the struggle for African liberation? But first, I'm sorry, if you could just maybe introduce yourself and just talk a little bit about your role with ANWO as well.
All right. Uhuru, my name is Yejide Orenmila. I'm the president of the African National Women's Organization. I'm a leader in the party. I sit on the party central committee and have been a member of the African People's Socialist Party for the past 14 years. So I'm really happy to be a part of this process to raise resources, the necessary resources that we need to forward the objectives of the African People's Socialist Party, of the African People Education and Defense Fund, to transform our communities from one that is wrought with every single contradiction that we can imagine under colonialism, and for us to bring these programs and institutions so that we can, create a different type of reality for our people. So, and to answer your question, how does the African National Women's Organization play a role in the revolutionary strategy of bringing African people into revolutionary political life? Simple. I mean, I don't know if it's simple, but it is about really politicizing. But first and foremost, we have to have African women understand our place in society. And that, I keep saying this because it's so true. Like African women represent half, if not more than half, of the entire African nation. So if we are not involved in the process of getting free, if we don't understand the conditions that are happening in the world, as to why we need to get free, then we need to, ANWO is here to facilitate that. So, but more than just to, provide political education, we actually have programs and campaigns that we do on the ground to help forward this idea of freedom in the minds of African people and African women in particular. And but really it's about, like, we see all the conditions of African women are faced with, their struggles right now that are not struggles, there's genocide happening in Congo and in Sudan and around the world, really. But the major ones that are popping up in the world right now in Africa are Sudan and Congo. And we see the face of this genocide are African women and children, even though all African people are being impacted by this. And, the cause for making a revolution and getting free from imperialism and the colonial mode of production is evident and clear. However, the narrative around this is primarily that this is something that's impacting women because we are women, as opposed to that this is an imperialist crisis that is deepening the colonial impact on our lives. So colonialism must go. And one of the primary things that we try to do with the African National Women's Organization is really get that across, is that we have to be free. These are the conditions that we're dealing with that means that we have to get free. What are we willing to do to participate in that? Because there will not be a freedom, a transformation of society if we don't have the full participation of African women. So that's one of the things that we do, and we concretize that through the programs and campaigns of the organization.
Uhuru, thank you for that, President Yejide. And kind of to go along with what you said, this revolution needs participation of everyone. One of the focuses of today's telethon is the African Independence Workforce Program. How does the colonial system impact African families, and how do those affected by the colonial system, what place do they have in this revolution?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I forget who says the quote. I think it was Malcolm X, but the people who are closest to the fire feel it more, right? Like, they're more motivated to get off the fire. So in the fire, the colony is created through war and violence, and through the state, through the police, and these institutions of subjugation and oppression, which directly reflects in the communities through the police and the so-called judicial system. So when we look at all the disparate numbers that occur in this country, we see that African people are most impacted. African women are one of the fastest growing populations of prisons in the United States, and African men also highly populate prisons. African girls are more policed in schools, African as well as African boys, but African girls are more policed in schools, and we have African women are in contact with the state a lot more. If they have children, particularly if they're poor working class. And so these are all avenues in which the colonial state has their web around us, has the tentacles around us, and can at any point pull us into the prison system. So this African Independence Workforce Program is a way of really gathering these forces who have been on the fire and giving them the burning spear so they could chuck it back at the oppressor, and being able to provide these services in our communities. I don't want to say services, because I feel like, this is not a charity organization. Like we are able to provide an opportunity for African people to stand upright and to not have to beg the state or any other kind of colonial institution for anything. That through this process, you can become upstanding men and women, and realize your full potential while also doing something that you may love. So I'm really excited about the realization of the African Independence Workforce Program and the impact it's going to have on African women in particular, but also African people in the city of St. Louis and beyond, because even though it's going to be housed in St. Louis, I think that the reverberation of this kind of program, the way that the party does it, is going to have a deep impact on how people facilitate these kind of programs anywhere else in the country.
Yeah, thank you, President Yejide. Yeah, it's such a ANWO is just such a profound expression of African self-determination. And, I know that you just said that, that it will be headquartered in St. Louis, and every day on my way to work, I pass this big sign, over the soon to be office that says African women must lead. And, I'm on the bus and I just can't help but smile every single day on the way to work. I pass it. It's just amazing to see that. So that's really amazing. And, so if you could just talk a little bit about what are some of ANWO's campaigns that are happening now, and how can other people get involved in some of these campaigns?
Okay. So we have the Arrest CPS campaign, which primarily has been in the last, 6 or 7 years, a campaign where we advocated with and for African families who have had their children taken by the family regulation system. So we don't call it foster care, the movement, like we ain't calling it foster care anymore. It's family regulation system that steals your children. And we've done this because we've recognized the number of African children that are in the custody of the state and that have been kidnapped by the state is on par with the disparate numbers of African people who are in prison. Like African children represent 13% of the children population, yet represent overpopulate, the foster regulation system custody. So we make the connection between the colonial mode of production and how African people were stolen, our children were stolen, commodified, even bodies were commodified. And this is exactly what our children are being used for in the state. And so this campaign is about raising up this contradiction by organizing with African families, but mostly to expose it, because a lot of people don't know or don't really fully internalize the effect that calling the state has on you, that even though we may care about our children, that some of us may participate in, the criminalization of African children and the criminalization of African parents. And so we join a long list of people who call for the destruction of this institution, but more importantly than this institution, we recognize that it's a part of the colonial institutions, and that in order for this institution to be done away with, that colonial mode of production has to be destroyed, and that African people can resolve the problems that may come about where children may need help, or if families may need help in order to support themselves to do that. Another one of our programs is the Uhuru Kijiji Child Care Collective, which is our community response to child welfare. And it's also collective responsibility for our children and the people in our community so that we can do preventative things to minimize any sort of connection or intervention by the state. And you just mentioned one of them is our headquarters. We are actively fundraising for our headquarters, not as actively as we gonna be, but we taking in the resources for that as well, so that we can actually establish this headquarters in St. Louis, Missouri. And this building was given to us by APEDF, and for us to do what we must do with it. And so that's another one of the things that may not also be mentioned, but just I want to mention it, that a deputy chair in her office has given us a building so that we can actually establish a headquarters. And so that's what we are doing to make that happen. And of course, we have the Colonnades, which is our economic development project. And we just had a holiday gift guide that went out to all of our supporters and members and people who follow us throughout the year. And even though you might have missed the sales, you still have an opportunity to purchase and support us. But all the resources that come from these sort of economic development things are going toward the African National Women's Organization and ensuring that we are able to facilitate our work, because we were 100% volunteer. Like we don't get paid for this. And so all of the money goes back to the projects, campaigns, the running of the organization.
Uhuru, yes, and let's make sure we get like the information to how to get some of these decolonize projects in the chat.
Okay.
And everybody, please go to apedf.org/donate to support. Thank you so much, President Yejide, for joining us and hopping on here with us on the telethon today.
It was amazing.
I want to salute you and all of the incredible work that you do. Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you in St. Louis.
Yes, I'll be there a lot more. Thank you so much, comrades.
Awesome. Yeah, so I just want to take a moment and shout out our next donation that we have from Johan with $300. All right, Johan. So that brings us to our new total of $3,575. So that means we only have 1,000. Wait, how much do we have left then? Oh,
1,400.
Oh, is that okay? $1,425 left to go. So, and we have to do this and raise that until by 11:30, which is in 1 hour. So make sure you go to apedf.org/donate.
Uhuru, and then moving on here, we do have a solidarity statement from one of our comrades, and then we're going to cut to Oakland, I guess, for
know, for
why
an
you
appeal
should
pitch.
support. Yeah,
Yeah,
why
yeah,
you
yeah,
should
yeah.
support.
Oh, right.
And become a part of this telethon.
Yes.
So, uhuru.
Let's take a look at this solidarity statement.
This is Comrade Angela. Oh, we did have another donation. Eric in California just donated 25.
All right, Eric.
1,400 to go. We're getting there.
All right, new totals an even 3,600. So yeah, like Brendan said, 1,400 to go. apedf.org/donate.
So anyone out there with $1,400 just looking for something to really, be a part of, contribute, give back, and be a part of the telethon today.
All right, let's hear from Angelica.
Okay. My name is Angelica Miller-Rowry. I'm a retired social worker and mental health professional. I'm also a member of the St. Louis Green Party and of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. When my husband came home from prison on parole at age 55, one of his biggest challenges was to find work. Anybody familiar with North St. Louis, where he grew up, knows that finding a job is almost impossible for a convicted felon. After months and months of giving his best, Robert was so frustrated that he went back to using drugs. 2 years later, he was locked up again. Another 2 years later, he died of cancer in prison. This is just one story, one example why North St. Louis needs the African Independence Workforce Program. There are so many formerly incarcerated Black people who return to their community without any resources, but are expected to stay out of trouble. The African Independence Workforce Program will assist them with meaningful training and employment. And not only that, returning citizens will have the opportunity to become a valuable part of reviving and uplifting the long-time neglected Black community. This is what real crime prevention looks like, and we can all contribute to make it happen. That's why I ask you to support this critically important program. Thank you.
Uhuru. All right. Wow, thank you for that, Angelica. And Angelica was talking about her experience with her husband, who was an African man, and who was in the colonial prison system. And 1 in 3 Black men and 1 in 18 Black women will go to prison in their lifetime, and that is not an accident, or that's not something that we should be okay with, having that as a statistic. That is because of the conditions that African people face, because of their exploitation, because of the kidnapping of Africa and African people, from back in the 1400s. And that really it is exploitative of African people, for the development of the current modern world, and for white people. So we be a part of overturning those conditions and contribute reparations at apedf.org/donate. All right, so let's see where we're at.
And then do we have our comrades on to do a brief statement about why they should support? Oh,
yeah.
Nope. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
There they are.
Uhuru.
Over in Oakland. So.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Len and Brandon. Uhuru, Sarah. Hey, we are so happy to be here joining you from Oakland today. Sarah and I traveled here to be part of the PIE campaign, and it's been quite an amazing experience. So really, like, anybody who ever has any time during the holidays, come on down to Oakland and be part of the PIE campaign. But first, I want to say, before you even hear about why Sarah and I support APEDF, you should go to apedf.org/donate and go ahead and pay reparations. Just go ahead and do it, But if you need more, reasoning as to why, we can tell you some reasons why. So Sarah, I wanted to ask you, why do you support APEDF?
Yeah, thanks, Leah. So uhuru, everybody, uhuru to all our comrades and our supporters out there. I want to give a special salute to Angelica, whose previous solidarity statement was really impactful. She's one of the most dedicated reparations, contingent members that I know, and it's an honor to work alongside her. Like Leah said, Leah and I traveled down here from Minneapolis. We represent the Minneapolis contingent, and I found the Uhuru Solidarity Movement about 3 years ago when they put on, Leah actually was one of the facilitators of a March for Reparations. And the question of reparations had been on my mind for quite some time. And I was really impressed that somebody had the gall, right, to put on a public march to raise reparations. In my mind, there's no question, absolutely no question, that all white people owe reparations to to Black people. It's just uncontestable. And what I often refer to USM as the organization I was looking for, right? Ever since I can remember, this question of social justice has been on my mind, and asking myself, why do we have such gross disparities in our world? Why are some so, blessed while others are languishing in poverty, and so many? And the disparities are just unconscionable. I had spent a lot of time working, and volunteering in leftist organizations, even working for leftist politicians, out east. And I even went to graduate school to study this question. And it wasn't until I found USM that the answers came. It was only by the teachings of the chairman of the African internationalism political theory, scientific theory, was introduced to me, that something finally made sense, an explanation for why the world is the way it is. And not only that, but it provided a hopeful solution. Alderman Jesse Todd earlier this morning was talking about how hopeful the work of APEDF is, and of the party, and of the movement. And that is why I support with my whole being the work of this organization, the work of the African People's Socialist Party, and the African, right to self-determination that we as white people as a whole have denied them for centuries. So this is the only organization that I've found in my entire life where white people can actually do something of substance, where we're not just spinning our wheels, making food for, so an unhoused person can have food for one day, right? Mm-hmm. This is changing the systems that keep people oppressed, that keep all of the world under the thumb of this unsustainable colonial capitalist system. So this is something that, means more to me than any work I've ever participated in my whole life. And I will stand in principled solidarity as long as I live with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Leah.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I would love to pose the same question to you though, Leah.
Yeah.
You've been in the movement longer than I have, and I'd love to learn a little bit more about why you support APEDF.
Absolutely. So just a reminder to everybody that you can go to apedf.org/donate and donate what you can to the anti-colonial self-determination programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So for me personally, it's just about examining my life, examining my place in the world, and coming to the understanding, like the irrefutable fact that I have inherited a legacy of settler colonialism. I am of European descent. I live on stolen indigenous land. I have for my entire life. I exist within an economic system. I participate in that system. I profit from that system that was built off of stolen African slave labor. So the only logical conclusion for me is that I owe reparations. And so then the question becomes, where do I want to pay those reparations? How am I engaging in reparative work? And so just, similar to what Sarah said, APEDF is not a charity organization. Right. It is not an organization that does work in order to sort of keep oppressed and exploited people locked into those systems of exploitation. It is something that, it is an organization that does all of its work, all of its programming and institutions are for African self-determination. It's to empower the Black working class. So that's what I want to invest in. I want to invest in systems change. I want to invest in, a hopeful future. And APEDF is the organization to invest in if you believe in that also, if that's what you want to do. So go to apedf.org/donate and, give whatever you can. I think that we're still, trying to raise $1,400 by our time. I'm not exactly sure what time cutoff we have for that, but we can do this. There are a lot of us that are participating in the telethon, and if we all give what we can, then we can absolutely meet our goal of $50,000 for this Uhuru year-end fund drive. So that is why I support APEDF, and I always will. Similar to you, Sarah. This is a lifelong commitment for me, and I'm very, very thrilled to be part of it and, to, be part of it. So
Uhuru comrades, thank you so much for the opportunity to let us share why we support APEDF.
Uhuru, thank you so much, comrades. That was incredibly well put. And again, you can go to apedf.org/donate to become a part of this telethon. Make sure we hit these milestones and get all this funded.
Yes, 1 hour to reach our first goal of $5,000. So apedf.org/donate, contribute reparations today, be a part of, a part of transforming the future.
Okay, and now joining us, an incredibly special guest. We have the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market Coordinator, Rage Gray.
The one and only.
So, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much for having me today.
Absolutely. Do you want to go ahead and just tell us a little about yourself, how you got involved and became market coordinator? And
so my name's Rage, and I'm a member of the African People's Socialist Party. I've been in the party for about almost 2 years now. In February, it'll be 2 years. I started coming up to St. Louis to volunteer at the market and help my comrades with setup and breakdown and logistics. And before I knew it, President Onazane was asking me to be the market manager for the 2023 season. And after seeing the impact that this market makes in this community, I couldn't say no.
That's true. It's huge for the community here. And Chairman Amali has stated that, has described North St. Louis not as a food desert, but a power desert. Can you explain, what Chairman means by that?
Yeah, exactly. So first of all, we live by the Mississippi River. This is some of the most fertile land. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a bountiful food for everyone that lives here. But this community specifically has been experiencing economic strangulation. All the economic resources that would allow for fresh markets and grocery stores to be in this community are being extracted out. And African people who live here don't even work here in this community. They leave, go across the Del Mar Divide, spend all their time, labor, and resources building up and spending money in a community that isn't even ours.
Right.
So the power we say it's a power desert because African people here in this community don't have the power to make sure that their needs are being met. So the market is one way that we take that power back. We bring together farmers and vendors to bring nutritious produce and agricultural products and all different a different variety of items that you can purchase in the marketplace right here in this community so that our Black dollars can stay in our Black neighborhood.
Absolutely. And yeah, we've got some pictures and video of the market kind of to go along with this next question, Comrade Len.
Yeah. So this year, for the first time, the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market was held in O'Fallon Park, which was so beautiful. Yeah, it was amazing being in the park, here in North St. Louis. And in this new location, the market was able to have many more vendors than the years in the past. And so what kinds of activities, programs, and vendors could people expect when they came to the market this past year?
Yeah, so I just want to say we had 67 vendors throughout the season that we worked with at our market. At each market, we typically had around 30 to 35 vendors vending. We had everything from jewelry, clothes, all kinds of delicious food. We had musicians, yoga classes, backyard gardening, and nutritional education. We gave away free produce at every single market that we had so the community members could have access to nutritious food, and all the while teaching our community about the importance of growing their own food and spending money in their community.
That's awesome. And I mean, you really had to go to kind of experience it, but every
like
month it was, just a massive circle of tents, and there's always a performance going on or some kind of class, and it's you've got your there's that same vendors there every week, but you've also got just different vendors coming and being a part of it and really experiencing it, and it was just something to be a part of and really incredible. And you're there supporting the African community here in North St. Louis who had their resources stolen for so long.
Yes.
And so I gotta ask, we gotta have a market next year.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
What are the current market plans for next year? How can people support?
So we need all your help. That's why this telethon is going on right now. You need to throw all your funds into supporting the work of APEDF so we can keep the market going this year, next year, and every year after. We plan to be in the park once again, and the goal is to just continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger, encouraging African people to take their economic power back into their own hands by becoming entrepreneurs. We want to encourage people to grow their own food so that they can be self-sufficient in that way as well. This market has the potential to be our very own Soulard, a place where people in this community can go to get any item that they need, and build in the process of doing that, building up our community as well.
Absolutely. And I've got one more question before we're about to go to a video to kind of show the the market, as close as people can get as being in person. But I remember one of the vendors had a whole big trailer that was basically like a patio.
Mr. Willie, Willie Falls Wings.
But the market helps Mr. Willie, right?
So we always have vendor orientations that people who are looking to vend for the first time or haven't vended at our market before can come and learn what it takes, what business licenses and health permits that they need. And we were able to help Mr. Willie get those resources, and he's in the process of getting his business license for free.
Wow.
So
an excellent chef.
Excellent chef. Those wings are bomb. So y'all need to come to the market next season so you can get some.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah. I just want to say, being, it was an honor, being at the market this past summer, and being a vendor for Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which was really great. And Yeah, let's take a look at the video. I can't talk more about it. Let's just look at the video.
Let's see it. Let's see it in person.
And our herbs. Here's some fresh parsley.
I can hear better. I feel like Spider-Man right now.
It's summertime, we out here with Mother Earth. Enjoy the weather. Come on out, you guys. Come on.
Uhuru, that is an awesome video. And so when you contribute reparations to APEDF at apedf.org/donate, your contribution goes towards building the market for next year, so that even more vendors can come to the market, so that more goods and economic development can be transferred throughout the African community here in North St. Louis and around the entire world. So apedf.org/donate. And it was really amazing having you on, Comrade Rage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
And I do have an update. Donna just donated $25. So
all right,
Uhuru,
Donna.
thank you, Donna. So, Donna is part of the Uhuru family out in Philly. So we'll be seeing some of that Uhuru family later today.
Nice.
So there will be a whole segment.
Yes.
And again, I just want to thank market coordinator Rage. And again, if you didn't go to the market this year, you've got to go this coming year. Some of the best food I've ever had, not just in St. Louis, just in general, is out at the market.
Yeah,
So-
and I just really want to salute that video that we just saw. That was the NTU volunteer coordinator. I'm sorry, the NTU volunteer named Chris, who made that video. It was a great video. It was really, really
Absolutely.
awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. And it shows just a glimpse, like an incredible video, but that's a small portion of what you'll see and what you'll get.
Yes.
You go out to the One Africa, One Nation farmers market. And then coming up next, we do have a recorded interview. I actually believe it was originally done by Comrade Len here. With someone who has been a crucial part of APEDF and the Black Power Blueprint since I first came to North St. Louis and started building. So
Gary Brooks.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Mr. Gary Brooks is a longtime resident of St. Louis. He's lived next to the lot, which is now the Garden, for 30 years. Mr. Gary has all the knowledge, skills, and experience from generations of the Black community living off the land. He can grow just about everything: vegetable gardens for food, fruit trees, and herbs. He has experience with canning, and he grew up like so many African people with the self-sufficiency for survival. So Mr. Gary, little background, was actually the first person to come over to the Uhuru House after after President Onizene started the renovation here. He helped from day one by offering use of his restroom, even cooking breakfast for the comrades in the initial year when there was no electricity, water, or heater air conditioning at the Uhuru House. The garden was named after him and carries out his vision to make the outdoor venue a destination with seasonal flowering trees and plants and bushes, butterfly garden, and so much more. So, Mr. Gary Brooks.
All right, let's take a look. Mr. Gary Brooks.
Okay.
All right. So a couple questions for you, Gary Brooks. So what is going on here today out in the garden?
Well, right now they're here cleaning the garden boxes out and getting ready for next planting season. We're going to put some fertilizer and stuff down and getting all the weeds and stuff out of the boxes and prepare them for next season. That's what we're planning on doing. And then our planting season will start in April. Depends on the weather and then the moon and all the other stuff that goes with it. And I rely a lot on the Farmer's Almanac. I was raised up with the Farmer's Almanac. And it tells you a lot in there about gardening. And this is going to be something beautiful that we're going to do in the garden. And people are welcome to come and watch and learn. And I will tell them how to take the vegetables and do certain stuff with them and cook certain things. So that's what we want to do. And we're trying to get people involved in it, as many as possible, to come out and join in this organization and the profit that we are doing. And we have a long way to go, and we'll get there if everybody we get the volunteers together to help us and do all the stuff that we need to get done. We need volunteers and to help do this, you know. And we try to give back to the neighborhood, give back to them, and stuff of this nature, give back. They participate, and we teach the young people how to come out and get some dirt on your hands so you can learn about things. You can't learn about this vegetables and stuff without putting your hand in the dirt and you know where it comes from. So when you don't have to go to the store to buy everything, you can get it here at the market. That's the goal for the day.
Right, that's great. That's great. So another question: why? Well, you just kind of answered this, but why do you feel it's important to be a part of the Black Power Blueprint?
The reason I believe the reason to be a part of it is the fact that it's time for our people, Black people, to step up and take part in their neighborhood and in they, in trying to survive with these people. You know, we can take care of ourselves if we just put our effort towards forward of trying to do it. It don't take a lot, but it's, whatever you do, it will come back to you in double fold. You know, and that's the point that I believe that the reason why I want to be in the organization. You know, I love doing this, and I love to see my people come out and participate in it. Everybody is welcome, no matter what race or color you are. You are welcome to come into this organization and help it grow, trying to bring North St. Louis back on its feet so we can be independent, so like we used to be many, many, many years ago. You know, that's the reason I believe in this organization, and they're doing a beautiful job so far.
Yeah, I agree. And so you also kind of answered this one as well, but what's next for the Gary Brooks Community Garden?
What's next?
Yeah.
Well, we've got a culinary cooking school we're going to be working on. We got the basketball goal down the street, basketball, for them to play basketball and stuff in the neighborhood, because there's none around here. So, I mean, there are a number of things that we're trying to do. We have the house down there with people getting out of jail will be able to stay. We get the culinary cooking school there. We'll have a garden in the back of the culinary cooking, so we can use the stuff that we grow in the garden to sell and cook within the place. We have a lot of ideas that we want to do, and just takes people to help us. It takes a lot of help, and we can get there. We can get there. As big as this country is, and as strong as it is, there's enough. We can do it. We can do it. The Black movement power, we can do it. All we got to do is have help. And we keep on, keeping on, and we get there, you know.
All right, excellent. And is there anything else that you want to say to our viewers?
Well, the thing of it is, with the viewers, I want y'all to come out and see, come out and participate. If you got any questions, you can ask me. Anybody can ask me questions about the garden and how to grow it. The only thing different about this garden, we don't have the hogs and chickens and the cows and that stuff. But if we had that, it would be beautiful. You know, maybe someday we will have a garden where we can have chickens in it. We can have ducks and stuff walking around there. So the kids will get a chance to get their hands on something. This generation today needs to put their hands on things. Can't keep on going to Snooks on Deerbergs and buying some food, grow some of the shit yourself. You know what I mean? Don't nothing taste better than fresh eggs. People may not like go out there and raising the chicken up and get the eggs out Monday, but hey, that egg is good. That egg is good in the morning for breakfast. You know what I mean? Yeah. To me it is. And if I want a chicken, go out there and wring his neck off and make me a chicken. Fry me a chicken. He's a fresh chicken. He ain't been frozen nowhere. You know what I mean? And all the whole chicken is good. You know? So this is what we have to do. We have to do. And it's coming to that point in this country, we have to do it. All over this city, all over the county. You know, I've been in Chicago where they got the garden going on top of the building. You know what I mean? You got to go up 4 or 5 stories to get to the garden on the top of the building. But the garden is for the people in the building. So it's out there. We just got to do it. We got to do it. You look around St. Louis, gardens everywhere. People are growing it. And they grow so much, they want to come here to the market and sell it, or they can give it away, or whatever they want to do. There's enough for everybody. All we got to do is stick together and do it. That's what I got to say.
Ahuru! Awesome. And happy birthday, Mr. Gary.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Right. I'm looking for another one. Definitely, I'm 77, going on 78. Okay. You know, and I got my lovely family here with me. No, come here, baby. Come on. Is that one calling you?
Let me get some pictures.
Hey, no.
You do the video. I'm gonna get the pictures. Wait, I'm gonna get pictures.
Oh yeah.
Ahuru. So yes, that was Mr. Gary Brooks, just an incredible leader, an incredible educator, and just, you know, an incredible part of the Black Power Blueprint and APEDF and everything it's become so far. And you can support these programs. You can support the garden, which everyone should come out and see, especially in springtime and over the summer. Come out and see the garden, see what's being built up here in North St. Louis, and support at apedf.org/donate. And for Donna's donation of those $25 was in memory of Calvin and Carrie Ann Riviera.
All right. So, it's the garden is just one of the many institutions and programs and projects of the Black Power Blueprint and of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And so when you contribute reparations, you're contributing and investing in all of these programs that are literally transforming conditions for African people. And it's that particular thing is here in St. Louis, but it's called the Black Power Blueprint. So the point of it is to be replicated throughout the entire world, so that there doesn't need to be something specifically called the Black Power Blueprint, because that will be the wonderful conditions that African and all oppressed peoples would be facing, because they will no longer be exploited or oppressed anymore. So just really salute the African People's Socialist Party for really creating these amazing institutions.
Right. And really that brings us to one of the most exciting upcoming projects of APEDF, the African Independence Workforce Program, with the slogan is our labor, our future. So APEDF describes the African Independence Workforce Program as a holistic, community-based program which will provide housing, reentry skills, job training, and employment opportunities to African people returning to their communities from the colonial prison system. Next slide, please.
Yes. And so, like Brendan's talking about the African Independence Workforce Program. And so, the telethon this year is raising funds for APEDF, and specifically, for the African Independence Workforce Program. And, like previous years, we raised funds last year for the Uhuru Wakulia Health Center, and then the year before that was the basketball court. This year we're really focusing on these programs of APEDF, and the work to launch the African Independence Workforce Program is already underway with the opening of the fourplex housing for African people that are exiting the colonial prison system, and now that is fully furnished thanks to Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Philly, which we'll hear from in a little bit. And earlier this year, there was a naming ceremony that took place here in North St. Louis, and it was held in honor of African political prisoners. And Carolyn Lake, along with family, Carolyn Lake is the widow of political prisoner and African martyr Mufundi Lake. She, along with her family, were in attendance at the naming ceremony, and it was really, really profound to have her and have the whole family there. And I just want to thank all of our telethon donors from 2020 who, contributed reparations to make furnishing those beautiful fourplex apartments, to make that a reality. And this is just another example of how President of APEDF, Onezene Yeshitela, she says, who APEDF is, not by what it says, by what it does. And you can literally see what it does by all of the programs that are just manifesting. So just really salute to Onezene.
Uhuru, and absolutely. And before we get to some more, more about these programs and everything, I just want to remind everyone, we have a goal in the next 45 minutes to hit that $5,000 mark. We are at 3,625. So we have $1,375 left to go. Let's get it. Let's unlock this matching fund. Let's hit 10,000 before Len and I are done speaking up here.
Yes.
So come on,
Yes,
be a
let's
part
do
of
it.
it.
Let's
Be
do
a
it.
part of it, and come out and see what you're a part of. Come to North St. Louis and take the tour. Like see everything that's happening. You could come out here every month and it's gonna look different every time. Like this work is being done. So
yes, you can be a part of be a part of building the future at apedf.org/donate. Like Brendan said, we have 45 minutes or a little bit less than that now to get to 5,000. We just need only $1,375 to get to our first matching fund. So when you donate $1,375, then we will unlock our $5,000 matching fund, and then there'll be 10 grand right there, and we'll be that much closer to our goal of 50,000 today. So we can hop on to the next slide.
Okay, so the African Independence Workforce Program is necessary because it is reversing the negative economic impact of the colonial prison system.
Yes.
As you know, this country was built on slavery and genocide. We're all aware of that. In this colonial system, built on the oppression of African people, millions of Africans are unjustly locked up for things that a white person might not even be arrested for.
Yeah.
So forced to labor for major corporations is part of this parasitic colonial economy that benefits others at their expense. So supporting APEDF, going to apedf.org/donate, being a part of this, it's a stand of reparations against colonialism. You're taking a stand, and you're on the right side of history by doing this. And you're standing against slavery. You're standing against mass incarceration. You're standing against the oppression, the ongoing oppression of African people. This isn't a struggle against racism, as the chairman so perfectly puts. It's a struggle against colonialism. It's an anti-colonial project that negates the colonial economy, that extracts labor and life from African people. This is a program that builds the capacity of Africans to reclaim power over their own lives and destinies. The African Independence Workforce is a fight for power, and be a part of that. So donate now. Help us reach this goal. Let's do it now at apedf.org/donate.
Yes, and I just want to shout out Kara in Oakland with her $100 donation.
Yes.
Uhuru, Kara.
Yes.
Thank you. And that means that we only have $1,275 left to unlock our $5,000 matching fund. And you can be just like Kara, and just 13 more people can give $100, and we will unlock this goal of $5,000. So apedf.org/donate. Be a part of building this future. apedf.org/donate. And I'm just going to keep saying that until we reach our goal. So next slide. Okay, cool. So this here, this is Uhuru Foods and Pies. This is one of the amazing economic programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And, the economic programs that will participate in the African Independence Workforce Program will generate resources for the entire African community and not just for the extractive colonial capitalist economy. And Uhuru Foods and Pies is just an example of what the African community is capable of doing. And right now, actually, as we speak, over in Oakland, where we saw Leah and Sarah, they are on a break from baking all these pies. Right now, it's the annual amazing holiday pie campaign, and they're just busy baking thousands of pies. It's amazing. I definitely recommend trying one of those. And yeah, we can move on to our next slide.
And you can do more than try one. You can go out to Oakland or Philly and be a part of that program. So kind of see how it's done and maybe learn a little bit in the process and support programs like these, like build this economic power. And again, you can support the pie campaign, you can support the African Independence Workforce Program, you can support the garden by going to apedf.org/donate.
Yes.
So one other, so we had an interview earlier today. We talked about Black Power 96, which is another incredible institution of APEDF. It is a local radio station down in St. Petersburg, Florida. It provides so much to the community down there. It's also accessible worldwide, so you can get it wherever you are. There's Black Power 96 app. You can go to blackpower96.org. This radio station showcases the voice of the African community and promotes independent African artists to an international audience. So really incredible work. And come on, like let's support this. Let's hit this $5,000 goal. apedf.org/donate.
Yes.
Next slide.
Yes. So all of this that you're seeing right now, this as well as the building that we're sitting in, this is what African self-determination looks like. And this is what power in the hands of the African working class, of African people look like. And this is what reparations looks like. And it looks like all of you who have been inspired by the work of APEDF to go to apedf.org/donate and make your stand of reparations today. And I just want to thank everybody who has contributed so far. And we're only $1,275 left until we reach our matching fund of $5,000. This is a really profound opportunity that is presented for us as white people to say that we refuse to look the other way, that we refuse to accept all of these conditions in which African people are forced to live in this country as part of a colonial system that's meant to benefit us at their expense. We were refusing to accept that as a normal thing that exists. And, we could be a part of building this positive future for all of humanity in the stand of unity through reparations and justice for African and all oppressed people. So do that now. Be a part of the rest of humanity by contributing reparations to apedf.org/donate. And I just want to say that, I am a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement since 2020. And, I support the African People's Education Defense Fund because I don't want to live at the expense of anybody else.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to be a part of overturning these conditions.
Definitely want to echo that. And can we get the next slide? I want to make sure we really appreciate everybody who's on with us today. We want to salute you and we want to recognize you. So we have these incredible give backs for everybody who comes out and is a part of this program, is supporting today. So for a donation of $5 to $199, we have this magnet with the African Independence Workforce Program logo on it, as well as the slogan, "Our Labor, Our Future." So you will receive a 3x3-inch magnet for a donation of $5 to $199 in our next give back.
Next slide. Oh, nice. Okay, so this is for a donation of $200 to $499. This is a really awesome genre journal that comes with a matching pen with the African Independence Workforce Program logo, which is just so beautiful in itself. And this is, what better thing to write in than something this beautiful. Next slide.
Uhuru. And then for a donation of $500 to $999, you will receive a double insulated tumbler with the African Independence Workforce Program logo. So, you know, let people know what you support. Let people know that you're a part of this and that, you know, you support self-determination in the hands of the African community. And then I'm kind of jealous that Len gets to talk about this next give back. Our next give back is
next slide. All right. So when you donate $1,000 or more in reparations, you will receive one of these handmade specialty journals. And
Beautiful.
These are really just works of art. And you can also write in them. So, you know, they're just really, really gorgeous. And they are a collaboration between USM member Wendy Craig, who is in San Diego, along with, I believe, another African artist who also played a role in creating these really beautiful journals. So, you know, get yourself a journal, donate $1,000 in reparations at apedf.org/donate. Yes, you know, we're now literally probably a half an hour before we have to reach our goal of $5,000 in order to unlock this matching fund. And yeah, we have a special
incredibly special guest here. Deputy Chair.
Yes, yes, it's so glad to be here. Is it still morning? Yeah, it's still morning.
Absolutely. Still early.
I know you guys have been here since about 5 o'clock this morning, 6 o'clock this morning, setting up for this telethon. And I just really want to appreciate all the different programs that has been on before me. You know, talking about the African Women's Organization with President Ijide, as well as APEDF Director Aisha Fields, Dr. Aisha Fields. And, you know, when I looked at the video with Mr. Gary, it just brought back so many memories because when I first came to St. Louis, he was one of the first persons that really embraced us. I mean, he was very cynical about the community, and he was talking about, you know, the murder of Mike Brown that happened in 2014, and that all these people came into St. Louis but never did anything. So he just he was very cynical, and he, you know, we start winning him. You know, we were telling him that APEDF is different from all these other organizations, and was telling him that we were based in California, Florida, and Philadelphia, and that we were here to stay, you know, because he was saying that, you know, so many people came and they left, you know, and they didn't do anything to change the conditions of the city. So when he starts seeing us in motion, I mean, he used to cook for me every morning. Wow. You know, he would prepare breakfast for me every morning. We would sit outside on the bench at his house and just talk about the community and how frustrated he was. And then he started to get involved. And this is why, one of the reasons why we named the garden after him, you know, the Gary Brooks Community Garden. And just me as being the president, is just that if I've seen all these transformation happen right in front of my eyes, it's really emotional for me. And I just want to say, I want to donate $1,000 right now. So I know we got 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
30 minutes to hit what we got left.
So I also want to shout out Sarah, who took the call and gave $100 stating, Sarah said, "I refuse to be complicit to the current systems of oppression."
Yes. And just shout out to Sarah, you know, being there in Oakland right now.
Yes.
That's Sarah. Which Sarah is that?
Is that? Okay.
That's Sarah. Yeah.
Okay.
And baking the pies and helping us make that happen. I just really want to appreciate Leah as well. You guys are phenomenal. We're going to make this. How much we have left?
100.
Come on, guys.
Left.
$175 left before we had a match, right?
Yes.
So we want to make that match. So we want to start this first segment out with $10,000. We got 40,000 to go. Yep. So let's claim it. Come on, get these donations running.
Do it.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Go to apedf.org/donate.
Yes.
Only 175.
Uhuru.
So thank you for letting me interrupt.
Oh, absolutely. That was a great intervention.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your contribution.
Absolutely. So come on, comrades. Now we have, I would actually like to invite Chairwoman Penny Hess to come back up here to join us to interview our next incredibly special guest. So we're going from here in St. Louis to occupied Azania, or as it's known by in this colonial system, South Africa. We have joining with us Director Tafari Mugeri. So in occupied Azania. Okay. So we should have audio, and I do want to welcome you, Chairwoman Penny.
Uhuru, it's great to be back up here, and I just really want to thank Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella for coming up and joining and this incredible donation of $1,000.
Absolutely,
which is getting us to the goal. So thank you so much, Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, and I also really want to salute both of you for such a dynamic MCs, and also the very moving and inspiring appeal by comrades Sarah and Leah. I was like almost in tears. That was so beautiful, and makes you want to like really take this stand and fight for reparations to African people and be part of changing the world, not just accepting it or being cynical or anything. That this is the leadership of the African Revolution and the African People's Socialist Party as part of the whole anti-colonial dynamic, beautiful movement in this world today.
Uhuru, in a comment from Donna, who's watching right now, Uhuru is the epitome of community change.
All right.
It makes you know that change is possible.
Yes.
And I remember.
Wow, Donna, where is Donna located?
Oh, that is a good question.
In Philadelphia.
Oh,
yes.
Philly. Oh, Uhuru, Donna, thank you so much. That is a beautiful statement.
Uhuru, and do we have Director Tafari? Are you there? No. Okay.
Oh, great.
Okay. Yeah. So we are having some tough technical difficulties there. We are going to bring on Chair of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition, Chair Mwezi Odom.
Yeah.
So
yes, and just
out
to
in San
say that
Diego.
the main technical difficulty in colonial South Africa is colonialism.
Yes.
Yeah.
African
That's
people
the
are free.
technical
It's going to be
Exactly.
very, very good.
Yes.
Uhuru, Chair Mwezi.
Uhuru, Chair Mwezi.
I think you're muted.
Uhuru, comrades.
There you go. It's so great to see you.
Great to see you too, comrades. Wow, I just really want to salute this really powerful telethon. And I had a feeling, we're supposed to be on earlier, but I knew when I saw Director Tafari ahead of me, just because of what, Comrade Chairwoman Penny said, that, Africans are facing the brunt of this colonial system. And this is why this, USM and this telethon is just so important, because that is what the Uhuru movement is all about, is to see African people free, is to see us in power over our own resources. And just really want to salute just the incredible, leadership of Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, and just how beautiful and meaningful this process is to, really fight back in our own interest and to allow all our humanity to take part in this. And that's what, that's why USM is such a great representation of that. So Uhuru, thanks for having me.
Uhuru. Chair Mwezi, can you go ahead and just tell us a little about yourself and how you got involved, with the party and more specifically the Fight Back Coalition?
Right on. Uhuru, well, my name is Mwezi Odom, and I am currently serving as the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, but I am a member of the African People's Socialist Party. I'm currently serving as the Secretary General, and have, just really want to, first, before I move any further, salute my leadership, Chairman Omali Shatella, who, is the one, is the reason why we are all here today, and who has, spent his entire life fighting for the, for the liberation of African people. And, when I talk about the Uhuru, the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign, we can't not talk about Chairman Omali Shatella, because he is, the reason why the, on July 29th of 2022, the African People's Socialist Party and 7 properties of the Uhuru movement were came under attack, a really vicious attack by the FBI, by the U.S. government, by the colonial state to say that African people can't be free. They used flashbang grenades. They had assault rifles pointed at the chairman's chest. They broke windows, stole archives and documents and technology that they haven't returned. And so on that day, the chairman initiated this campaign, the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa fight back. So we say hands off freedom, we say hands off Africa. And it's described as a campaign, but it's a counteroffensive. It's a whole opportunity for the world to realize that we are fighting not only for our freedom, but in this case, freedom of speech. And the question of freedom of speech, can't be ignored, because chairman and the African People's Socialist Party has always fought out against the oppression of African people and, the U.S. and colonial states' predatory attack on the people's struggle, Africa and all colonized people. So that's just a little bit about the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. And, there is our coming out of this, and I can just say more, and then I know there's other things that we'll discuss, but we have Chairwoman Penny Hess and also Jesse Neville, who are the chair of, who is the chair of the of USM, and Penny Hess, the chairperson of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Them and Chairman Amalia Shatella were indicted in April of this year, and they were indicted on these false charges to say that African people are that all this work that you see here, this is the Russians, right? This is not African people, using our own skills and our own intellect and power and organization to solve, our problems in a material way. And so they are known as the Uhuru 3. You see this big banner behind me that says drop the charges against the Uhuru 3. We want to see these charges dropped. We want to, see that our comrades can continue to do this work. And so we've had to assemble a legal team. We have had to fight back on all fronts. APEDF has come under serious attack during these, during 9 months before they even named these indictments. And so we have, part of this fight back was for us to build this a coalition of organizations across the political spectrum of, the leadership and representation of liberation struggles around the world to come together and to say, hands off the Uhuru 3, hands off Chairman Amalia Shatella, and to drop the charges. And so here we are in this period on July 8th, built this coalition, called the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. And what is so great about this coalition is that almost immediately we were put into action to build for a really important march that took place, which I know we'll talk a little bit more about as well. And if I should go into that, just let me know, comrades. But I did want to say that, part of what this government is doing is to also scare white people and, anybody who supports, African people organizing for ourselves and, for the liberation of, the African liberation struggle, which has come under attack for, 6 centuries. And as we know here through, COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program that tries to, that attempts to crush every movement, not just here within the borders of the US, but, everywhere around the world. So, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Chair Moisey. Well, I just want to say really quick, people heard what you were saying and they were inspired, and we have reached our matching fund and beyond. I just want to salute Leah for contributing $175.
Hey, Uhuru Leah.
All right, and then
right on.
Want to salute Chess, who contributed $25, so that brings us to our new total of $10,025.
I also want to acknowledge who gave the 5,000 matching fund, which included Janet, Leah, Angelica, Amanda, Jesse, and Brendan. So,
wow.
All right, so we're at 10,000 now, and this is very, very exciting. And thank you again, Deputy Chair, for your contribution of 1,000. This is very exciting.
Yes.
So, Chair Moisey, it's so great to have you on. And I know that that you recently there was a demonstration in Los Angeles that you were, I know you were at November 4th in Washington, D.C., but you played a role along with President Matamela in organizing the Southern California to come to stand with, with the whole Black People's March on Washington, Black People's March on in Los Angeles. And there's so many nationalities of colonized peoples here, and very much concentrated in Southern California as well. So could you say a little bit about that and the kind of organizing that you do there in Southern California?
Right on. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Penny. I appreciate that question, and just want to join in saluting the donations that just came in. Part of the work, as was mentioned, I'm located here in Southern California, which is on occupied land. We say occupied Mexico. We work, as Chairwoman Penny said, really close with a lot of the other indigenous and colonized and oppressed communities and the organizations to fight back on all fronts. And so when we were called on, by the Black is Back coalition to make this a bi-coastal mobilization, we were very excited to, really in a material way and in a principled way, come together as these various organizations to fight back on all fronts. And as I mentioned, the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition is, I didn't mention that it's made up of over 40 organizations, and this was who joined on July 8th, and it continues to grow. And these organizations are all committed to, building this anti-colonial free speech movement. And we understand that all of the, forms of oppression that all of these various nations and liberation struggles face have to come under one banner. We have to understand that this is colonialism, as has been said throughout this program. And so part of what we brought to November 4th was, all of our issues. We had a list of demands that you can find if you go to handsoffruhuru.org/coalition. You can find information about what these demands are. But what these demands do is they lift up the struggles of political prisoners. They, first, make the demand to drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. They, denounce, politically motivated indictments, as we see with the Tampa 5, and stop Cop City, and, to stop the, government attacks on all liberation struggles from the Mexican, Navajo, indigenous people, as we see right now, most glaringly in Palestine, as well as, Filipino people, African people in Haiti, and, Venezuela, Cuba, all of that came under the whole banner. So it was, I wasn't there in LA, but I know that it was really powerful. We've seen videos and some images. And just to say that we want to really salute like Unión del Barrio, an organization that got a bus of people to come from San Diego to come and organize. People came down from Oakland and from other various parts of California to participate in this march. And, we just really powerful presentations and culture, and just the unity that has built coming out of that was just really profound. So I know you were there, Chairwoman Penny, and you brought a reparations contingent, which was also really important to start to build solidarity. We'll continue to build solidarity, all over this territory. So, Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you. And I'm glad that you mentioned Unión del Barrio and just, first of all, the deep relationship, if you could say a little bit about that, of the African People's Socialist Party and Unión del Barrio, the Mexican Liberation Movement. And we will be interviewing members of Unión del Barrio a little bit later in this program. But if you could just talk about that, because you're in San Diego where that false border is, and people are attempting to come back over to reclaim their land.
Yes, that's really important. That was raised, and the relationship between of the African People's Socialist Party and Unión del Barrio, dates back almost 4 decades. Their leadership at the time, Ernesto Bustillos and Chairman Amalia Shatella formed, a relationship under, understanding our shared conditions, and that, we unite in the struggles of the Mexican indigenous people of this territory from Alaska to Chile to take back all their land and to be, restored as the rightful owners and, stewards of this land. And they unite with the right of African people and Africa to unify and to organize for its liberation. And so it's a really, it's not just a symbolic gesture of solidarity. It's very principled. And so, like I said, Union played a really important role in this fight back, but has always continued to do so. And just, I hope, and I know that we'll hear more about from Union later on in the program, which is really exciting, but they continue to face attacks, and we have to continue to we have to keep our ears to the ground and to organize, because they are, many of them are educators, and they're in these schools and they're putting forth colonialism and all these things that onto the into the atmosphere. And so we face we stand in complete solidarity with our comrades. And yeah, it was just very, very beautiful, and they helped to bring a lot of these other organizations into the process too. Uhuru. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Chair Moise. And yeah, it's really just amazing to see how powerful this worldwide anti-colonial movement is, and is really becoming, colonialism is being talked about more and more, thanks to all of the work of the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Amalia Shatella, and the steadfast, existence, of the African People's Socialist Party all over the world. So I just really salute you for being part of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition.
Uhuru.
Yeah, Brendan.
Yeah, Uhuru. So on that note, can you give us any updates on the fight back, and let everyone know how they can get involved, be a part of this?
Right on. Yeah, so just a brief update to let everybody know that today, actually, November 28th, marks 2 months since the Uhuru 3 went to court in the Tampa district in Florida. And our lawyer, Leonard Goodman, who is one of the Uhuru 3 attorneys, presented the motion to dismiss, arguing that these charges against the Uhuru 3 are politically motivated, as has been stated, and that they, discriminately target protected speech. And this was, a really, it was a testament to the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back and to the strength of this counteroffensive. And this motion to dismiss, like I said, was presented on September 28th. Any day now, we should, expect to hear back from the judge. And if not, we are preparing for trial in February of 2024. So I'm not saying that lightly, because we have to continue this fight back. We have goals to raise, resources. We are so close to meeting our phase 1 goal, and we just want to encourage people to go to handsoffuhuru.org. That's handsoffuhuru.org. And I know that will be put in the chat, and I can place that in the chat so everybody knows what's coming up next. But I want to encourage everybody to go and to volunteer. We have a really great leadership leading a committee of lawyers and students and other community workers who are working to help with the legal defense of this fight back, people who are helping with social media and writing articles and just really important work. Join the coalition. We want to encourage everybody to read the motion to dismiss on the website, get informed, and let's prepare to be in Florida in February. Because we have to continue to, know that we're dealing with a hostile state that is not just going to lay over and just throw its hands up. And there are, so many organizations and people that are under attack. So everybody who believes in free speech needs to come and needs to join this fight back. So we say hands off Uhuru, hands off Chairman Amalia Shatella, or the sky's the limit. Uhuru.
Sky's the limit. Okay, thank you so much.
Uhuru, comrades. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Moise.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Chair Moise was talking about, the fight back that's happening, in Florida, where the trial might possibly be held. And here we are in St. Louis, raising funds today for the African People's Education and Defense Fund, for the African Independence Workforce Program, which is, here in St. Louis. And, then there was that march on the West Coast and in South Africa, or Occupy Tanzania. So, this is an international organization. And so when you contribute reparations at apedf.org/donate, you're contributing to the worldwide anti-colonial movement that is being led by the African working class, by the African People's Socialist Party. And, you can be a part of that movement, this international movement of people who are resisting and are fighting back for the rights for African people to have freedom of speech and to have the right to recreate life for themselves.
And I just want to let everyone know we are at $10,025.
All right.
So we're kicking off this campaign today to raise $50,000 by the end of the year. And
we want to raise 30,000 today.
Yes.
So we're 1/3 of the way to our goal today.
Right there. So
and we're going to do that. I mean,
absolutely.
This is just mere $10,000, which, for some people in the colonizer population, that's just what you would spend at dinner.
Yeah, those resources are out there.
Yes. Yeah. And, and especially as white people, it's really our responsibility to turn over those resources that we have access to, and also, that video that we saw earlier about the One Africa, One Nation farmers market, that was made by volunteer Chris, who is located in Korea. So, that just shows the capacity of and how dynamic this organization is, and that, reparations is material solidarity, and also it's turning over your skills as well.
Sorry, Lynn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna interrupt real quick. We did just
please.
get another $15 from MQ.
Right.
So
Can I just say, MQ, we love you, MQ. You are such a powerful donor and supporter and member of this movement. So just really appreciate you, comrade.
All right. Uhuru. And let's take a look at a solidarity statement from Wendy.
Hi, my name is Wendy. I'm here in Oakland, California, and I support APEDF because they built the Uhuru House Community Center after the police murdered Mike Brown in 2014. And then next came the entire Black Power blueprint, creating a vision of a positive future for African people in every aspect of their lives. APEDF won't stop until gentrification and colonialism are overturned. So open up your wallets, and white people, let's support and express our unity through our reparations dollars. Uhuru.
Oh wait, do you want to? All right.
Thank you, Wendy. Really appreciate you, comrade, out in Oakland.
Oakland is on fire.
Yes. And I wanted to read let me see what I have here. I wanted to read a comment from our wonderful comrade, Paul Kessler, out in Washington State. And he said, Uhuru means freedom in the most profound, concrete, honest struggle to end a world based on oppression and exploitation. Deep honor and respect to all the leaders of the movement. Oh, comrade, let's give our regards to you and your beautiful family out there. And so good to hear from you, comrade.
Yeah, and coming from Paul, he means it too.
Yeah.
An incredibly hard worker, and
Yeah, and also, Paul is a musician, and this past summer has been performing consistently at different farmers markets throughout the Spokane area, raising, thousands of dollars in reparations for the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So it's amazing.
I just want to say that most people might not know that Paul is also an incredible, how do you say it, artisan craftsman.
Oh,
yeah, he made all of the display cases for Uhuru Bakery and Cafe.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh my God, they were so beautiful and just really a great carpenter and so talented.
Wow. So, just saying right now, our total that we have raised so far, in this telethon, this 24-hour telethon is $10,040, and our goal is $50,000. So go to apedf.org/donate and make your contribution of reparations right now.
And also we want to thank again, we can't say how much to, we want to appreciate all of the comrades who contributed to the initial 5,000 matching fund, and especially Comrade Angelica gave very, very generously to that, and all of the other comrades who participated in that. We're going to just thank you so much.
Yes, and we have
Comrade Brendan.
So it's owed. So
yeah.
We had a comment from Keyfinder on YouTube. Uhuru and solidarity and love to all of you from Portland. Thank you for this event and all the presentations. So Uhuru, Keyfinder.
Thank you, Keyfinder.
So we're out there in Portland. We're in Washington State. I think Spokane, which is and we are in San Diego and Philly and
LA.
Florida.
And Occupied Azania, which is South Africa. We're going to be able to hear from Comrade Director Tafari Ngeri on the ground near Johannesburg in Fochville, Azania, and just so many other places.
In Germany, I know there's some solidarity members in Germany.
Wow.
Yeah.
London.
That's so exciting.
Yeah.
All right.
Uhuru, and hopefully we get that those issues ironed out in Occupied Azania, and we'll be able to hear from Director Tafari later.
Yes.
But right now, I believe we have comrades in Philly, which, another city that is just filled with support for this organization.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful, beautiful institutions there, and incredible community.
Yeah, including Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles.
Uhuru, 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 what do we do? Offer programs of liberation for African self-determination. Uhuru means freedom.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Welcome everyone to Uhuru Furniture Philly Live Hour of the Giving Tuesday Telethon for the programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. I am your co-host for this hour. My name is Ali. I was the sales and operational coordinator at Uhuru Furniture Philly for 9 years, and I am a proud member of the African People's Socialist Party. I am here today with my outstanding co-host, Felicia Kristen, an amazing volunteer, spoken word artist, children's book author, and a great shopper and friend of Uhuru Furniture and the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Felicia.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I am excited to be part of this program on Giving Tuesday to help raise the funds of some powerful new programs of APEDF, featuring the African Independence Workforce Program, which will provide employment, job, and entrepreneurial training for our friends and family members who are returning to our community from the colonial prison system, and Black Power Square, a new small business district that will be built out of shipping containers in the heart of a devastated, underserved Black community with no access to shopping, food, restaurants, or stores. You will hear more about this and many other programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund that you are supporting today. We are live today at the beautiful Mount Airy Arts Garage with a great team of volunteers.
We also start by saluting our leadership, Chairman O'Malley Yesatella, and Deputy Chair of APEDF Board President Ona Janae Yesatella, who have provided the bold revolutionary vision and practical leadership to make the over 50 institutions of the African People's Education and Defense Fund happen, and to give all of us a way to participate in changing the world. Today, we will be featuring a tribute to Uhuru Furniture, which just closed after a powerful 30-year run as an African self-determination institution.
Yes. We appreciate the Uhuru Solidarity Movement for coordinating this 24-hour telethon. We encourage everyone to tune in for as much as you can. This is going to be an action-packed 24-hour full of videos, interviews, African culture, speakers from around the world who are part of the anti-colonialism movement for African self-determination and freedom for all colonized and oppressed people everywhere. As you know, this telethon is a benefit of APEDF, and our goal this hour is to raise $1,000. And we do have a 1,000 matching fund. So the value of our donation will be automatically doubled. You can start donating now at apedf.org/donate, and we will be telling you more about that soon.
We will be featuring a special cultural performance this hour by the powerful percussionist drummer, Karen Smith, with spoken words by my co-host here, Felicia Christian, and a whole lot more.
Yes.
But first, we want to show you a short video of many of the programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Please roll clip.
My name is Ona Zanea Shatella, and I'm the president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund,
the baddest nonprofit on the planet. We face colonial conditions everywhere we are that stem from a lack of political and economic power to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. Since 1994, APEDF has built community-based institutions that put economic, political, and cultural power into our own hands. We are creating our own solutions. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, Missouri. This African self-determination project reverses the verdict of colonialism that has ravaged and depleted our communities for generations. We are bringing North St. Louis back to life with the collective participation of the people. Everyone has a sense of pride and can envision a prosperous future. This is what power in our own hands can do. APEDF is completing the St. Louis transformation to address all aspects of life for our future. This is a blueprint for our communities everywhere. We accomplish this with partners, community volunteers, and donors. By supporting APEDF, you can be part of the future for African people and all those seeking a world of justice where humanity can live in peace as one.
Come and support the baddest nonprofit on the planet, APEDF.
Next, we have a special tribute to Uhuru Furniture, and I want to bring up the Uhuru Future Leadership Team, Allison Haney, Ali Hutley, Derek Bub Myers, and Ruby Gittleson.
I'm so honored to be part of this incredible telethon, the Reparations Telethon. Salute Uhuru Solidarity Movement for coordinating it. It's just so moving and powerful. And we're all really honored to be here with my comrades today to bring a salute to the Philly Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles store that has been in Philadelphia for 30 years. Next slide. So first, we want to salute our leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella, for their relentless and brilliant leadership for the liberation of African people and to defeat the vicious state attacks targeting the chairman, the party, the Uhuru movement, and economic institutions in the African liberation movement and the right of all colonized people to freedom of speech. Deputy Chair led the APEDF strategy for Uhuru Furniture to diversify, but when it was no longer viable, she led the bold visionary decision to focus on the African Independence Workforce Program and the way forward. Uhuru. Next slide. So Uhuru Furniture has been part of this relentless struggle building African economic development and self-determination for 34 years. Uhuru Furniture is an economic development project of APEDF, building the independent economy of the liberated African nation under the powerful leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Shatella and the APSP. Next slide. So we want to give you a short background of the history of Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles. Chairman Amalia Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party always fought to build anti-colonial, dual and contending power for the African working class. Part of the party's strategy for African liberation has been to build institutions that contend with the colonial economy, which only exploits African people, to build institutions that build the connection with the people and serve the needs of the African community. Next slide.
Chairman O'Malley has always been clear that the political and economic are one, that economic self-reliance is the basis of political self-determination and power. The party organized African resistance to the colonial conditions, including the campaigns to free Desi Woods, for community control of housing in Oakland, and upholding the legacy of Huey P. Newton and the Black Panther Party. Next slide. The party formed the African People's Solidarity Committee in 1976 to organize members of the colonizer nation to win reparations under the leadership of the African Revolution and to bring Black power into the colonizer community. APESC's work was material solidarity, building fundraisers, including a booth at the Berkeley Flea Market, food booths at street fairs, selling giant chocolate chip cookies and pies. Next slide. The party struggled with APSC for consistent material solidarity, not charity, by building economic institutions. APSC opened brick and mortar stores in Oakland in the 1980s, including Uhuru Furniture and Uhuru Bakery Cafe, a political and economic center where the chairman often spoke. Next slide.
Under the slogan, reinforcements are on the way, the party came to Philly in a response to the murderous city bombing of MOVE in 1985. NPDM and the party led relentless struggle for decades, pushing back police murder and all the attacks on the African community. APSC came to Philly in 1986, opened a Solidarity Center, and operated Uhuru Foods and Pies for many years. APSC opened Uhuru Furniture in 1994 in a 750 square foot space. We were there for 20 years. Next slide. Uhuru Furniture has demonstrated how the economy and political are one by hosting community events featuring Chairman Omali Yesatella and other Uhuru movement leaders. We hosted a press conference to publicly stand for the rights of the African community, locally and nationally, hosted a film night, and put forward the Black Power Blueprint and other National African People's Education Defense Fund programs throughout our live shows. Displayed large banners around the store and held sales in recognition of historic African leaders like Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. Next slide. Every year we have hosted major events to put forward Martin Luther King's real legacy of struggle for African self-determination and have spoken out for justice for the thousands of Africans who have been murdered and brutalized by the police and court system, including George Floyd, Walter Wallace, Breonna Taylor, and many, many more. Next slide.
Uhuru Furniture underwent a total transformation under Deputy Chair's owner's leadership since 2010, transitioning from solidarity fundraisers to anti-colonial African self-determination institutions. This included branding, professional training through NARTS, systematizing all protocols, including POS and HR systems. DC owner created spinoffs including Enzo, African Style at Home and Abroad, Uhuru on the Move, and the NTU Uhuru Volunteer Program. Next slide. We salute the tremendous leadership of the UFC Steering Committee, pictured on the top row, that did an outstanding job leading all aspects of the store work daily, kept developing new spinoffs and deepening the basis of support for African self-determination. And we salute the whole team who worked so incredibly hard to make it all happen. Next slide. Volunteers are the heart and soul of Uhuru Furniture and participate in all aspects of the work of the store. There's a place for everyone from young students to octogenarians at Uhuru. Everyone's contribution is valued and they leave with the understanding of the importance of working to build African self-determination in the real world. Next slide. A major development for Uhuru on the Move this year was securing the Yorktown Arms renovation job. Pictured on the left, Bub is leading his awesome team of Omar and Johnny to move out and then back in 54 units in this senior rental apartment building, which took 6 weeks. This was by far the largest moving job Uhuru on the Move undertaken, giving us experience in building our reputation and prestige. Over 3 years, Uhuru on the Move built an outstanding reputation, carrying out hundreds of moves. This is what Comrade Coda said about her experience with the Uhuru on the Move. This is my second time booking a Uhuru on the Move, and I'm even more pleased than the first time. The peace of mind they provided with such stellar service goes above and beyond than any other moving company. And the best part is it supports the independent African development project of the Uhuru movement, building economic self-reliance by far for African people. Next slide.
APEDF developed ENZO, African Styles at Home and Abroad. Deputy Chair Ona Zane initiated the unique ENZO products. We organized volunteers to paint pieces in addition to our professional artists. Bridget, an amazing seamstress, made our pillows and masks. And Carter, a talented artist, painted the furniture, including custom painted pieces. Next slide. Uhuru Furniture was also a successful distributor of Buy Black Power products. Uhuru Furniture held holiday sales and sold all Buy Black Power products, including Decolonize, the Burning Spear newspaper and Burning Spear media products, the Chairman's books, Enzo products, Uhuru Planet shirts, Uzi bracelets, and much more. Next slide. Under Deputy Chair's leadership, Uhuru Furniture started hosting a live show during COVID. It was an important way to stay connected with our base when we were closed, but it really caught on and we kept it going ever since. We showed furniture and our newest great finds, shared APEDF updates, and engaged with the people who wanted to buy on the air and others who just loved the store and the show. The live show developed a strong weekly following, and a wonderful group of people volunteered on a regular basis who shared their skills as drummers, singers, poets, dancers, designers, and a wide array of community friends and neighbors participated in support of the APEDF mission, and often were the first to make a purchase during the show. Next slide.
Uhuru Furniture changed the city of Philadelphia. It set the stance of upholding African people's leadership, humanity, dignity, creativity, strength, genius, and the right to be free and self-determining. This institution has proven that the way forward to a positive future is through African self-determination. And I want to just quickly read a quote. Uhuru Furniture has been my favorite store for my entire adult life. It's unlike any other place in the city. The social mission of APEDF has shaped my political views for life. I've learned so much by being involved with the mission to establish African self-determination. It's been refreshing and eye-opening to witness all the achievements and hard work of this institution. Their impact will be felt forever. And that's from Tina. Next slide. We salute all our friends, customers, donors, supporters who are far too numerous to mention. And before we go to the next slide, I just want to say that we have raised some money here so far.
Right.
We have raised $25 came in from Clyde Mackey. $30 came in from Amir Fearington. $50 from Jesse Neville. So we have raised $105 already, only $895 to go to unlock that $1,000 matching fund.
Right.
Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru, next slide.
After 30 years, Uhuru Furniture is closing, but APEDF is moving forward. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Yeah, at the 30 successful years in Philly and 34 years in Oakland, APEDF made the hard decision to close. UFC stores, which are no longer economically viable, and to the future of African People's Education Defense Fund mission through the African Independent Workforce programs, Black Power Blueprint, and all 50 institutions and programs. Next slide. The response from the community was overwhelming. Now go back to the response from the community was overwhelming. Even from the city council, on October 26th, Councilwoman Kendra Brooks presented a powerful resolution that was passed by the city council that day, recognizing the tremendous contribution made by APEDF and the Uhuru Furniture, organizing for African self-determination in the Philadelphia community for the past 30 years. Here's an excerpt from the resolution. City Council Resolution, honoring and recognizing Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles and the African People's Education and Defense Fund for defending the rights of the African community, providing affordable furniture and home goods to Philadelphians, providing jobs, job training, and volunteer opportunities, and committing all profits to supporting economic development and self-determination programs for Black communities across the country. Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, located at Broaden Parish in North Philadelphia, is a Black-owned business that has operated since 1994, reselling affordable furniture and household goods, providing free furniture, donated pickup services, and providing tons of furniture from landfills. Provided moving services to Philadelphians throughout its work. Uhuru Furniture has saved thousands of tons of furniture from landfills, helped furnish the homes of thousands of Philadelphians, and provided volunteer opportunities, job training, and work experiences to its community.
Whereas, since 1994, the APEDF has established institutions.
I'm sorry, I did it good.
Whereas, since 1994, the APEDF has established institutions and programs that put African people in control of their own community life by building institutions that put economic, political, and cultural power in the hands of the community. The APEDF seeks to combat the colonial conditions that challenge their people's ability to clothe, feed, and house themselves. And whereas, through the on-the-ground institution like Uhuru Furniture, the APEDF has shown what self-determination for African community looks like. It is a monumental victory and testament that Uhuru Furniture has succeeded for 3 decades through conditions that normally keep Black-owned institutions out of the economic arena. And
whereas Uhuru Furniture has been instrumental in supporting the creation and growth of other APEDF initiatives that continue to enact the APEDF mission, the Black Power Blueprint programs in St. Louis, Missouri, continues to expand, contributing an African farmers market and community garden, a community basketball court, a doula training program, and a women's health center in the North St. Louis Black community. Whereas under the slogan, Our Labor, Our Future, the African People's Education Defense Fund is launching a new initiative, the African Independence Workforce Program, that aims to reverse the negative economic impact of the colonial economy and prison system. AIWP will train members of the African community, in particular, formerly incarcerated members, to contribute to a prosperous future through the development of an independent, liberated economy. And
whereas the city of Philadelphia recognizes the powerful work of Uhuru Furniture, that the African People's Education and Defense Fund and the African Independence Workforce Program. In particular, we recognize and commemorate Uhuru Furniture's impact on Philadelphia as a small Black-owned business dedicated to economic development and self-determination now for its community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Philadelphia honors and recognizes Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles and the African People's Education and Defense Fund for defending the rights of, the rights of the African community, providing affordable furniture and home goods to Philadelphians, providing jobs, job training, and volunteer opportunities, and committing all profits to supporting economic development and self-determination programs for the Black community across the country.
Uhuru. All right, that
Next
was the
slide.
resolution. Next slide. And I think we're going to show a clip from the WHYY.
No, the clip.
Roll the clip.
Video
Roll the
clip.
clip, yeah.
WHYY, and then back to the slides. To our tech team in St. Louis.
Our last day at Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, is going to be October 31st.
I'll tell you what, he tried to get me to take something home the other day. And I was like, if I take one more thing home and put it in my house, I'm gonna get put out of my house. So I left it.
I knew the store was different from just a furniture store or a thrift store, as you want to call it, because it's anti-colonial. The furniture store is anti-colonial. It's for African self-determination.
The Uhuru Furniture Store is part of African People's Education and Defense Fund. Our mission is to create programs that speaks to the disparities in healthcare, education, and economic development, but also we want to defend the human and civil rights of the African community as well. We got the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market there. We got the Uhuru House. We got the African Independent Workforce Program where we're going to be housing African men and women coming out of the colonial prison system. Why would we create a nonprofit that speaks to these disparities if it's not needed in the community? Of course, we're very sad that the store is closing, but this is not the end. This is the beginning.
So you're going on a delivery now?
Yes, I got the China cabinet, right? I mean the curio cabinet, and then that's it.
Uhuru, we got some more donations. We got $200 from President Onizine Yeshitela. $50 from Devon H.
Devon Hess?
I don't know. It says Devon, so it might be another Devon.
Okay.
Oh, it's Jackson. $50 from Jackson. Uhuru. And then Jackson said, one chapter may have ended, but it only makes room for the next. Here's to this great movement. And it's not Jackson, it's Devon and Philly. Devon Harris. Okay, so let's see. Now that means we only need to raise $355.
I got $25.
$25. Some bucks.
We're not even in the fundraising picture.
It's coming up. So,
Great.
next slide, right?
Yeah.
Next slide. UFC is closing, but APEDF is moving forward. And we want to make sure we keep all of you as part of the Uhuru family. Next slide. We salute DC owner, APEDF, and the whole team for making Uhuru Furniture such a successful African self-determination institution for 30 years.
Uhuru. Now we're going to bring Felicia and Ruben up to do a fundraising pitch.
Okay, better hurry up because we already raised some more money here. Uhuru. We just got, okay, 25 from Bob. I don't know if you added that in St. Louis, but we also got $20 from Marianne Bessie. Okay, hold on one second. Thanks everybody for coming. to this important segment of the 24-hour reparations telethon. We just gave you a little bit of a taste of what Uhuru Furniture Philly was able to accomplish and what all of your shopping, donating, and volunteering meant for all those 30 years. And we're talking about thousands of people who made Uhuru Furniture happen. APEDF is expanding, and we are calling on you to support the African Independence Workforce Program, which, as we said, will create meaningful employment, not just put more workers out in there to help corporate America get richer, but to build a positive new economy that is in the hands of the Black community and benefits the African community. So like we said, our goal is to raise $1,000 today. We got this matching fund. Do you think we can do it, Felicia?
I know we can do it. And I know we need to do it. Our people are being stuffed into prisons in degrading conditions for decades. Sherelle Parker, the new mayor of Philadelphia, ran on a platform to bring back stop and frisk that has been exposed as an inherited colonist policy that targets and locks up the Black, Puerto Rican, and other indigenous communities at hugely disproportionate rates. The new mayor has pledged to bring the National Guard into Kensington. That is trying to push us backwards. We're not going back to the back of the bus. I support APEDF because it gets to the roots of the problem and provides real solutions in the interest of our community. We say not one step backwards. Do we have anyone who wants to donate 1,000 to support APEDF? How about 500? 250? How about 200? Uhuru! 200.
200 from Allison.
Yes.
Because I want to do 100 for every decade.
Yes.
Yes.
Donate 50.
Yes.
50 from LA.
This is wonderful. Yes.
20 from Aaron, Christina.
Wonderful cause we are supporting. I am donating 100. Is anybody else with me? 100. All right.
Yes. Spencer, Uhuru. And I'm gonna match you guys at 100.
Uhuru, this is a wonderful cause. Where are we?
Okay, all right. Now we also got a thing, they couldn't hear you. Allie, when you said you were going to, the reason why you were going to make that donation, they couldn't hear you. Can you come up and say it into the, into the mic?
Don't move.
No, I just wanted to donate $300 today because that's $100 for every decade that Uhuru Furniture has been in business in Philly, been a powerful African internationalist institution influencing the Philly community.
Uhuru. And they said we went too fast with all the donations pouring in. So we're gonna just go back. Okay, so we got let me see. Well, so we had Marianne, then we got 300 from SG Alley, which is Uhuru. We got
25 from Bob.
25 from Bob.
50 from me.
50 from Ali.
Yes.
20 from Aaron and Christina.
Yes.
100 from Eric.
Yes.
100 from Felicia. 100 from myself.
Yes.
$50 from Devin Harris. So what math genius wants to work on that
really quick
project? and we'll see where we're at here. We are waiting for our total.
We're waiting. Where's our drummer?
Okay, great. That was pretty helpful. 645 on top of whatever. So let's see what whatever was, which I think was 375, but we're going to double check. Okay, so we are waiting.
Right.
Over 1,000. It's like
We're waiting. We're gonna pause there. When I will get our official total, but we're doing good.
We're doing great. Let's keep
Sorry, it
going.
was still too fast. Okay. Okay, Eric, okay, I'm getting some messages here. Okay, Eric did 100. Eric Spencer did 100.
Yes.
He's got,
Yeah.
they've got Ali,
50, they got Ruby 100, Aaron and Christine 20. What did Spencer?
Felicia, that's meant Eric. Felicia 100.
Right.
Allison 300. Okay, well, I'm just wondering if I don't want to hold everybody up waiting for these calculations. We're doing good.
I've got 640 from this room alone.
Okay, 640 out of this room alone, plus what we had before.
Which was 390.
So, what we're gonna do, we are overtime, so we're gonna move ahead, but we'll be back with our totals. And we don't want people to stop donating. We want people to continue to donate. 2 minutes? Okay. All right. Well, so far this segment has raised $1,070. We got our match. We got our match. So that means we raised 2,070, but we're going to keep going.
Let's keep going.
We're going to keep going. We want to do more because APDF is so important.
It is.
To the future of all of humanity, and including everybody out there that's watching, including the city of Philadelphia, needs this institution. I really appreciate what you said, Felicia, about the trajectory of this city under neocolonialist leadership. You know, they want to bring back the most vicious, draconian, laws. And we know that's not in anybody's interest.
That's right.
So what we want to do is bring into power APDF and the strategies of APDF.
Absolutely.
And this telethon so far has raised $12,110.
Praise God.
And we only need 17,890 to reach our 30,000 goal for this 24-hour period. So we're still going. We want to call on everybody else to continue to donate. It looks like our time is getting up here, but I'm going to get out of the way. Here we go.
Let's
Hey.
give our fundraising team a good round of applause.
Yes. And we're going to come back up one more time, too.
Yeah.
Am I? That's it.
Ahuru. Thank you, guys. All right. We have a special treat for you guys today. We have a clip of a powerful performance by Karen Smith and Felicia Christian from a meet and greet event with Chairman O'Malley Yesatella, DC owner Sinead Yesatella, and several other Uhuru movement leaders at Uhuru Furniture in September 2023. Roll clip.
realizing that we are never leaving the same. We will rise and we shall remain. In the name of thank you. Hooroo, everybody. To attack our growth and dismantle our unity, to wipe out our health and to murder our wealth. That system not be like Norman said. How they gonna win if they ain't right within? And how we gonna win if we ain't right within? And bring that again. But we will survive with our hands held high. But we will survive with our hands held high. Well, I shared my mind, and thanks for letting this vision unwind to all of my people. Y'all have a good time, and don't be afraid to fight. Don't be afraid to fight while we're shining. When I say hands off, you say uhuru. When I say hands off, you say uhuru. Hands off. Uhuru. Hands off. Uhuru. You are afraid of our rich. Kids heard these stories. Hands off. Uhuru. Rising of centuries of determination, resourcefulness, intelligence, mental strength, regardless of the long, unnecessary battles, the daily isms. Hands off. Uhuru. Hands off. Uhuru. Black people live in a body, mind, and spirit that rely on previous first runners to protect them from those who will never accept their differences. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! They will continue breeding the evenness in their leadership. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! They will continue to believe their lives are the only ones that matter. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Fear keeps you with your hands on some kind of revolver. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Assuming the worst in every situation. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Anyone that does not look like you isn't an enemy. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Isn't criminal minded. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Isn't a savage. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Your spirit co-signs many unlawful acts. Gives many who bear arms to shoot first. Ask questions. Who cares? Fears in the eyes of the beholder. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Are that? Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Many, countless, many unnecessary losses. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! And according to our legacies, even with fear, we continue to persevere. Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off! Uhuru! Hands off!
Alicia, thank you so much. That was powerful.
That was beautiful.
We just want to really appreciate you both. That was a great event, and it was electric how you two saluted chairman and deputy chair and their entourage as they came in the door.
Thank you.
That was really, really powerful. Thank you both. But I have a few questions. I'm not gonna let you two get away that quick. Don't peep. All right. Karen, you've been a shopper and friend of Uhuru Furniture since the 90s. Tell us why you love and support Uhuru Furniture and why it has been important to you to actively participate in the work of the African People's Education Defense Fund.
You know, it really was a persistent sea of management because I really was not interested. I was more so focused on getting something to lay down on because I needed a bed. And my first piece of furniture, which was a mattress of a futon, is what I got, along with the information constantly from one in particular person that's here, I'll say comrade, which is Ruby, and then later Allison, but consistent. But
Yes.
the first year, I just was not interested in hearing anything other than what I need to come in there for. But obviously, it's very important. I was like, well, how can I ignore all this information? It's impossible to ignore what is needed, what is right, and so I started listening. And for the last 29 years, I've been listening and being a volunteer and doing my part, for what's right.
Uhuru. Thank you for that, Karen.
It's all about the truth. That's what it's been.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, all about the truth.
All about
Build
the
the
truth.
truth. That's right. It has been so powerful that you have celebrated your birthday at Uhuru Furniture by basically hosting a free concert outside the store every summer for years and brought your many friends along with you.
Many.
To support Uhuru and the African People's Education and Defense Fund. Tell us what inspired you to initiate that.
I think it was just the fact that one, it happened right at the beginning of the pandemic. So I had wanted to celebrate my 60th birthday, and I know the store was just opening back up, and so it was so important to make sure people know that it existed. And that's where the first idea came from. And we did it since then for the last 3-4 years. And hopefully, this is a new mini me, and this mini me is very disappointed that there won't be a birthday party in front of the store at Broad and Poplar, but
yes,
work on something.
You work on something. Okay, all right. One more thing. When we first met you, you were just starting to build your career as a musician.
Yes.
Now you've won a big grant from the Pew Charitable Trust and other awards and and accolades. We really appreciate that you are still here. Yes. Not seduced or seductive. What's that? Seduced, not seduced by money and fame. That you are still here with Uhuru.
Yeah. And the dog.
And many. Yes. Can you respond to that a little bit?
I don't think it's anything. I think it's just
okay.
This is part of the work, and exposure has been very much a big part of why I received a grant like that. Is because it was so many venues, and this was one of the many venues that I did exposure for, and two, out in the park, anything that's gone on throughout the number of years. It all helps. So I'm gonna say it's kind of like me giving back to what is already there, because it's all a part of it. It's all part of it. It's been all part of the creative room.
Uhuru. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Karen. And I'm not gonna forget you, darling, the dear my loyal co-host Felicia.
And by the way, these dolls are from Tomorrow's Girls and Women, and that's why I'm promoting it, because all the funding goes to mentor young Black women.
Nice.
So,
nice, beautiful.
We need it.
Felicia, you have also really been a mainstay of the Uhuru Furniture Collectibles live shows and made such a powerful contribution to a whole series of events and programs. Plus, you donated a portion of your book proceeds. What does APEDF means to you?
Wow. Words are not enough to express. When I found this movement, it's more than a movement, it's more than a moment, it's a lifestyle, because we need to fight for the freedom that we were given. No one is to tell the Black community that they cannot have what is rightfully theirs. So we have to come together, all of us, everyone, the entire world. We have to come together and fight together so that everyone can be free. Everyone can live in Uhuru. So this movement, that's what this movement means to me. And I'm honored to be a part of it.
Oh, thank you both for those, amazing answers. And I'm been signaled that we're running out of time for this. So we're gonna move on. Next, we have two short videos, a poem by Tiffany Dean from and Uhuru Furniture live shows, and a clip from our last live show featuring storyteller Paul D. Best.
Yes.
Roll clip.
I am a spoken word artist. and a writer, a playwright, actually screenwriter as well. And I have enjoyed every time that I've got to come here to Uhuru and share myself with you guys. And today is no different, even though it's bittersweet. It's still no different. It's bittersweet, but at the same time, it feels good because I know that the mission is still continuing. You know, the walls are closing, down, but the mission still is continuing. So I'm going to share a poem with you. It's called Bad Heart. And it's really about keeping up the fight and remembering that you need to keep up the fight and what happens when you don't. I thought I was her. Her that said, F the world, that her who said, I am the one that they refused to see, that her who saw her skin golden, saw it shimmer when they said it was dark, that her that knew how hard her ancestors fought, that same her that poured through books after books, stalking the facts of us to shed the light on the lost. I thought I was her. I thought I was her. I swore I was her until the day he couldn't breathe. Until the day he called out my name. Until the day my ears rang and my lungs collapsed and I grasped for every breath while I clung to the ringing to stop the sound. I thought I was her until my heart broke into a million pieces. I thought I was her. Until my voice pierced the air, I thought I was her. Until I cried so many tears that my soul ceased to flow and the world caught on fire and I couldn't put it out, and I should have put it out years ago. I should have told him who we really were. I should have told him what was right and not what was real. I should have taught him how to fight with his words and not his fists. I should have taught him that he deserved instead of how not to resist. What he needed to know beyond the beauty in his melanin, all the accolades I poured into him, meant nothing if he and I were the only ones who could see them. I feel like I killed him. As if my knee was on his neck, I cut off our breath. When I taught him life wasn't fair, so just ignore the filthy words, the ugly stares, the purses clutched in fear, the promotions that never came, and never hide from the sun, but lower your eyes, don't make waves, work harder than the others, because otherwise they will always win. I cut off his breath and ignored his pleas each time. I didn't complain about our schools not being equipped to give him what he needs. Each time I accepted our station, told him to do the same. I thought it was her that knew her name, that her sporting the strong black queen dangling from her lobes, that her flipping her finger at the establishment with her nappy hair, bold stares. I thought I was the her that my son, and it's S-U-N, needed to be. But I wasn't, because if I was, we'd both be still breathing.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Tiffany.
That was in dedication to George Floyd. Oops. Shoot, sorry, I was. That's okay. Yeah, I got one more piece. So I got one more piece to go. That was just a little break.
Yeah.
This is number 731, wrong one. Number 132, contemporary mahogany table on wheels with one leaf and 4 leather chairs for $455.
Paul Bass.
I text.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clip. Our next one is by Paul Bass.
Yes.
Best.
You talking about
Best.
grandmother. So I'm going to tell you a story about my grandmother and her living room. When you came to grandma's house, you had to be careful because you couldn't touch everything in the living room.
Yeah.
And my grandmother had one of them old school living rooms where everything was the same color. Blue shag carpet. I'm talking about Gary, Indiana, from the 60s on. That blue shag carpet had those blue curtains with the little tassel bells going all across. And the lamp was a clear blue lamp that lit up on the middle, so it was a night light at nighttime. And that blue couch and that blue sofa chair. And if you know anything about grandparents, that sofa chair and that couch was wrapped in plastic.
Yes, it was.
Now, I understood why Grandma needed to wrap it in plastic, because we was over there for everything. Thanksgiving, we on the sofa chair and the couch, watching sports. Summertime, kids are on that couch, taking naps, watching Nickelodeon, waking up with that plastic sticking all over your face. And the bad thing about that furniture was you couldn't sneak and do anything because it was making noise every inch you turned. You stand the night at Grandma's house, ain't no sneaking in the kitchen to go get some cookies. The sliding, well, what y'all doing up there? You could not do that. Plastic furniture was an alarm system. So we had this great living room after all these years. Now, time went on. About 1997, Granddaddy passed away. And the family decided, you know, Grandma's spirits was low, that we need to do something to help lift Grandma's spirits. Everybody decided we are going to redo the living room. So everybody got to work. Uncle Reggie painted the walls white. Uncle Kenny ordered this nice toasty oak brown carpet, wasn't shag. My aunties and my mama, they ordered glass shelves to put on the wall so Grandma could display everybody's pictures. But no one knew what to do with that furniture, that sofa chair and that couch covered in that plastic, that blue couch and that blue sofa chair. And they was like, well, Mama, maybe we could just take the plastic off. And Grandma wasn't hearing that. She just got quiet, didn't say nothing. So as weeks went on, we'd go by the house and see it. Living room was all bright and shiny and new. It just felt new energy. And there's that old blue couch and that blue sofa chair wrapped in that plastic. And one week, me and my cousins went over there and we walked in and we looked around, and that sofa chair and that couch, it was white, wrapped in plastic. All of those years, we thought that furniture was blue, and Grandma had wrapped it in clear blue plastic. Wow. So Grandma spent her own money and decided to get some new plastic put on it and made it clear. So you know how the kids say today, rip me out the plastic, I've been acting brand new. So I go over to Grandma, and I asked her, Grandma, why you change it up? Why you just didn't get some new furniture? And she said, I am tired of y'all putting me through these changes, and I'm gonna set one thing straight. Me and your grandfather worked hard to pay for this good furniture, and I'm always gonna take care of it. And as we stand here today, in this place, this space of business, so many memories that we have cherished, and after 30 plus years, we are going through some changes. Now, Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles may be closing, but Uhuru means freedom. Freedom ain't going nowhere. So freedom is a mindset. It is an understanding. It is our strength. It is our resilience. The same way your elders and your ancestors paid for that furniture, they paid for your freedom. I want you to remember the impact that Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles have made on this community, and take that impact and continue on in liberation. Because one thing we know, despite the changes that African people go through, we always find a way to liberate ourselves. So take the impact that Uhuru has made and find your way to liberate your community, build our community. And whatever you do, just like Uhuru, do it well. Be consistent. Share it. Cherish it. Like Grandma said, we worked hard and paid for it, so we got to take care of it.
That's right.
Uhuru.
Nice, nice,
Uhuru.
nice.
Uhuru.
Nice.
Yes, that was powerful.
That was
powerful.
very powerful.
Okay, now I'm gonna just turn it back over to Ruby and Felicia, and they're gonna take us home.
Uhuru. Wow, that was so powerful. And it has been so powerful to be part of this community in Philadelphia for over almost 30 years. And this Uhuru Furniture was really a product of the community. You know, I just really want to salute and appreciate, and we feel the outpouring of love and support that we've gotten from so many different sectors of this community. And, you know, people saw that it wasn't just a store, that it was an institution of African self-determination. That's where the deep emotion came from. That's where the love came from. You know, yes, people miss something where they maybe once got some great deals, which they did, but it was deeper than that. It was deeper than that because it was a center in the community. It was a space in the community that was a beacon for justice, for African self-determination, for what freedom looked like, you know, for what African self-determination looked like in the real world. It was happening, it was real. People could see it, they could taste it. You know, they, you know, that's where that deep support came from. And that is why APEDF is moving forward, but Uhuru Furniture is not forgotten. It lives on, it is moving. And first, I just really want to salute all the volunteers that are here in this room with us, helping make this happen. You know, I just really want to thank Karen and Felicia for that powerful performance that we just saw. You know, I just really want to appreciate Renee, who's coordinating the check and filming. I want to appreciate Christina, great volunteer at Uhuru Furniture. Aaron, also a great volunteer at Uhuru Furniture. Eric, and of course the people on the steering committee and staff. Allison Haney, Ali Hutley, Bob Myers, Amir Fearington, Renee Nassar from the Uhuru Furniture Steering Committee, and what?
And Ruby.
And Ruby.
And Ruby.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, it was just like there's so many people that made this institution happen, and all of you. And so far, we have raised from this section, including our $1,000 match, $2,085 because we got a $15 donation from MQ. Now, I like the way other people in the Uhuru movement say that's not an even number. I think we got to try to get it up to at least 2,100. That's only $15.
2,100.
That's like, I mean, maybe that's even too low. Maybe we should say we want to get it to 2,200.
Absolutely.
Maybe we want to get it to 2,300.
Yes.
So
what a cause.
What do people think?
I think we can do it.
Okay.
I think we can do it.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to keep trying. We are not finished. We are still going. And we still have a couple more minutes. So if anybody, anywhere, wants to donate, please do that. And you can continue to donate. Just type it in the notes that it is for the Uhuru Furniture Philly segment. What number did we want to get to? We wanted to get to 50,000. 23, how about 2,300?
So write that check. Write that check. I mean, like we said, the movement, and it's so much more than a movement. Like I said earlier, it's a lifestyle. The opposing who don't want to see the indigenous people have their freedom, they fight all life, all through their life.
Yes.
For this negative impact on this community. So the community, our community, the Black community, we got to come together and we got to make this a lifestyle and fight for one another. Because contrary to popular belief, if one is not free, all is not free. And Uhuru Furniture has been a staple, as Ruby said, in Philadelphia. And when you walk in that store, you do not feel, oh, this company wants you to buy something. When you walk in the store, you feel a community of love and friendship, and let's move together and grow together. And this is for our future and for our children. You feel that in the air when you walk into, and not to mention the furniture was awesome. It was fabulous pieces. If you ever bought from Uhuru, you know you had a fabulous buy. And if you did not buy from Uhuru in Philadelphia, donate. That'll be a piece of what you can do for this community, because it's a fabulous cause. So donate. We can get there. We can get to 2,200, 300, 2,000, 25. We can do it. So come on. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Uhuru, let's go.
Okay, we have 1 minute left.
Yes.
Let's see if any other donations come forward. This is an investment in the positive future. This is what, if you want to see a future, this is what you invest in. This is where we can put our money to make something, a new world happen. And Uhuru Furniture shows that it's real.
Yes.
And APEDF shows that it's real. And the African Independence Workforce Program shows that it's real.
Yes.
And we want to do a few chants here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Africa.
Yes.
Hands off Uhuru.
Hands off Africa.
Hands off Uhuru.
Hands off Africa.
Uhuru. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Hands coming
Uhuru.
through. Yeah.
Uhuru, what do we do? Offer programs of liberation for African self-determination. Uhuru means freedom.
Everybody.
Uhuru. All right. Very successful. That was an hour and 5 minutes.
Uhuru. Really want to salute that amazing segment from the Uhuru Furniture Store in Philadelphia. Let's give a round of applause. That was so powerful. And I think I'm being joined by our comrades out of Oakland right now, Leah and Sarah. And I just want to say how moving that was, and just express my appreciation to the Uhuru Furniture Stores, both in Philadelphia and in Oakland, which have been an integral part of this Reparations Telethon every year. And it is such a testament to the incredible legacy of what these furniture stores represent, African self-determination, that this year, with the stores closing, this tribute to Uhuru Furniture is not a look towards the past, but a look towards the future of APEDF, everything that the African People's Education and Defense Fund, the Uhuru movement, has in store in the future is so powerful. And I love what one of the speakers in that video said. I think it was Paul, who said that the Uhuru Furniture Stores may be closing, but Uhuru means freedom. And the struggle for freedom, the struggle for Uhuru is not going anywhere. So I just want to salute that. That was really powerful. And I also want to give a shout out to everybody who has donated so far today. Everybody who has gone to apedf.org/donate and contributed to the goal of $30,000 today. And I believe we just got a new donation. Is this towards the previous segment? Just want to get clear. The donation I'm about to announce. Is this towards the previous, the Uhuru Furniture Store segment? Okay. So towards the furniture store segment, which raised over $2,200, we have a $100 contribution from Chairwoman Penny Hess. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
And I'm joined by Sarah and Leah. It's good to have you both here. And I just want to salute both of you, by the way. That appeal, that call for resources that you made earlier, that statement was very moving, very, very profound. And I want to give a special shout out to a particular group of donors, those who, Uhuru, to my own voice that is now joining me in the room here. Okay, to a particular group of donors that contributed before the telethon even got started. And those are the people who we call the donors to our matching fund. Those who made it possible for us to walk into 7 a.m. Central this morning on a strong foundation, confident that, yes, we're going to make this happen. Yes, we're going to raise $50,000 because we've got this group of special donors who have already thrown down the gauntlet and said, match this. Here you go. Here's $5,000 just waiting to be matched by people who tune into this telethon. And that includes the following people that I want to shout out, our matching fund donors. First of all, the anonymous matching fund donor. Can you pass me that sheet of paper right there? Sorry. The anonymous matching fund donor that put in $1,000 towards the Uhuru Furniture Philly fundraising goal. Shout out to that. We also started off the day with 1,500 pledged in the matching fund from the very powerful and amazing comrade here in St. Louis, Angelica Uhuru, and shout out to Angelica.
Uhuru, Angelica.
We had $500 pledged from Janet Van Fleet out in Tacoma, an amazing organizer with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, who just held a great Day of Reparations to African People event there in Tacoma. We also had $1,000 pledged from our Reparations Telethon extraordinaire, Comrade Brendan, who is sitting here, who you've all had the pleasure to see throughout the day today. Uhuru, Brendan, Uhuru. And we had $1,500 pledged from this incredible comrade that I'm looking at right now, seated there in Oakland, which is Leah Fifield. Uhuru, salute to Leah. Cannot say enough about this amazing comrade. You have no idea that she has literally been juggling pies, telethon coordination, just so much other stuff, a million things, planning these appeals, grants work, USM Minneapolis work, I mean, and just does it all with aplomb. So just salute to the amazing comrade, Leah Fifield. So also want to shout out Amanda, who is furiously calculating all of the donations as they pour in over here today. And I can hear the calculator clicking, clacking away in the background. And Amanda also pledged 500 towards the matching fund this morning. Along with myself, I also put in towards that matching fund. So, and Chairwoman Penny Hess said, Uhuru salute to Uhuru Furniture with her contribution of $100. Thank you, Chairwoman Penny. So, Leah and Sarah, that means the current amount raised towards this Reparations Telethon today for the African People's Education and Defense Fund is $12,125.
All right.
And we have a goal. So we closed out our previous segment. The Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles Philly team made it happen. So now we are on to this segment, which in this time frame from now until 3 p.m. Central, we have a goal to raise another $2,500. And if we stick with these goals, and keep this going from now until literally 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, we will close out this 24 hours with at least 30,000 towards our end of the year fund drive of 50,000 for APEDF. So let's make it happen. Go to apedf.org/donate. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Jesse, I want to just say that to take a little chunk out of a very important chunk out of that $2,500, we already have a donation. So Chairwoman Penny Hess is donating $100. So now our next benchmark to meet is $2,400.
Uhuru. Awesome. Salute to Chairwoman Penny, who will be joining us on the telethon again shortly. And just really want to salute Chairwoman Penny Hess. And we have an amazing program ahead of us today. What are we on? We're we're almost at the end of hour 5. Someone tell me if that math is wrong. I believe we're almost at the end of hour 6 of the 24-hour reparations telethon. And we have a very special guest coming up. Thank you to Comrade Chess, who just gave $10. Uhuru Chess. Chess went to apedf.org/donate and made their stand of reparations today. So thank you, Chess. And now we're going to Secretary General
of the African Socialist International, born in Congo, living in exile today in London, a brilliant and profound leader within the International African Revolution, on the Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, the Secretary General of the international body of the African People's Socialist Party, the African Socialist International, who is building one Africa, one nation all around the world. We are very honored to have joining us on this Reparations Telethon, ASI Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa. Uhuru, SG Luwezi.
Chair JC, thank you so much for this introduction. As usual, it's really a privilege and honored for me to be part of the program organized by Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And I want to salute everyone who's listening, particularly Chairman Amadi Shela, the leader and the founder of the Uhuru Movement, whose brilliant leadership is definitely transforming not just the African community, but transforming the world. And I want to salute this honor, who preside over the economic work for the brilliant leadership she's been providing. You can see for yourself how brilliant the economic institutions are doing, despite the assault by the United States government. And I want to salute the leadership of Solidarity, Chairwoman Peniers, and yourself, Jason, and all the comrades from the USM who are working very hard to meet all the goals since I've been watching the program. So salute all of you. Over.
Uhuru. Thank you, SG Luwezi. It is, again, it's really an honor to have you here. And as you know, this is a reparations telethon, and you have been on the front lines of struggling for the liberation of African people and raising up the revolutionary demand for reparations to African people, including there in the so-called United Kingdom. And I've heard the story. I read it in the brilliant introduction that you wrote to the book "The Verdict Is In," the republication of the book on the Reparations Tribunal, edited by Chairman Amali Shatella, which we're going to be looking at extensively later on in this telethon. And you wrote in that introductory piece that you encountered the Uhuru movement through finding the book Reparations Now in a bookstore. I believe it was in France. Can you talk a little bit about that, about your background and the road that led you into the African People's Socialist Party, in which you now play the incredibly important role of the Secretary General of the ASI?
Yes, sure. It's what I can say briefly is that I grew up in the Congo, and the Congo I grew up was under Mobutu, and Mobutu was put in power by the United States government in a bloody coup that killed Patrice Lumumba and destroyed the growing dynamic anti-colonial leadership of Patrice Lumumba in the coup took place in 1960, and the assassination took place I would say 4 months later in January 1961. And so all of us born after independence, we grew up under Mobutu, and that was definitely a bloody dictatorship. And people could not speak about politics. Of course, in my family, people did. My grandmother did. But generally speaking, if you got you suspected of being against Mobutu, you would disappear. People were disappearing. People were in prisons. The trade unions couldn't do protests. You would be arrested, and things like that. And that Mobutu lasted for 32 years. But as for young people, you couldn't see the future in the Congo, because all the avenues for young people were closed. Everything was becoming increasingly hard. And so for my generation, a lot of people took the road of exile. And I was one of those young people who left Congo in the 80s. And I ended up in France, and then in England. And basically all my youth life was looking for solutions, for answers to what happened to Lumumba, what happened to the movement in the 60s. We all knew Lumumba was the correct leadership at the time. We understood that. We knew there was a revolution in the Congo that was defeated, but we didn't know there was a military defeat. We didn't have all the answers. So I read as much as I could. I went to all meetings I could find, but it's only when I went to that bookshop is called Présence Africaine. And it was set in the 60s. Is the bookshop that published the work of the great Sheikh Anta Diop, the historian and scientist, who basically demonstrated to the world that ancient Egypt was black. So they published his book. So I went there, and I was surprised to see there was only one book in English, and that was Reparations Now. So I was curious why that his book is sitting there. So I pulled it out, opened the first page, second page. I said, "Wow, this is powerful." And it was clear to me that that was something unique. It provided all the answers. But just from the time you begin to read it, you see, okay, looking into the past, looking into the future, where to go, what's next. Now, you read all these books, you went to all these meetings, what's next? That was basically what the future was. That was the call to the future. And by getting that book, it changed my life. It changed my outlook and everything. I supposed to be a very good student, things like that. I basically drop all those things because to me, revolution was like things of the moment, because that book was calling for what must be done now. And the rest basically is history. And the demand for reparation was so clear that Europe, the United States, all the colonizers, all the reparation to Africans everywhere, it was clear. And the role of African working class became even more live to me, because I was used to the concept of class struggle and things like that. But here the difference was, the chairman was saying that the Black working class must lead the revolution within the borders of the United States. Yes. I was aware of the Michael Makes and the pamphlets that, but must lead the revolution, must complete the revolution, and the white people must work under the leadership of the Black working class. I've never heard of that before. Right. I never heard of that before. And so basically, the rise of African internationalism was there with me, in front of me. And you can always see now around the world, the rise of African internationalism anticipate the rise of African revolution, which itself basically anticipate the rise of African nations. So you could begin to see bits of all these when you read it, when you read that book. So it was like a revelation, of a new world that definitely is possible. All the concepts from there was to deal with. The class struggle became much clearer because Chairman extended, took you out completely and correctly out of the class struggle, confined within the white working class and the European bourgeoisie. Chairman takes you beyond the concept of solidarity. The way we understood it, it wasn't really well defined. That's the first time I see a very well-defined layout. What reparation between the colonizers, not from the colonized to the colonized people look like, So we can talk about a lot of things, but it was just a profound book. Basically, showed to me the role of a theory, not only significant, but the African working class is leading that struggle for ideological work or fight in the world. That was profound for me, really profound. That it's the African working class that must lead the theoretical work for the socialist world we want to build. And I was surrounded by socialists in England or France, things like that. That was just profound, And as I say, there are a lot of things that can be said, but there's a few things I can say, or some of the things I can say at the moment. Yeah, appreciate the question or comment.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Secretary General Loizy. And I know my comrades here have some questions too, but I wanted to ask if you could talk also about the work that you lead, the work of the African Socialist International. And in particular, just recently, earlier this month on November 4th, on the same day that the Black People's March took place in Washington, D.C. and in L.A., the Black People's March and rallies took place, through the work of the Uhuru movement, through your leadership and Director Tafari and others in London at the embassy there, in occupied Tanzania or South Africa, in Namibia, in Sierra Leone, and there may be other places that I'm failing to mention where these mass mobilizations took place, anti-colonial mobilizations. And we're seeing the anti-colonial struggle sweeping the world and coming to the surface all throughout Africa and everywhere where African and colonized people are. And that is due to the profound influence and leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the Uhuru Movement, the African Socialist International, and yourself. And would love to have you comment on that and some of the work that the ASI is involved in today.
Yes, you're correct. This work under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela is really profound, because for most of the people to talk about the work of unity of African people, they have to go to Garvey, Nkrumah, Lumumba, and others. But the difference is that with Chairman Omali Yeshitela, with the African Socialist International, basically this work is happening, it's current. You don't have to go in the past. In reality, what is happening, the past is being revisited and corrected. You know, all the limitation, all the tasks that Garvey and Nkrumah and the others couldn't carry out, the party is carrying them out. For the first time, you have mobilization of not just the potential, but the practicality of it. Now we can say we are able to mobilize Africans in Europe and Africa, in the United States, and possibly elsewhere in the same trajectory and around the same issues at the same time. This is unheard of. And also, we making clear people understand that when you talk about the struggle for the unification of Africa, we also talking about the struggle for the unification of the African nation, because you have the unity of the African continent, remove the borders within Africa, and Africa being the matrix, the basis of the African nation. But the African nation, as you know, is dispersed. So the struggle to win people to the consciousness of African internationalism, that we are part of one nation, this is happening. It's not something we're talking about it. We know just, reading books, but it's happening on a regular basis. When we are in London, we're in Paris, when our propaganda goes to Germany, goes to Spain, it travels throughout Africa. People are reading. That might not just expressing in terms of manifestation, demonstration, but ideas of African internationalism are cutting through borders. We are able now to do stuff, as you already know, in English we do, in French we do. Now we're also able to do stuff in Portuguese, let alone African languages. So we know the struggle to bring back the Black Revolution is ongoing, and the African internationalism, the philosophy of African People's Society Party, is basically, when we say we are the vanguard, you can see the ideas of vanguard are everywhere and doing that work. And also, we are the one basically not only validating Garvey, Nkrumah, and others, because they are validating themselves in their own right. But when we say validating, we are the ones re-explaining to the world, reintroducing to the world the real Garvey, the real Nkrumah, who betrayed Garvey, who betrayed Lumumba, Nkrumah, and others. We're doing that. We are also the ones who are definitely helping the people to understand that the AU is redundant, is a dead end, because the role of AU stands for African Unity, used to be known as the Organization for African Unity. They are basically, it was born, not as the chairman said often, as an attack on Nkrumah, and it also was born as an endorsement of colonialism. Now today we know colonialism is a mode of production, so it was born as an endorsement of colonialism. So there is no way an organization that was born, against Nkrumah and others as an endorsement of colonialism can represent the aspirations of African people. So if you criticize AU and things like that, you could look first at African internationalism, because we also the one who showed the opportunist character of Pan-Africanism. So we basically are involved right now in ongoing struggle to clear the roads for the masses of working class to see clearly. We are clearing the road, we're training, we're winning more people so the African working class can begin to lead its own struggle. It's happening. Wherever we are, we're leading our struggle as the African working class, but now it's a question of massification of that. And this process is ongoing process. So the African Socialist International, the struggle for the unification of Africa, the struggle for the unification of African nation is no longer, an abstract kind of question, like for the intellectuals to be locked up somewhere discussing among themselves. No, it's something now the people on the street have heard about. The people on the street in England, in France, in South Africa, in Namibia, can participate, although it's still on a small scale, but growing. The future is in the growth of this movement. And as you know, the growth of African working class can't be stopped.
Yes.
And that's what we can tell the United States government. They cannot stop. They cannot defeat the Black population this time. And that's why we're telling them, if they are smart, drop all the charges against the whole three now, because it's too late. It's just too late to stop the growth of African internationalism. Yeah.
That was powerful. Thank you. Completely unite. Thank you so much, SG Loaizi. And we only have time, unfortunately, for one more question. So I'm going to pass it over to my comrades over there at the Uhuru House in Oakland.
Uhuru. All right. Secretary General Loaizi, it is always such an honor to hear you speak and recall the long history you have with the movement and, the role, as Jesse stated, the critical role that you play for ASI in this movement. I wanted to kind of piggyback off of what Jesse had asked you. In the past year with the fight back in Niger, and we're seeing the uprise of the Palestinian people, the colonial question has really been pushed to the surface, right? We are in a critical point in history. We're seeing that the world really is changing. Are you standing on the side of the oppressed or the oppressor? And I'd love it if you would, talk about the significance of the party's role in raising the colonial question.
Yeah, this is profound. It's really profound because African internationalism is the theory of the future. It's the theory that shows the way ahead. To everybody who wants to be relevant in the world's affairs, in the world's history. And it's something I'm sure, not just non-militants, usual militants, or I'm sure the bourgeoisie, the intellectuals, just like the Oxford University, invite the chairman because they're watching, they're listening. And I know some governments are watching and listening. That's why the chairman of Malaysia and the party has been attacked. Not just the US government is watching, and all world government are watching. I have no doubt about it. I listen to politicians from around the world, France and all those places. I listen to the languages. I listen to the intellectuals from France and other places. I can see the change. I can see how colonial question is permeating through all the discussion and things like that. So when we say we are winning, it's not a vague slogan. It's real. That's one. And two, they can talk about colonialism, but they cannot say colonialism is the mode of production. Some of them, or most of them, they can't say that. To say that, to recognize that, is de facto to recognize the leading role of anti-colonial struggle of the African people, of the Palestinian people, and things like that. Which means that they have to begin to say, we support the African revolution, to support the Palestinian revolution, because they are the vanguard. And these, the intellectuals in the colonial world are incapable to say things like that. These things we, the party, have to say and continue to say, because we have to win that fight too. That the intellectuals, the white left, all these forces within the colonizing nations must admit defeat. They must unite with the demand for real solidarity, with a victory to the Black Power Revolution, victory to the Palestinian Power Revolution, and things like that. That's the struggle basically we are involved in. And also the colonial question basically, one of the objectives of the chairman in the past, I see all through today, was bring the African working class back to the Black Revolution, or complete the Black Revolution. And I believe the question of colonialism as a mode of production is basically the cutting edge, that is convincing more and more of the African working class. They must come back because they are the cornerstone. Without exploitation, not just of Africa, but the African nation, without the exploitation of the African workers, without also the revolution led by the Black working class, the colonial mode of production cannot be eradicated. And the Africans, when you explain to them exactly what it is, the essence of the African working class is to produce life, to produce wealth, happiness, not for the African working class, for the colonizing nations, the old and the new ones, and things like that. And everybody understand it, and everybody unites. We don't want to do it. So what are you going to do? So you have to join the whole movement. You have to join the Hands of Africa. You have to join APEDF. You have to join one of the institutions of the party. So it's a profound question that finally is creating a sense of urgency, because we always say we need our people to have a sense of urgency. But I think the colonial question is making it even clear that's urgent now. And the question of Palestinian struggle is making also clear now that it's time for the colonized people to lead their own struggle, but to organize and join the whole movement so we can complete the Black Revolution, because everyone is upset, disgusted by what they see with the Palestine. But when you speak to the African working class, you're saying your role to be in solidarity with the Palestinian struggle really comes to life when you join the African People's Party to complete the Black Revolution. That's the greatest solidarity we can offer to the Palestinian revolution, is complete the Black Revolution. So that's just some of the aspect and the empowerment of the African working class. You're going to see that exploding throughout Europe, throughout the world. You're going to see that. You're going to see an explosion of consciousness, of confidence of the African working class, because not only we have our own philosophy, we have our own philosophy, not only we have our philosophy, but we're telling the whole world, you have to use this philosophy to end what we discuss, what we really, what we just don't want to see anymore. You know, all these barbaries we have seen in Palestine, we don't want to see that anymore. You know, so join the struggle to eradicate the colonial mode of production and join basically the whole movement. That's basically what we're saying to the people. And you know, and if I add one more thing quickly, I had the opportunity to speak to a demonstration of the Palestinian in April, and that was a big demonstration. At least 10,000 showed up for that demonstration, and I was surprised when I shouldn't be surprised when I listened to the youth, particularly people speaking on the platform. You can tell this is who is speaking here from Palestine. You know, that I couldn't just say the unity of understanding is really becoming clear with this cutting edge of philosophy in terms of as colonialism as a mode of production. So I just want to appreciate being in this program, and very profound program. So, and I want to say we want to donate so we can meet all our goals. I don't know where we are, but if you unite these programs, let's achieve our goals. So thank you so much, comrade, for having me in this program. Wow.
Uru, Secretary General. Thank you so much, Secretary General Luwezi. As always, a salute to your leadership in the international African resistance. Always so profound.
And Sarah,
yes,
if I could just interrupt for just a moment.
Yes.
I wanted to really appreciate Behin A.
Oh, Behin. Yes.
Behin.
Yep.
Thank you so much for your contribution of $25. Behin went to apedf.org/donate and gave $25. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And you can do the same, folks. If you are moved by what Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa had to say, go to apedf.org. If you want to be on the right side of history, stand with the oppressed peoples of the world, with the future, the hopeful future, as opposed to this unsustainable colonial capitalist economy that we are subjected to, go to apedf.org/donate. All right. So now moving on, let's take a look at the amazing revolutionary poetry by St. Louis poet Grace Be With You.
Thank you for the movement. I have spoken word that I want to share today. We are all mirrors of each other's reality, demonizing reflections of fear, projecting voices from an entity unfamiliar, but we hear the voices so clear. Looking for an answer, searching far and near, wherever we end up, guess what? There will always be a mirror. Dancing when the wind blows, rhythm of a rattlesnake, choosing a path to move along in this wicked world of hate, a spoonful of poison from somebody else's plate of tasteful desires, creating black and white pictures, but why? When we have many colors to show. We emulate others, but why? When we have our own abilities to rise like the sun in the morning, tranquility in the sky like the gazing moon, we are connected. Our vessels to our soul have many faces, are ones that left us and went forth to set an example in this place. One more time, we must pay homage to our ancestors and say a prayer in the memory, pour libation to the trees, for it was their blood and sacrifice that we obtained the chemistry. We obtain the properties to be free like a prisoner locked away for 15. We all have the keys to unlock doors of misery. Will we not see the day that Martin Luther King said he had a dream? Only to be woken up with hollow red beams pointed at me while I sleep, R.I.P. Breonna Taylor. No more misery. No more mantras of, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. No more early goodbyes, life taken from a mother's child due to police brutality, hearing cries, hearing screams. We are all broken pieces of glass, shattered in the faces of each other's reality, only to be seen as monsters and monkeys, hood rats and junkies. Pass me that pen, please, so that I can ease my anger, put my pain to the pen and let it go on a piece of paper. See, that would be my weapon. That would be my transparency. It will allow me to mirror my own reflections of our own realities. That's that piece. Thank God.
Uhuru. Wow, I really want to appreciate that beautiful expression of African cultural genius from Grace Be With You. We really appreciate your poetry every time that you bring a poem to us. It's just so impactful. So thank you so much, Grace Be With You. And now we are joined by Sandy. Sandy, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, so good to see you. We are going to be talking more about how you can support the African self-determination programs of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So let's go right into it. I think we're going to show a video first of APEDF.
My name is Ona Zanea Shatella, and I'm the president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund,
the baddest nonprofit on the planet. We face colonial conditions everywhere we are. that stem from a lack of political and economic power to feed, clothe, and house ourselves. Since 1994, APEDF has built community-based institutions that put economic, political, and cultural power into our own hands. We are creating our own solutions. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, Missouri. This African self-determination project reverses the verdict of colonialism that has ravaged and depleted our communities for generations. We are bringing North St. Louis back to life with the collective participation of the people. Everyone has a sense of pride and can envision a prosperous future. This is what power in our own hands can do. APEDF is completing the St. Louis transformation to address all aspects of life for our future. This is a blueprint for our communities everywhere. We accomplish this with partners, community volunteers, and donors. By supporting APEDF, you can be part of the future for African people and all those seeking a world of justice where humanity can live in peace as one.
Come and support the baddest nonprofit on the planet, APEDF. My name
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
All right, Sandy, do you want to get us started with our
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a some slides, but I just want to say that my name is Sandy and I'm in Washington State, and I'm a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and I'm really honored to be a part of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and of the this telethon, this 24-hour telethon today, raising funds for raising reparations for the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And just want to thank everyone who has tuned in today for this annual Uhuru holiday tradition, the 24-hour reparations telethon, Giving Tuesday fundraiser for the African People's Education and Defense Fund. So we're so excited to be here and want to salute all the amazing presentations and performances up to this point. Really want to salute Chairman O'Malley, who has created this vision for the future and is making it a reality, and to Deputy Chair Onis Anae-Shatella, President of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and to S.G. Luwezi, who we just heard, who is just a genius, from the continent of Africa, leading the whole worldwide struggle, on the continent, and a tremendous leader in fighting for building the African Socialist International for the unification and liberation of Africa and African people everywhere. So we're so excited to be here, and I want to salute the telethon up to this point. We have raised, got the notice, we have raised since 7 a.m. $12,160. So Uhuru, and thank you to everyone who has contributed to that. And we have a goal, we're in a goal right now to raise $2,500 by the top of the hour, wherever you are. For me, that's, wait, maybe I got that wrong. I think that was by 3 Central Time. So we have a little more time. Anyway, we're in a goal right now to raise $2,500.
Uhuru. Yes. So thanks to all of the incredible donors and supporters of African self-determination, we are at that goal that Sandy just mentioned, and we're going to be raising $30,000 today. So today is the kickoff event, or the end of the year fund drive, where we're going to be raising that $30,000. And APEDF needs to raise $50,000 by the end of December. So, you don't need to necessarily donate today. You can also donate up until the end of the year. Of course, we want to meet our goal of $30,000 today. So go to apedf.org/donate and pay some reparations, fund this amazing African anti-colonial economic development work. We have met our matching fund from this morning, which is wonderful. But this $50,000 is what we're going to be raising towards the end of the year for APEDF. So let's go to the next slide.
So we're really excited today to highlight the transformative work of the African People's Education Defense Fund, which is what we are raising funds for today. You know, this telethon is not just any telethon, it is a reparations telethon. So every dollar that you contribute to APEDF is a stand of reparations, funding programs for self-determination and political and economic power in the hands of the African working class. And this telethon is sponsored by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. We are white people organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party in unity with the historic demand by African people for reparations for stolen labor, lives, and resources. And I wanted to just share, you know, I've been a member of the Uhuru movement for a few decades now. And early on, you know, the African People's Socialist Party held the first World Reparations Tribunal in 1982 in New York City. And I joined the movement around that time. And I recall, and this is before there was the HR 40, this is before there was anybody was really talking about reparations. There had been demands earlier on prior to that, but it was not popularized demand. It was not a popular understanding that reparations are due to African people. And I remember going door to door in the white community saying with a petition or a fund drive saying, hey, would you contribute and support reparations to the Black community? And people were just like, it was like we were speaking Greek or something, or like, well, you know, what do you mean reparations? It was completely unheard of. And, you know, today it's just debated everywhere, and there's attempts to implement it through all different kinds of ways. But since that time, the Uhuru movement has been putting into practice, you know, we are paying now. Us regular white people recognizing that we owe reparations and we want to be a part of the future, and we don't want to live at the expense of anyone else. We don't want to live as recipients of beneficiaries of a hideous, violent system. We want to be part of a positive future. So, you know, we are paying now. Uhuru Solidarity Movement has set the example, you know, and of white people paying reparations, you know, under the leadership of the Uhuru movement and with the brilliant vision of the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Shatella. So,
Uhuru. I really appreciate that statement, Sandy. That is great. So let's go to the next slide. And when you contribute reparations today, you are taking a powerful stand against colonialism, against the two Americas, the two realities that we see in this world, one at the expense of the other, in which African people are forced to produce and reproduce life and resources for the benefit of the colonizer population, not for themselves. So by going to apedf.org/donate, you are taking a stand that recognizes that this country and system were built on the enslavement of African people, and it is only the liberation of African people that will bring genuine peace and justice to this world. Next slide.
Yeah, it's such a positive and exciting opportunity today. So we're so glad to be here raising funds as reparations for the Uhuru movement and APEDF, the African People's Education Defense Fund, which is actively constructing the genuine anti-colonial solution to address these conditions. It's not just talk, you know, the Uhuru movement, the African People's Education Defense Fund is making it real. Power in the hands of African people, self-determination, because African people are fighting to build this new world without oppression, and they are winning. And the stand of reparations is our opportunity to be on the winning side, to be on the forward side of history.
And next slide. So what is APEDF? What is the African People's Education and Defense Fund that we keep mentioning? Well, it is a 501c3 nonprofit like no other. Its unique mission is to defend the human and civil rights of the African community and end the disparities faced by African people in health, healthcare, education, and economic development. So to fund this work, this anti-colonial liberation work, go to apedf.org/donate. Next slide.
Leah, we just got a donation from Colin for $10. Uhuru Colin, thank you for contributing to our goal.
Yes.
Yes. We want to raise $2,500 in this segment. So Thank you so much, Colin, for putting in towards that. So APEDF has been working for more than 30 years to build solutions from the ground up based on the principle of African economic self-reliance. And in St. Louis, African People's Education Defense Fund made a profound transformation, is continuing to, but just the past 6 years, has really made a profound transformation in the African community there in St. Louis. And my partner and I got to visit last year and to see the basketball court, see the African workforce housing that we're going to look at. And it was mind-blowing what has been done in a very short period of time. Because it was only starting in 2017, APEDF began acquiring abandoned buildings on West Florissant. And through the support of donors, African contractors, and the sheer will and determination of the African community and of President Onisene Ishatella, going 24/7, they transformed those buildings into the beautiful Uhuru House and Aquaba Hall, community center space and event space.
Next slide. So in an area of North St. Louis facing what is known as food apartheid, where there is no access to healthy food, there are no grocery stores, a condition imposed on the African community by the colonial system, APEDF responded to this reality by building the Gary Brooks Black Power Community Garden to support the capacity of African people to grow their own food. Community members came together to cultivate the garden, which is right next to this really beautiful, very striking 30-foot mural that was painted by Jamie the artist. Next slide.
Yeah, and Leah, so we have $2,455 left to raise in this segment, which is in the next hour and a half. So just want to remind people, you can go right now and donate. Well, I'm jumping the gun here. So the African People's Education and Defense Fund is building the Anti-Colonial Foundation for community commerce for and between African people. And in 2021, APEDF launched the One Africa, One Nation marketplace in St. Louis, bringing together dozens of Black vendors to circulate resources within the African community. So yeah, please do go now to apedf.org/donate. We have about $24.55 to raise in this segment. We had Colin's donation and we had another donation earlier in this segment of $35. So we started on it. We're starting up the hill, and please help us to reach our goal for this segment by going to apedf.org/donate.
Next slide. So APEDF raised the funds from supporters like you can go to apedf.org/donate right now. And they hired contractors to build the Black Power Vanguard's community basketball court, which held its grand opening just this year. Next slide.
Some of you remember a couple of years ago, our telethon was raising funds for this basketball court. Well, today there are people from the community enjoying the basketball court as we speak. So APEDF is really known for doing what it says it's going to do. And I got to watch that opening where Jackie Joyner Kersner, the greatest of all time athlete, came, who is herself from East St. Louis, I believe, and participated in that. But just the joy of the community and the fact that it is a high quality basketball court. It's not some junk. APEDF brings top quality to the African community, and I really appreciate that. And that's where our resources should be going.
Absolutely, I agree. So I really want to appreciate everyone who's donated so far by going to apedf.org/donate. And we are actually going to wrap up this appeal right now and go to an interview with Cam Howard. So Sandy, Uhuru, appreciate you so much coming on. So good to see you.
Uhuru, Sandy.
Uhuru. Unity through reparations.
Unity through reparations. That's right.
Heck yeah.
Wonderful. Great. Well, I believe we now have another exciting interview. It's my pleasure to welcome the Executive Director of Reparations United and International Reparations Scholar and Activist, Cam Howard. Uhuru, Cam.
Uhuru. Thank you so much for inviting me on. This is a great program.
Yes, thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
No problem.
So let's just, dive right in. I would love for the folks online to get to know you a little bit better. As the founder of Reparations United, can you talk about the organization and its mission?
Sure. So Reparations United was started probably about a year and a half ago. Many people who know me in the movement know that I was a longtime member of NCOBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. I was the national male co-chair for about 5 years and had board positions. I was probably with them about 16 years, but I started Reparations United because I was seeing a lot of the contentions in the movement regarding, how reparations should, what forms reparations should take, who reparations are for, what we call ourselves. There was a lot of distraction. There's a lot of loud, acrimonious, contentious voices in the movement, something that hadn't been before. And so we thought that we could, impact that. So our mission is really to build a united front and to coalesce around certain reparative initiatives that we could do around the country collectively. So we attempt to achieve our mission through a unity tour that we embarked upon. We went to about 9 cities already with the message of, we can unite around the mission, which is a federal redress bill. We can unite around the method in which we do that, which is the HR 40-like bill. And then what the mandate of that bill is, and that's to get a master plan of redress for people of African descent in this country. And so the mission is the bill, federal bill. The mandate is a master plan of redress, and the mission and the method is, through unity around these certain issues. So that's the unity tour. We also engage in what we call the non-complicit governmental actors, or non-governmental complicit actors in the reparation and the harms done to our people. A lot of the action is around governments, the federal government, state government, and now local governments. But there were also other complicit actors like corporations and institutions, banking, the railroad, and all other type of institutions, universities, churches, hospitals, who are not there's little attention being applied toward them. And so we're actually we created a model slavery disclosure and redress ordinance. I don't know if you're aware that there used to be a lot of slavery disclosure ordinances in various cities and a few states that required corporations to disclose whether or not they had any complicit behavior, profiting, et cetera, from enslavement. Well, those bills still exist, but they're not being enforced. So we've teamed up with a major law firm and with Howard University School of Law to craft a model legislation that would mandate redress, and we'll be implementing that soon. And then our final major initiative is around the executive order, creating a national campaign to get the president to create a commission via an executive order. So that's really what Reparations United is doing right now.
Amazing. And Cam, I know you were out in DC marching along with us, as part of the Black is Back coalition on November 4th. And, I just wanted to say I was really moved by the statements that you made both, during the march and during the teach-in the following day. So it's great to see you again. And thanks for that sum up. Leah, did you have over to you?
Thank you again, Cam, for just laying out everything that your organization is doing, all this important work. You've done a lot of research on the role of the African vote in the electoral process in this country. Can you explain how important the African vote is on the outcome of these elections and what makes it so crucial?
Oh, yeah. So what we've been able to find out, and it's been around for a long time, it's not something that, we're like breaking the news, but, it's been around quite a while that the Black vote is important to the Democratic Party. We just didn't know how important it was. When I looked at some of the numbers, I saw that since 1956, with only one exception, the Republican Party has won the majority of the white vote in this country. Election after election after election after election, the Republican Party wins the majority of the white vote. And if it was only a contest between white voters, there would only been one Democratic president since 1956, and that would have been LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson. And so you had Kennedy, you had Carter, you had Clinton twice, you had Obama twice, and we have Biden. And there's been the Black vote that has put each of those candidates in, because it was the Black vote that gave the Democratic Party the majority of the populist vote, as well as was key in delivering the electoral college votes to the Democrats in key major states. So, you know, there could not have been a Democratic president except LBJ without the Black vote in this country. And so we get to this point now where we see that we've built a tremendous amount of power unintentionally in the Democratic Party. We didn't start out as Black voters that we're going to build this power within the Democratic Party. But having voted consistently Democrat for the last 60 years, almost 70 years, 60 years, since 1960 anyway, 63 years, we are now 20% of the Democratic Party's base. All other people of color is 19%. So we're more than the combined total of all other people of color as far as the base of Democratic Party voters. That's a tremendous amount of power if it's leveraged. And we say now is the time to leverage it. And we can leverage it to the point of getting an executive order passed. We may not have this power after this election. We see the immigrant base increasing in this country. And initially immigrants vote Democrat until they move up into a different class, and then they start voting Republican. Once they get into the middle class, they start voting Republican. So with the influx of immigrants, we'll see that the power that Blacks have will lessen. And so right now, we have an opportunity to utilize this power and deliver to the Democratic Party an ultimatum where you either craft this legislation, this executive order for Reparations Commission now, or the defection from the party that's happening all over the place. They see it. Blacks are saying they're going to vote Republican. Some saying they're not going to vote at all. Some saying they're going to vote third party. So there's a major defection right now happening from the Democratic Party. And they see it, and they're directing millions of dollars toward the Black vote, particularly young Black male vote. And we're saying none of that's going to make any difference unless there's an executive order before the election. That's the only thing that's going to, we believe, that's our message. That's the only thing that's going to excite Black voters to come back to the party and to come out and vote. And so the Democratic Party has a decision that it has to make, but it's up to, we have to make sure that they are hearing us. So that's why we started the campaign, Earn the Black Vote coalition campaign, to get that message out to Black voters about the power that we possess and how we can leverage it, and to the Democratic Party on the only way they can salvage their hopes of a victory in 2024 is through this through an executive order establish the Reparations Commission.
Uhuru. Yeah, thank you, Cam. I remember you saying, you know, during the March on Washington, right? Like, you're only going to get our vote if reparations is on the ballot, right? And encouraging Black voters to stop voting out of fear that the Republican Party would then be in power, right? But really, you know, leverage the power of that vote. And 20%, just like you said, is a tremendous amount of power. So, you know, I mentioned that you are a member of the Black is Back Coalition, that Reparations United is part of the Black is Back Coalition. And I'd love it if you would speak a little bit about how you found the Black is Back Coalition and why you feel it's such an important thing to be a part of.
So I was with Cobra when the very first Black is Back Coalition March happened, November of, I think it was 2016. Well, anyway, it was the first, and the leader, one of our leaders, one of our former national female co-chairs, had been closely aligned with Chairman Amalia Shatella with the All African Reparations Organization, AMRO, that, as some people may know in the party, established the first international tribunal on reparations back in the 1980s, early 80s. And she was a part of AMRO's creation, and she was also the leader, one of the leaders of NCOBRA and the founders of NCOBRA. And she told me about the march, and I came into the march. It was a fantastic display of thought around social justice, peace, and reparations. And so I wanted to continue to be a part of that. And so initially I joined in another organization I was with, Amos and Wilson Institute. We joined the Black is Back Coalition. Now Reparations United is a member of the Black is Back Coalition. And one of the things that was tremendously important, several things are tremendously important about the Black is Back Coalition. One is that, we're unrelentless in our pursuit of real justice for all working class people in this country. And in particular, Black people who are oppressed, but not just Black people who are oppressed, but all working class people. And one of the things that we wanted to do, and that we did initially, was put out a 19-point platform of self-determination, which is a tremendous document of self-determination in 19 key areas. And I was instrumental in helping to write the point on reparations. I think it's point number 6. But go to blackisbackcoalition.org, get those 19 points, position on reparations. It's a tremendous document from which you can wage any struggle on in any area of the country by utilizing this document. And another thing that's so important about the Black is Back Coalition is our electoral candidate school that we have annual in April of every year, where we show how we can move what people call a radical position through through the electoral system, through this standard electoral system that we have this ability to work within. In the past, the radical movement was like anti, anything to do with the electoral system. And we saw that by having this absence, a lot of leaders arose who were actually misleaders. And so there is power with holding certain levers of the state. And so that with our electoral candidate school, we show how we can use some of those levers of the state to push forth our platform for self-determination. So, and it's major, this whole idea around utilizing our power within the Democratic Party comes out of the philosophy of a radical shifting, a radical exercise of power within these current levers that we have to engage in, or that we have before us to utilize. So if we didn't have the electoral candidate school, probably I wouldn't have came up with this platform and this strategy. So Black and Black Coalition is extremely important as we move toward greater aspects of realization of self-determination in this country.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cam. I really appreciate everything that you shared with us. I appreciate your continued struggle for self-determination and reparations. So Uhuru, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for your continued work, the Uhuru Solidarity Committee. Uhuru.
Absolutely. Thank you, Uhuru. So I think right now we're going to go to some culture with the Queen.
Back in St. Louis, is that right?
You're standing. Oh, okay. How the camera is, I might as well sit down. Okay, I feel short. Am I okay? Yeah. Okay. Uhuru, everyone. I just want to thank everyone for joining us online and in person. That really means a lot. I have a poem. It's titled Reparation is Not Charity. Reparations now. African revolution forever. Not talking or not taking nonsense. Not now nor never. The agenda is clear. Leave our chairman alone. Let go of that negative energy in which you have shown. The mission is not complete, but it will be televised. Marching for justice, just us as one doing our duty, regardless if it's criticized. Touch one. Touch one. Touch one. Touch one. United we stand, divided we fall. We will remain in our community to answer the beck and call. Reparation means to make amends for a wrong. Reparations versus charity, similar to giving, but contextually, it's all wrong. The meaning behind the giving is not just a charitable act. Acknowledge the wrongdoing of living off our backs. I'm just speaking plain facts. Return our wealth. Don't give because we are poor or the working class. Give because there is a humane difference between what happened and how we surpass. Pay the score. Many living off our ancestors' back. Boldness we display. We refuse to cut the colonizer any slack. Drop those charges against the Uhuru 3. V Queen is providing words of wisdom and charity. And clarity. I unite for educating the community and informing these reparations is not charity. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Uhuru, Anya, how are you doing?
Uhuru, how are you?
Good to see you.
You as well.
All right. Well, that was an awesome performance by V Queen. Thank you so much again, V Queen. It's always awesome to have you be a part of our program. Yeah, last time we saw V Queen was for the St. Louis March for Reparations, Days of Reparations to African People, which we'll talk more about later, but it was fantastic, fantastic as always. Yeah, really excited to bring up Jesse, who's going to join me here.
Uhuru.
All right. Uhuru. Oops, let me just grab this here.
I'm really excited to be back on. I just want to salute the great powerful poetry, revolutionary poetry of V Queen that we just heard. Thank you so much, V Queen. Also want to give a shout out to Cam Howard, the Executive Director of Reparations United. And to our awesome MCs here in Oakland, we have Leah and Sarah that have been doing a great job.
Yes.
And I wanted to join because I am really excited to speak with the next person that we will be interviewing on this Reparations Telethon, which is none other than Anya Fisher right here in St. Louis. And we wanted to have Uhuru, Anya, good to see you.
Uhuru, Jessica, how are you doing?
We're really excited to talk to you because one of the most special and extraordinary things that happened this year when we talk about building the culture of reparations to African people happened right here in this city. And it happened because of so much hard work and dedication and love that you put into it. It was an incredible event called Moving for the Movement. And we wanted to talk with you a little bit about the process, the experience, the victory of making this event happen, why you wanted to do it, what it meant to you, what it was all about. And I have here just a list of some of the people who were a part of it. And it was a fundraiser. I just want to say this was a fundraiser that you coordinated from scratch for the Uhuru Wakulia African Women's Health Center. And this fundraiser went far above and beyond its goal. It raised over $6,300, and it may have been even way more than that. And it featured incredible performances from people like Hoopsie D, and we're going to see some pictures in just a minute, Casey Ablaze, Alicia Sunshine, Josephine, Kelly Cunning, the St. Louis Strutters, Zephyrina, DJ Casey Mackey, who's right here, and none other than yourself, Anya, which was an amazing performance. We're going to see a little video of that in just a second. And we also had powerful presentations there, including from Deputy Chair Ona Zanea and Chairwoman Penny Hess. But I want to talk to you about this event, what it meant to you, and even where you got the idea, how it all started. What brought you to that day where you were standing with us in the hot Java bar, I believe is what it was called, in a venue for Moving for the Movement.
First of all, I just want to say it was an honor for me as well to be able to have this vision. I think reparations really starts for me as something I have the privilege to be able to do and be a part of, in joining with all kinds of different people, members of the Black Power Blueprint, members of Uhuru Solidarity. So having been involved with Uhuru Solidarity already for years and participating with photography at events and contributing financially via, sometimes I would donate performances. When I had another show, I wanted all my proceeds to go directly to them. And kind of wanting to take it further and hearing about the health center. And I always am astonished by what the Black Power Blueprint is doing and providing to St. Louis and across the world. So I really knew I wanted to continue branching out and seeing how far I could take my passion for the Black Power Blueprint and the African People's Education and Defense Fund. And I went to you, Jesse, and I said, here's my idea. Here are my thoughts. Here's kind of the outline. And you really were a big part of that too, saying, I love it. You know, without your encouragement, without you saying, yeah, that's a great name, and really helping me believe in myself. Oh, I'm getting a click in. Excuse me. Are you there? Okay.
Yeah, we're here.
So you all helped me believe in myself to kind of initially get the confidence to have me reaching out to other performers, and this really inspiration of reparations can bring so many people together, and really to kind of get my creative thinking to how many people can I get involved around me. And I wanted to have the message of reparations reach the most people in my life. So some people know I perform and I'm a dancer. Some people know I work at an independent living community for older adults. And some people know me from my family. So I just thought, how can I get the most people around me to be involved and to bring their specific unique gifts and talents, so that they can also feel like the joy and passion for reparations and the joy and passion of community for St. Louis. And that really stemmed the jumping off point for the idea. And then the actual, as you probably remember, because you were involved, the actual working out the details of it, getting invitations, getting flyers, getting a date, finding the date for it was like one of the harder things to do.
Yes.
So yeah, just really, I wanted to bring my full self to the movement. And that's how I found myself at that moment in time, bringing my full self forward. So.
Absolutely. You certainly did that. You brought your full self and many other people along for the ride, and just all the work you did, with the venue, securing the venue, even the people, the technicians who were part of it, all of the performers, the raffle, the donations from different businesses towards the raffle and the prizes, and just so much amazing work. And we're going to pull up some pictures now. And maybe you can just kind of reminisce with us and tell us a little bit about what's going on in these pictures. And we have some little video clips as well. And this was the flyer, and shout out to Amanda here who helped put this together.
Beautiful flyer.
Yes,
it really is amazing.
So this was a highlight. Tell us about this, Anya.
So I had no idea. I knew Black Power Blueprint, there would be somebody present. I had no idea Onezene Shatella and the chairman were going to be there. And I mean, just meeting them and being in their presence, knowing that I'm kind of in the same room as people that have created the literal blueprint and conversations around reparations was such an honor. And I was just truly moved to be present and to know that they came to just hopefully enjoy the show. Also, I wanted to provide great entertainment and raise money, and knowing that they were there and presenting on the health center, as well as, you know, meeting my sister, meeting some of my best friends. It was just really incredible.
Right on. Let's keep going with the slides here. So this is some more of the presentation from Deputy Chair Onezene. It was an amazing venue. And we also had Chairwoman Penny Hess there, which that was also a highlight. And Penny Hess is here with us as well. Peru. So Anya, we're just gonna kind of flip through these photos. Feel free to chime in and yeah.
So this is my dear friend, a performer, a talented skate artist, someone that, you know, in the conversation around what the event was about, said this would mean a lot for me personally. I would love to be there, and gave a wonderful, beautiful performance, danced to Sade, and just blew us away.
Yes.
This is another way that I think, you know, reparations and community support can really show up. This was through someone that could not attend the event, but used to own a quilt shop called Boutiques Plus. And, you know, in learning that there was going to be a health center and wanting to contribute to both the raffle with donating like a $2,000 quilt, this person also donated this beautiful quilt to have displayed in the health center when it is built. So this was like a very colorful, beautiful patchwork with it's just a stunning, I think, way to celebrate community together through artwork.
Right on. Let's go to the next slide.
It's the cast bow. And a beautiful audience member also jumped up on stage, which made me very happy. So all of us kind of sharing in the curtain call. The Strutters. So this is someone that I met through the Strutters are a tap dance group of age, I believe, 65 and up.
Amazing.
And that was a highlight. I had never seen them perform, so I really enjoyed that. This is a beautiful dancer, Alicia Sunshine. She's a teacher for youth. She just presents the most energetic, beautiful dancing, and I was so honored that she was present for this. Here's some of the dancers as well as audience members that came. Looks like some people from Uhuru Solidarity, I guess just mingling before the show.
And I remember you actually organized a busload of people from where you work to show up. Yes.
Yeah. So I got together with the activities program director at the community that I work at. And we actually were able to get a flyer on every single resident's door the week before the show. So, I mean, I was spreading word, and, you know, a lot of members of the community wanted to come support the cause and see me perform. And we just, everyone that came really was astonished by the talent. And a lot of people were reaching out to me after the show. How can we continue to contribute and support? So it was wonderful. That is our beautiful host, Hoopsie D, who also performed.
Yes, that was great.
Woo! Casey lighting up the stage.
That's our very own Anya Fisher. Wow.
And joy was a wonderful.
All right. It was amazing. It was really awesome. We have Chairwoman Penny. Yes.
I just really want to salute you.
Hi, Penny.
Yeah, that was such a creative, unusual, just unique experience and a wonderful fundraiser.
Yes.
And it's just a really, fond memory. It
is.
was a beautiful event and you were just amazing.
Absolutely.
Really want to salute you so much for that. Thank you.
Likewise, Penny. Thank you so much for being there. And I really felt your message was very powerful, especially, discussing the generations of imperialism, looking at it through for an audience that has, witnessed, wars and, colonialism evolve in ways that, unprecedented. And to this day, it was just a really good, reminder that reparations is for everybody. And to use our unique communities, our unique talents, our unique love for one another to really come together and make a difference. It was really, really, really wonderful.
Uhuru. Thank you, Anya. And I know we're going to be seeing you in person a little bit later today, so we'll let you go in just a minute here. But before we do, anything that you would say to others like yourself out there who might be interested in doing what you did, initiating and organizing their own event to raise funds for the African People's Education and Defense Fund and the Black Power Blueprint?
Absolutely. I would say look into your heart. Reparation starts at home in your heart, and really don't limit yourself. I would say believe in yourself, no matter who you are, what your special talents are. I can believe that there's a place for you in the movement, and that we're excited and welcome to celebrate reparations and success for the Black community and beyond forevermore.
Uhuru. Thank you, Anya. Anya Fisher. Yes, we'll see you later.
Okay, see you later.
Woo. All right, that was great. Great to have Comrade Anya on. And when we say we'll see you later, what we're referring to is a very special portion of today's program where the Reparations Telethon will be hosting, as part of the telethon, an incredible event organized by the Office of Deputy Chair Onezene Shatella called Heart and Soul. The NTU Volunteer Appreciation Event will be broadcast live right here on the Reparations Telethon starting at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. And I believe we have just 1 hour left to raise our next benchmark of our goal of reparations to the African People's Education and Defense Fund today. And that means we have 2,455 left to raise in this segment, which ends in an hour. So let's do this. Go to apedf.org/donate. If there's somebody out there who can put in $2,455, go ahead and make it happen. Today, it's not Giving Tuesday, it's Reparations Tuesday. So let's go ahead and go to apedf.org/donate and make your stand of reparations. Reparations in action, reparations in practice, reparations now. So, Uhuru. I think now I'm turning it back over to Uhuru House, Oakland.
Uhuru. Yes. That was really wonderful to be able to see. I haven't seen any of those pictures or videos.
No idea what an extensive and impressive event that was.
just
Wow.
like, oh my gosh. So cool. I love it. So actually we're going to invite Sandy back on, and we are going to continue with this great slideshow that we have, continuing to invite everybody to go to apedf.org/donate and pay some reparations. Just like Anya said, look in your heart, pay reparations, So let's see. Is Sandy back on? Okay, so Sarah and I are going to go through the slides together. Let's do it.
Awesome, let's do it, yeah.
Why not? So, let's see. I'm just curious what slide that is that we're on.
Yeah. I think that brings us to one of our most exciting upcoming projects of APEDF, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Great. Yes, absolutely. Take it away.
Perfect. Okay. So, yeah, just like I said, one of the most exciting upcoming projects of the campaign to build the campaign to build the African Independence Workforce Program with the slogan, "Our labor, our future." Man, I mean, I feel like that says a lot in and of itself, right?
Absolutely.
For too long, the Black community's labor and future has not been in their hands, and APEDF is setting out to change that, not only through this, but through, all that they are. So APEDF describes the African Independence Workforce Program as, quote, a holistic, community-based program which will provide housing, reentry skills, job training, and employment opportunities to African people returning to their communities from the colonial prison system.
Absolutely. Uhuru. Let's go to the next slide. So the work to launch the African Independence Workforce Program is already underway with the opening of the fourplex housing for African people exiting the colonial prison system, which, so this fourplex housing unit is fully furnished thanks to Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Philly, which brought down a whole truckload of beautiful furniture. So, that aspect of the African Independence Workforce Program is already ready to go. Earlier this year, a naming ceremony was held to honor African political prisoners. And Carolyn Lake, the widow of political prisoner and African martyr Mafundi Lake, and his family were in attendance. So thank you to all of our telethon donors in 2020 who contributed to making this fourplex housing named in honor of Mafundi Lake a reality. And this is just another example of how President of APEDF, Onizine Yeshitela, says, you know who APEDF is, not by what it says, by what it does. They really take a concept and make it a reality. So go to apedf.org/donate and pay reparations. Your reparations will be going towards phenomenal programs like the African Independence Workforce Program. Next slide.
And, like Leah says, and the Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela says, the African Independence Workforce Program is absolutely necessary because it is reversing the negative economic impact of the colonial prison system, right? That has been in effect for far too long. We keep saying that APEDF paying reparations is not charity, right? This is practical, on the ground work, reversing the systems that keep African people oppressed. And as you know, this country was built on slavery and genocide, right? Totally indisputable facts. And it's built on the oppression of African people. Still to this day, millions of Africans are unjustly locked up for things that white people don't even get arrested for, right? Forced to labor for major corporations as part of a parasitic colonial economy that benefits others at their expense. I know that that's absolutely not something that I want to sign my name to, right?
Right.
Supporting APEDF and AIWP, the African Independence Workforce Program, is a stand of reparations against colonialism, for slavery, for mass incarceration, for the ongoing oppression of African people, all of those things. That's what paying reparations means. This is not a struggle against racism, right? And the chairman says this all the time, and it's a concept that cannot be overstated, but that we are not fighting the ideas in white people's heads, right? We are fighting to build an anti-colonial project that negates the colonial economy that extracts labor and life from African people. This is a program that builds the capacity of Africans to reclaim power over their own lives and destinies. The African Independence Workforce Program is a fight for power.
It absolutely is. Let's go to the next slide. And the economic development programs that will participate in the African Independence Workforce Program will generate resources for the entire African community, not for the extractive colonial capitalist economy. And Uhuru Foods and Pies is one of many such programs. The Amazing Holiday Pie campaign that Sarah and I came down to help out with, it's going on right now, of course, as we speak. And next slide.
Right, now you're seeing photos of Black Power 96, another institution of APEDF, a local St. Pete radio station, also accessible worldwide at blackpower96.org, which showcases the voice of the African community and promotes independent African artists to an international audience. So what an important, critical, just paramount institution of Black Star Industries, APEDF, that reaches the African community in ways that, they otherwise would not be reached.
Absolutely. And I want to shout out an anonymous donor who gave $50. They went to apedf.org/donate.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, anonymous donor. We really appreciate that. And let's go to the next slide. So this is what self-determination looks like. This is what power in the hands of African people looks like. This is what reparations looks like. And that is why we are here, to pay reparations. So it looks like all of you who have been inspired by the work of APEDF, all of you should go to apedf.org/donate and make your stand of reparations today. So I really do want to thank each and every person who's contributed so far. There's been so many of you already, and we still have, hours left in this telethon, like going until 7 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. So lots more people are going to be thanked, of course, but thank you to everyone who already has gone to apedf.org/donate and paid reparations. This is really a very profound opportunity for us as white people to say that we refuse to look the other way. We refuse to accept as normal the conditions in which African people are forced to live in this country as part of a colonial system meant to benefit us at their expense. So we really can be part of a positive future for all of humanity in the stand of unity through reparations and justice for African and all oppressed people. And I just want to say that that's just it's a beautiful sentiment. Reparations is not a punishment. Reparations is an opportunity and it's a responsibility for us as white people. It's an opportunity, as I've heard many people in the movement say, for us to join the rest of humanity. Right. And for so long we have been cut off from humanity and all of the community and just various ways that we could actually be living amongst each other without oppressing or exploiting others. If you want to join humanity, if you want to live amongst the world's people in a way that is benefiting everyone, where everyone gets the opportunity to have healthcare, education, housing, they can feed, clothe, and house themselves. We want everyone to have these opportunities, obviously. So go to apedf.org/donate and pay some reparations.
I think maybe quickly we'll look at some of the give backs. If you pay reparations, we really do want to say thank you for taking advantage of this opportunity. So for a donation of $5 to $199, you will receive a 3x3 magnet featuring the new AIWP logo. Love that.
Next slide. For a donation of $200 to $499, you receive this recyclable jotter journal, which features also the AIWP logo. Next slide.
And for a donation of $500 to $999, you will receive a double insulated tumbler with the AIWP logo.
And next slide. For a donation of 1,000 or more, you will receive one of these really gorgeous handmade journals. Comrade Wendy Craig in San Diego has created these journals, and I have a couple of them at home, and I save them for very special occasions to write something in. Like, these are really beautiful, beautiful journals. So go ahead and go to apedf.org/donate and contribute $1,000 so that you can get one of these beautiful handmade journals. You can also, if you're not a person that makes payments online, no problem. You can send a check to APEDF at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. Or you can always donate anonymously, or you can donate through a donor advised fund if that's how you prefer to give money or pay reparations. So in order to do that, make sure you email info@apedf.org and we'll get in touch with you and set that up.
Awesome. Thank you, Leah. All right. I think now it's time to move on to our next segment. We'll go back to St. Louis, welcoming up Chairwoman Penny Hess, Len, and Amanda to talk about the historic Reparations Tribunal that was held in Brooklyn, New York in 1982. Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny, Amanda, and Len, back to you.
Uhuru. Chairwoman Penny will actually be on here after. We're gonna watch the entire Reparations Tribunal video. So an incredible video that really kind of summarizes the Reparations Tribunal, and just a historic video documentary that we're going to be watching here in just a second. So it should be up. And I want to thank you and salute both of you for doing an excellent job emceeing and really being a part of this telethon and just doing the work that you do. So Huru. And we're waiting on that video to get pulled up right now. So, there we go. Uhuru.
On November 13th and 14th of 1982, the African National Reparations Organization, a mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party, organized and conducted a World Tribunal on reparations for Black people. Addressing the question debated across the U.S. today, are African people owed reparations? Listen to the testimonies from this tribunal and you decide.
Today, we are initiating a 2-day trial of the United States government for crimes it has committed against the Black or African population of the United States. Today we are initiating a 2-day process which is remarkable and historic in its implication for the use of international law as a means of addressing the crimes against oppressed people who do not have the benefit of state power and the use of national and international courts, which are traditionally only available to those groups who do possess state power. To withhold the right to justice and international legality to the powerless, oppressed African people in the United States would be to validate the most cynical concept that might makes right. It would give credence and validity to the awful concept of the right of the powerful to make and enforce international law. Such law as that is no law at all. It is accepted tyranny. Therefore, this World Tribunal must determine whether international morality might prevail in the interest of the powerless. This tribunal will determine whether, even in the absence of state power, the rights of the oppressed will be recognized as rights which may be respected in the form of applied international law.
On November 13th and 14th of 1982, Black people from around the United States and the world came together at an international tribunal in New York to hear evidence, historical, statistical, and personal, on the right of Black people in the U.S. to receive reparations from the U.S. government. Before an international panel of judges and observers representing popular movements in the Congo, Senegal, Barbados, the United States, and Tanzania, 14 hours of documentation and testimony was presented to support the charge that African people experienced genocide. This was not a mock trial. International law was laid out and legal procedures followed. This international law consisted of charters and treaties passed by the United Nations after World War II to hold governments accountable to the world community. The judges heard the charges, followed the evidence, cross-examined witnesses, and rendered a verdict. Testimony was put forth under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which has been ratified by a majority in the United Nations, but which the United States Senate has refused to ratify for fear of being charged before world courts concerning the cases of Native American and African people in the U.S.
The Genocide Convention declares as punishable crimes any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
The first testimony came from Dr. Leonard Jeffries, chairman of the Black Studies Department of the City College of New York, who detailed the birth of civilization in Africa and the subsequent impact of the raiding slave merchants.
For 40 or 50 years, the Portuguese had been touching the coast of Africa, and they knew the riches of the culture and civilizations that had been developed there. The civilizations of Ife and Benin that produced the art, which is as classical as any art ever produced. The civilization that produced the city-states of Nigeria and the city-states of other parts of Africa. These Portuguese, being land poor, resource poor, and people poor, had to have their mind blown when they got to the Gold Coast. So the Portuguese in 1482 came back to Africa and established a permanent base, which became the beginning of the process of genocide that saw 100 million Africans destroyed. That permanent base was called Elmina of St. George. And after that period, hundreds of slave forts were built along the African coast. In Ghana alone, along a 200-mile stretch, there are the remnants today of 50 slave forts and castles, some of them only a few miles from each other, as the European blood sucked the African continent. In that 50-year turning point of history, when Europe moved from the periphery of world history, from its dark ages, onto center stage, and moved out African and Southern Asian and Indian peoples, the roots of that which we have to deal with today in terms of the condition of our people are there. They come out of the slave trade system, which, as Walter Rodney says, went to the development of Europe and the underdevelopment of Africans. In this 50-year period of history, you have the basis of genocide, the basis of religious intolerance, the basis of fascism. But I don't want to leave us historically with a negative note. The last period of history is 1900 to the present. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Renaissance. 1900 to the present is the period of the African Revolution. And Garvey and others understood this. The revolutions in Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau, the revolutions taking place around Tanzania and Namibia, the movements in the Caribbean around Grenada, etc., the Cuban Revolution, the struggles of peoples on the streets of Harlem and Bedford-Stuy. These are all part of the renaissance and rebirth of African peoples. And although a genocidal process existed in history, we are reversing that genocidal process by moving into an African revolutionary consciousness.
In addition, a historical brief was submitted with documentation of extensive economic research on the amount of wealth stolen from the labor of African people held as slaves in the U.S. Wealth which was the basis of the U.S. economy for its first 100 years and which gave birth to the capitalist economic system. Estimates of wealth stolen from African people's labor through the special structures of tenant farming, wage discrimination, and the dual labor market were also made for the years following the abolition of formal chattel slavery. A minimum estimate of the wealth stolen from black people for labor alone, leaving out charges for damages incurred through murder, maiming, and rape, amounted to $4.1 trillion. Joe Mashariki, chairman of the Black Veterans for Social Justice, brought out detailed information on the use of black troops to enforce U.S. power around the world, at the same time that black people are suffering under the rule of that state power in the U.S.
The United States government is guilty of mass genocide and degradation against Africans here in America. The economic wealth and development of this country was built on the backs of black slave labor. All persons who enjoy the fruits of the so-called democracy today enjoy it at the expense of black blood, sweat, tears, and lives. As an organization of veterans from World War II to Vietnam War who fought in these wars, our motto is blacks fight no one else's war no more. We have adopted this motto because of our experience in this country. However, this motto doesn't exclude us from fighting our own war. I want to be clear on that. Such as in Tanzania, Namibia, Mississippi, or New York. People who know the anti-war movement know that the type of internal chaos that took place in the military, which helped to stop the war, and that came from people right here in our communities. The whole white anti-war movement couldn't get off the ground until blacks refused. More blacks refused to go into the military during the Vietnam War than whites, 8-2.
Evidence was also brought forth under the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which states in part,
State parties undertake to prohibit and to eliminate racial discrimination in all its forms and to guarantee the right of everyone without distinction as to race, color, or national or ethnic origin to equality before the law, notable the enjoyment of the following rights: the right to equal treatment before the tribunals and all other organs administering justice, the right to security of person and protection by the state against violence or bodily harm, whether inflicted by government officials or by an individual, group, or institution.
Testifying on conditions for black people in southern prisons was Richard Mafundi Lake.
They wouldn't allow me any reading material for 12 years. They took and put me in a cell, 5-by-8 cell, without benefit of any writing material, reading material, radio, TV, non-cellmate for 12 years. Only thing was in that strip cell was a face basin where you only cold water, running cold water. There was no bed. It was a concrete slab block. And the only time I came out of that cell was to go to a shower for 5 minutes. And if you wasn't through showering in 5 minutes, the water was cut off on you. You didn't have any control of the water. That was for 12 years. And the only way I maintained my sanity was to play mental games with myself. I learned how to play chess without a board. I wouldn't allow them to destroy me. I was placed, I think it was 21 days that I was forced to go without bread or water. I was in a cell, stripped, winter time, sub-zero degree weather, and there was no heating, no ventilation. I was forced to lie on that concrete block, and then the guards would come by for additional punishment and throw water on the floor. It would get so cold that the only way I could sleep, I would just run in my cell until I was just completely exhausted, and I would just fall out from exhaustion and sleep. You see the little blocks in the toilet tissue? They used to give us 3 blocks, actually count the blocks of toilet tissue. And I used to take the 3 blocks of toilet tissue and lie on that cold floor and put it on my chest and psych myself that I was covering myself with a blanket. You know, under severe conditions, a person play all kind of mental games with himself in order to survive.
Further evidence on the government's violation of this international convention was put forth by Akil al-Jundi, who was a participant in the Attica Rebellion in New York.
On September the 9th, 1971, at Attica State Prison, there had been a unanimous decision by over 1,200 prisoners at Attica. And that position was that because of all the racism that had existed at Attica and the prison system within New York State and in the entire country, that it was a need for something to happen. On September the 9th, 1971, we took to the yard 1,281 strong. On September the 13th, 1971, 43 people lost their lives as an outcome of the rebellion. Now, we know that rebellions go on and at different times, and what they do is they escalate our particular level of struggle. In this particular case, raised the question of prisons, prisoners, and the relationship of prisons to black folk, particularly in the wilderness of North America. There is a suit right now that is pending, and this civil suit is demanding $2.8 billion from the Rockefeller estate, because we remember that the governor at the time of the rebellion was none other than Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. And we want to give to the international body our suit so that the world will not forget what happened at Attica.
And Afeni Shakur, a member of the Grand Jury Project and former defendant in the New York Panther 21 trial in 1969, brought forth extensive evidence concerning COINTELPRO attacks against the black liberation struggle.
My nephew was beginning first grade in 1968, and that was the year of the infamous UFT teacher strike in this city. And here, thousands of children were left without schools, and so people across this city got together and set up alternative programs. The Black Panther Party was very much involved in that struggle, and I joined that struggle in 1968. By April of 1969, I was in jail, charged with some 350 felonies, including conspiracy to do just about everything there is to conspire to do. We were all acquitted. The state of New York wasted $1.5 million in trying to send us all to jail, but their conspiracy did not end there, and some of them are now political prisoners. It's important for us, however, to begin by understanding what a counterintelligence program really is. A counterintelligence program is a military operation. One goal of any counterintelligence program is to neutralize a hostile agent. The United States government considers all elements of the Black liberation movement hostile agents. When the counterintelligence program was aimed at the Black liberation movement, there was only one heading in which all black people fell, and that heading is called Black Hate Extremist Groups. And under that heading fell the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, SCLC, SNCC, CORE, the Black Panther Party, of course, Malcolm X, and anybody that fell any place within those parameters. And that, I believe, covers the general trend existing in any black family and in any black community.
Look all around us, people are starving and dying. Time for living, if you're willing, it's freedom time. Yeah.
The United Nations has also adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which declares in part that
everyone has the right to a nationality, everyone has the right to education, Education shall be directed to the full development of the human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms.
Professor Del Hunter was demoted from position as Dean of Medgar Evers College in New York for supporting the struggle of African students for control of the institution in the interest of the black community.
The way that the black intellectual became utilized was literally not to transmit knowledge, not to discover new information, not to engage in human understanding, but literally to reproduce in a very mechanical and a very formal way that information that had been received from the ruling forces. The responsibility, therefore, of anyone who strikes of talking about freedom, liberation, and a revolution is that of creating an antithesis of the present understanding of reality. The idea, therefore, is for the core of people who have been housed outside of the institutions of higher learning, who, by the way, have usually made more of a major contribution toward the development of black people than those who've been housed inside, okay? The idea is to establish a link and a mechanism so that these individuals have a forum in order to exist and to carry on the information sharing and the understanding that they have.
This Universal Declaration of Human Rights also holds that
everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control.
one of the many individual black people who came forward to give testimony on her conditions of life and right to reparations was Sharon Smith.
One of the unique things about Central Brooklyn is that it's the largest black population in the country, but the majority of that population is made up of women and children. One of the most pressing problems for us as mothers in this city is decent housing. We have a responsibility of providing a decent home for our children. However, it is kind of hard to do that when you're being exploited and oppressed by a criminal landlord, further perpetuated by a court system. I've lived in apartments where, well, the ceilings are always falling in. That's common. Rodents, rats, roaches is a common problem. The cold is a common problem in a lot of buildings that I've lived in this city. When the temperature was below zero last year, we froze. You have on twice as many clothes inside, and you take off clothes to go outside. I was getting a lot of phone calls and letters home from the teachers as such, and he can't be still, my son can't be still, my son is not being productive. And I did not know how to get across to these teachers that if my son go to bed cold and then he wake up cold and he can't wash up efficiently in the bathroom that the ceiling is falling in, how in the world is he going to be productive in a classroom in a public school of miseducation, which is another story in itself. We go to housing court, and on any day of the week, there are loads of people, African people, to be dealing in that system at one time. Something is definitely wrong. I consider that genocide. They're trying to kill our spirits. What it has done is just rise my anger. I want to see justice. I want to see reparations for us.
Testimony was brought out concerning the International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which includes the following provisions.
The state parties to the present covenant recognize the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. The steps to be taken to achieve the full realization of this right shall include those necessary for the provision of the reduction of the stillbirth rate and of infant mortality and for the healthy development of the child, the creation of conditions which would assure to all medical service and medical attention in the event of sickness.
Black healthcare activist Ibun Adelona testified to the systematic violation of this provision by the United States and state authorities in regards to black people in the U.S.
In regards to our struggle for self-determination,
we have had to define for ourselves what that means. For us, that means having control over the institutions that affect our lives. It means the ability to define our needs and to have access to resources to develop the social forms that would meet those needs. Generally, throughout the world, infant mortality rates are recognized as one of the most reliable measures of the general health status of a community. Among African people in New York, our rate of infant death is 36.8% greater than that of white New Yorkers. If you compare Manhattan and Brooklyn to Mississippi, you see an even larger discrepancy in the sense that 2 to 3 times those numbers begin to appear in other parts of the country. We found that there was a pattern of hospitals being closed in black communities. Now, when you have an understanding of the relationship of business and government in regards to whether or not a hospital stays open, then you understand that when a hospital closes, it is because the government wants that hospital to close. What they do is pull back on the kind of reimbursement that they give to that hospital, so in effect they create a bankruptcy. A total of $10.7 billion was spent in New York City in 1980 for healthcare expenditures, and $5.7 billion of this was spent on hospital care. Over 50% of that money for New York City, and I'm talking about all 5 boroughs, went to that string of hospitals in the area that we call Bedpan Alley, which is a predominantly white middle class and upper class community. And we're talking about tax dollars. We're talking about the money that comes from all of us. We're talking about our money is going disproportionately to one sector in regards to the health industry.
Following the testimony, the judges retired and determined a unanimous verdict. Speaking on the impact of the tribunal was Justice Ladipu Solanke, chairman of the National United Movement of Barbados.
A people who have faced the horrors as outlined in the testimony of these 2 days must congratulate themselves to have the moral fortitude to be here for this historical tribunal. Irrefutable evidence has been brought before this tribunal to indict the U.S. government without a shadow of a doubt. African people in the U.S. are indeed due reparations from the United States government. The crime against African people in the U.S. is without fear of contradiction the greatest crime in the known history of human civilization.
The verdict of the judges was that
1. African people in the U.S. are due reparations from the U.S. government at the amount of $4.1 trillion, with damages to be determined at later tribunals. 2. Imprisoned black revolutionaries should be granted political prisoner and prisoner of war status based on the Geneva Convention and other United Nations determinations. 3. U.S. treatment of Africans in the U.S. represents a serious enough breach of the United Nations Human Rights Charter to justify eviction of the U.S. from the United Nations. And 4. The testimony and documentation presented at the tribunal justifies the establishment of a permanent body to monitor U.S. treatment of African people in the U.S.
calling for the black communities around the United States to take out the verdict of the tribunal and organize chapters of the African National Reparations Organization. Omali Yeshitela, People's Advocate and Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, summed up the Reparations Tribunal.
We've heard testimony, and there has been introduced documentation which shows that it is the oppression of African people here and throughout the world which is the very foundation, the cornerstone of the existence of this terrible world economic system that causes destruction throughout this earth. Such being the case, it's very clear that if you remove the cornerstone, the building will come tumbling down. Our oppression represents the cornerstone and at the same time the weakest link in this imperialist country, this imperialist world. And therefore, the judgment which comes from a tribunal such as this is very, very important. If you live in a country or a world that is built on slavery, barbarity, thievery, genocide, the institutions of that society in any place of the world will be there for the purpose of sustaining the enslavement and the genocide. We have set about creating another institution, and this institution is a world tribunal which brought the United States government for the first time in its history to trial for the crimes that it has committed against black people in this country. And this tribunal is biased tribunal. It is a tribunal that moves off the assumption that black people must be free. It moves clearly off the assumption that black people must be free, and that anything that stands in the way of that liberation must be removed.
America was built, understand, by stolen labor on stolen land. Take a second thought as you clap and stamp. Can you rock the house from inside the camp as you move into the beat to the early light? Because you're moving to the right. Prepare now, all get high and wait, cause it ain't no party in the holy state.
This program was produced by Burning Spear Media, narrated by Dorothy Lewis and Laura Dotson. Senior producer was Gaeta Cambone. Audio engineer was Sandy Thompson. For more information and programs, visit theburningspear.com.
How we gonna make the black nation rise? Gotta agitate, educate, and organize. How we gonna make the black nation rise?
Uhuru, wow. Just really, really glad that we got a chance to watch that video. It's so significant. The Reparations Tribunal in 1982 in Brooklyn. And especially, I'm just really honored to be talking about it with you, Chairwoman Penny, because you were actually there.
Yes, I was there, and I will never forget it. It was so important. And before we say something, I love that video. Just want to say that was done right after. It was actually an audio, and it was played, I believe, on local radio stations in Oakland and other places right after. But it was put together. I think Comrade Sandy probably worked on that, and then comrades put some pictures to it later. But just to be able to, to hear that, to hear this fact that 42 years ago or 41 years ago, the African People's Socialist Party took it upon itself to have the goal to make the word reparations a household word. It was not then. I mean, we, as the Solidarity Committee, we would have events and people would, say, well, what is reparations? What does that mean? And certainly now it is a household word. It is being raised by not only from Africans in the US, but also in what they call the CARICOM, the Caribbean nations, recently issued a statement, a demand for reparations from the European colonial powers. And we're demanding $33 trillion just for African people, in the Caribbean area. Now, Africa, there was just a meeting in Ghana where the Africans are coming together on the continent and demanding reparations, and you never heard that before. Wow. You never heard that. So for colonialism, and as we know, just the theft of African human beings, the theft of African resources. I mean, there's not enough money in the world to repay what Africans are owed. Absolutely. But I do want to say, that it was an incredibly, significant proceeding of African workers' state power that took place on November 13th and 14th, 1982 in Brooklyn, New York. It was so powerful. And I want to call on people if you haven't gotten this book, you can get this book, which is the proceedings and all the testimonies from Burning Spear Publications. So you can go online to Burning Spear Publications. And, you know, just to say that, you know, as the chairman was saying, this was not a mock trial. This was an institution of state power indicting the colonial powers then, using the Genocide Convention of the United Nations, which had not been done before in that way. And just, you know, it included, like, the speakers there were both the masses of the people and then some of the most, you know, respected members of the African liberation movement. Professor Leonard Jeffries, who gave the history of Africa, which was incredible. Afeni Shakur, the mother of Tupac Shakur, who as in the 1960s was a Black Panther. She was part of what was called the Panther 21 trial, of which there were so many state attacks against the Black Panther Party at that time that there weren't enough lawyers to go around. She, as an African woman, was the defense attorney, as she wasn't even an attorney, but her, you know, she took it on, she exposed it, and she got those 350 charges dropped. Just in a, you know, brilliant thing. So she testified. Akil Al-Jundi, who was one of the Attica, they called them the Attica brothers, who survived the, well, first of all, it was an incredible uprising on the Attica prison grounds. I mean, it was brilliant. We could just talk about that. I mean, they created a whole town. They had you know, out in the yard of the prison. They had people cooking food and people, you know, who were the legal front, which was Akil was one of those. And, you know, it was really, really powerful. So that was, he spoke, that was historic. I mean, so many people, you know, the majority of the people who testified have passed away at this period in time. I just want to make one other point, because we are going to talk about this tonight at 3 a.m. in our 3 a.m. segment. We're going to have a whole 3-hour segment on this book and on the tribunal. We're going to play that again. So anybody, you know, come back on at 3 a.m. for this, and we'll talk about it more. I just want to say, I don't know if I have a couple more minutes, sure, but that Ward Churchill spoke on Sunday at the Sunday rally here. He was on Zoom, but he gave a really amazing presentation this past Sunday. And he was talking about how, you know, really important point that genocide is not just massively killing, you know, millions of people, which of course is horrendous, but genocide is defined by international law as many aspects, and genocide, as we know, and the chairman makes this so clear, is tied to colonialism. Genocide is what would you call it? You know, a component of colonial domination, when a whole people and when a foreign and alien state power takes over and dominates for profit an entire other population of people. And so the chairman in this brilliant book, you know, and in the chairman who played the role as the people's advocate using international law, which it was so brilliant, as you heard just a little bit about, you know, and it was again saying that the only way that the verdict that $4.1 trillion were owed to African people in 1982, that the only way that it could be enforced was when African people have state power. Yes. And so it was not a mock trial. It was, you know, it was a true trial. But I just want to also make the point that that Ward Churchill was making last Sunday when he said that, you know, that again, that genocide, which is a component of, or an attribute, I guess you'd say, of colonialism, is not just the slaughter, it's also the conditions imposed upon the people. And by international law, that includes killing members of the group, all of which African people experience, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So, I just wanted to say that all of those conditions, those are conditions of colonialism, of powerlessness. And that is something that the chairman is really bringing out, that that colonized African people are powerlessness because they do not have their land, their self-determination. So, we're going to talk about this more at 3 a.m. Just really want to salute Chairman Omali Shatella, who came into the room. And it's always an honor and really a pleasure to talk about the tribunal, because it was one of the most momentous events in history, maybe since the Garvey movement. It was incredible. And it's really powerful that, those who gave testimony who are still alive still remember and uphold this, and just the seriousness that everybody who testified, all the witnesses, took it. It was a beautiful experience. It was memorable. I will never forget it in my whole life. And it was, just a great milestone in the Uhuru movement, and one of the many, many, many victories along the way under the leadership of Chairman Omali Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party. Now reparations is a household word. I know Sandy was on a little bit earlier saying how the solidarity movement many years ago, I think in the 1990s, went door to door in the Chicago area and asked, calling for reparations. And one of the places that I know, one of the suburbs that we went door to door in all the time was Evanston, Illinois. And I mean, that's just one example, because that's the first city in the country to have a politician that won based on paying reparations to African people. And that's no coincidence. That's just part of the fact, that the doors were knocked on, and this whole question of reparations was laid out there. So, it is a worldwide movement now. Like we said, Africa, the whole Caribbean, African people here are demanding reparations to the colonial powers. And that is a genie that cannot be put in the bottle. That is just getting bigger and bigger. And is part of the upsurgence of the anti-colonial movement that we're seeing right now, and the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. So just unity through
reparations through. Yes, I really unite with that, Chairwoman Penny. And
we have 2 donations to announce.
We do have 2 donations.
Oh yeah, so yes. I mean, we're talking about reparations, so let's make some reparations here.
So let's see, we have Opa with a contribution of $40. All right, Opa. And then we have Erica with her contribution of $150.
Oh,